Damn, can I say I've heard, I don't know how many of you guys are having this issue. I shouldn't laugh, this is really shit. I've heard from like multiple people now. There are people that have like taken jobs at like companies across the country who they're like, oh, this is awesome. Like I live in like fucking, I live in like Utah and I can work for like a company in California. They took all these jobs because of their remote work. And now a lot of these fucking guys are now saying that they're not going to do remote work anymore. And people are like, what the fuck? Damn. Not good.
Your chat will always be the superior chat. Stay mad. Also, Pepe always wins.
Jesus Christ.
Because Mr. Beast has made a whole entire platform off of doing poverty tourism on some weird shit, and Hassan sits in front of a computer and just talks about politics. And out of the one day of like the 5 years that he's been doing it, he decided to adopt some dogs at a fucking shelter. Give me a break. Not the same fucking thing whatsoever. As I was saying, though, I don't give a flying fuck that Tinkerbell is half Persian and half black, because Mr.
What the fuck? It's like a whole other world of words and shit. What's your take on the coaching drama? Oh no! Are you talking about the Nice shit? Oof. Or are you talking about something totally different? I have no idea, sorry. Oh, Minecraft. Oh, I have no idea. Sorry, I don't fucking know. What about the Nice stuff? Everybody, so you guys remember the coach guy I had a long time ago. His name was Nice. Everybody shits on him for not being a good player. They say he was a one trick a long time ago. He boosts his account. He's just like garbage. Apparently everybody in League community shits on the guy for just not being that good at the game and marketing himself as an expert and selling such like high dollar coaching advice. Well, apparently Nice was like, okay, fuck it. Apparently Nice started to solo queue, and I guess did he get masters in Korea? And then, like, a lot of the people that were shitting on him, like LS and stuff, have like 2x as many games, and they're like hard diamond stuck. And and now, like, apparently a lot of shit talkers were like, "Oh no." I'm not taking sides of it. I just thought it was like pretty funny. But this is like, I think this was like a month ago or something. So, Alien, your subreddit? Oh yeah, she said she got triggered yesterday, so I thought I'd read this thread. We still haven't read this frame control thing either, but uh-oh. Okay. It seems like your Reddit doesn't watch your streams because half the comments are about bias in our surveys. Oh yeah, true. I read a post by her. This is something that's it's so fucking stupid, and it's so obvious, and I can't believe I didn't think about this more. Ugh. Let's say that you do a survey, and let's say that 50% of the respondents are gay and 50% are straight. Let's say that in the normal population, let's say that 95% of the population is straight and 5% of the population is gay. I would assume that, like, yeah, obviously we can't use this fucking survey data because the sampling is so off. But You can always just adjust the sampling. And I never thought about that. Like, if our numbers that come in are 50% gay, 50% straight, then all you would do is you would just weight the gay responses down dramatically, and then you'd weight the straight responses up, and then you would adjust for that in accordance to what the normal population sample size would be. I don't know why I didn't think. It's like, oh yeah, I don't know why I didn't think about this before. There's probably a lot of like normal sampling things that I don't like. It's a very, very, very easy, very fine, very normal, no problem. Assuming that your 50% groups here aren't too small. It's not like, you know, like 3 people here and 2 people here. Then that would fuck you up. But otherwise, you can very easily just adjust up and down the sample sizes. So you can oversample certain groups, and it's okay. You're not gonna have a big problem with it. You just have to weight them differently. I don't know why I didn't even fucking think about that. It's so stupid. But you have to be careful. Yeah, you do have to be careful with small sampling sizes. That's true. Or with dramatically different sample groups. You have to be very, very, very careful of that. Speaking of Nice, people are speculating that his change from struggling in Korea and then managing to get to Masters is sus. Didn't he stream it all, or did he not? Ooh, well, if he didn't stream it all, then the plot thickens. Whew, thick. Hella thick. Hey, RoarXD 1995. Why do you think you need to spam like that in my chat? Okay? You think I don't look at my Rumble chat? Motherfucker. Isn't today kick? Yeah, in 40 minutes. Legacy verified checkmarks are leaving, and companies are going to have to pay $1,000 to be verified. On April 1st, we begin winding down our legacy verified program, removing legacy verified checkmarks to keep your blue checkmark on Twitter. Individuals can sign up for Twitter Blue here. Organizations can sign up for verified organizations here. Nice. Dead link. Good one, Elon. Wait, where does it say here they have to pay $1,000? Is that great to watch Kick on mobile? Yeah, it's called a browser, you fucking child. That's what we used to use. We use browsers to do things, okay?
Yo, Dest, I'm going down bad on your mother. Anyway, Dest, I hacked into the Rumble servers and found out that you 100% have 3 million concurrent viewers on the stream. Squad W, you later brother been killing.
Okay, hold on. I was almost ready to say, you know what? $1,000, if you're an organization, verification on Twitter, you know, it's kind of pricey, but I guess, you know, fuck it. You should be able to afford it. $1,000 a month? For what? What are you getting? What are you paying for? For $1,000 a month? Are they giving you like fucking cloud servers and shit to host all your data too? What the fuck are you getting for this? $12,000 a year? Jesus. I would have paid like $60 a month too for a golden check mark. Yeah, I would have paid $60 a month for that. $1,000. Jesus Christ. Okay, does he really have a coach backseating him the whole time? No shot, right?
Oh my god.
Sideways.
Nice, man. Holy fuck.
Wait. PB though. Holy fuck. Holy shit.
Holy.
Uh-oh, coach's response. If he beat the record with the call, it obviously shouldn't count. All that should have happened today was some random sub-30 completions on shit seeds that I helped him relearn with, but he happened to roll a decent seed, and no one would be mad if he just a random run, which it was. Huh. Hold on. Did you do anything, any testing on Kick yet? Yeah, we're about to test it with our first stream. Ooh, baby. Big Nick confession. Careful. I'm melancholic and antisocial shot. I don't have any close relationships. I'm not interested in sex. It's literally with morality or prudence. It's just weighing out. People are interested in understanding me. Is this like a meme or? Is this actually Nick Fuentes? I have no idea. Okay, let me make sure these buttons work. Hold on. Help, no? Okay. 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 What is this? Oh, fuck that. Wait, is this actually him? I can't tell. Was this a troll post or is it Nick reaching out for help? Jesus.
Steven, I know the only reason you don't speedrun Minecraft is because you know you got no chance against the moot loser.
True, actually. Okay, mic aux toggle mute mode. Oh, mute. It should just do that. Okay. Unmute. Yeah. Unmute. Yeah. Unmute. Okay, cool. Hold on one second. Wow, 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 wow. Good one. Where does Destiny stand on British people? Yes, I stand on British people. Because fuck them. Is your Google Drive shit still fucking? No, I think I got it all figured out yesterday. I think we got it all figured out. I think we're Gucci. Oh my god, what are these YouTube emotes? Jesus. Have you seen Succession? No. Did Destiny lose some weight? Yeah, I've been the same weight for the past fucking year, but I'm constantly getting fat and skinny at the same time. I exist in all forms, however you want me to exist in. So,
They say you don't work here and they asking for you to leave.
Jadian, what are you doing?
I'm not gonna walk. I'm not gonna go outside and then have to walk all the way back. That's silly.
But I gave you specific direction. I think.
I just feel like you're kind of being a lazy bone and then want to go out that way.
No, it's the nearest exit.
It's just so funny.
Hey, I got him over here. Back up.
No, I don't want to call.
Right.
Officer, we have it on.
Speaking.
Yes, sir.
You're not gonna do that to me.
Do I have to sign it?
So even though that y'all refused to sign, there was still a verbal trespass given, okay?
It's all good. Next time I'm gonna get a VFX makeup artist, so you won't even be able to tell the difference. But you guys have a great night.
Okay, so doesn't matter. You're still gonna tell, okay?
You're not gonna notice me.
This is a collect call from
DeMarcus Cousins Sr.
an incarcerated individual at Harris County Jail. You may start the conversation now.
Yo.
I'm in the zoo with the lions and apes. You probably won't make it there. One of the options, they say they will smoke with me. You don't want to take it there.
Oh, you're gonna arrest a senior citizen? All right, boys, man. So if you guys remember last week, we got pressed hella hard by the Galleria security. Like I said in that video, man, I'm a man of my word. I said I was gonna get a VFX makeup artist and I was gonna change my face and go back in there and they wouldn't be able to tell. And I know they've seen the video. The video went crazy. Yo, appreciate you guys for all the support lately. What is it with me and people at malls? First it was Tyrone and I had to get a disguise and go mess with him. Then it was that security. Now I gotta go get another disguise and mess with them. Like, bro, why can't we just all be friends, bro? The mall over at Friendswood, they know me. They just kick me out, but they laugh about it, you know? You guys pressing me, get up in my face. Hey, I'm talking now. Officer, we have it on.
Speaking.
Yes, sir.
You're not gonna do that to me.
But yeah, let's get ready.
What is the goal? To just go in the mall when he's banned from the mall? Or like, is there like a...
Really just getting character to make sure that we don't get kicked out the mall. Gotta walk like I just like had a turd in my ass. How you doing there, young fella? Doing good? Well, I be goddamn. We got a black queen right here. Oh, hold on, come here, man. They don't make him like you no more. How you doing, ma'am?
I'm well. How are you?
Oh, man, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I was just wondering, you a beautiful, beautiful ma'am. So, can I get that telephone number?
No, married.
Ooh.
Sorry.
Hey, listen, I've had a couple of affairs in my 69-year marriage. You know what I mean?
Been married almost 40 years. No, thank you.
Okay.
Good one.
Excuse me, ma'am. You know how to work that machine majigger there, right there? It's pretty easy.
Walks you through it.
Oh, man, you know, I'm not that tech savvy, you feel me?
It just, you don't have to be. Sit on the bench right here.
I pull my arm in here?
Yeah, all the way in.
All right, so what's gonna happen?
You feel it starting to compress?
Hey,
It's okay. It's okay.
hey,
That's what it's supposed to
hey, this thing getting tight.
That's what it's supposed to do.
Hey,
That's all right, man. That's what it's supposed to do.
help!
It's all right.
Help!
It's all
I'm
right.
stuck! Help!
You're okay.
Help!
You're okay.
Help!
As soon as it counts,
Help!
it'll stop.
Help! 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 SOS! SOS!
Take a breath. It's all right.
I'm an EMT.
Yeah, this thing tried to castrate my arm.
How are you feeling now?
Behind the cam ready. The objective is to get as many selfies with security guards as possible. I'm not gonna lie, the only thing I am scared of is because I put it on Twitter in my story, is that the security team might have seen it, man. Because if we get caught, we literally can get arrested. But for a banger for you guys, it's worth it. Let's get to work, Johnny. Oh shit, we already got security up at the front. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. No, you're not back that far. Are we not? Let me get in that picture real quick. Emancipation on 3. 1, 2, 3. You guys be safe. Operation Siege of Galleria has begun. The main thing is we just need to find as many security guards as possible. You see any security guards by any chance, my man? What's up? See any security guards? Nope. Go. Okay, yeah, we're not lasting long. All right, fuck the limp. We just gotta walk. Whoa, how you doing there, Missy?
Good. How are you?
There's a beautiful young lady there.
Want to try smoke alone?
Ooh, if I could get your telephone number, of course.
Well, if you can support my hustle, I got you.
Of course. Oh, you know I will support anything.
All right.
Looking for a sugar baby.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, I thought there was a hot chocolate. It was a cappuccino. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh. Gross. Ugh. Ugh. Jesus. Close call, guys.
Yeah, that social security check ain't going nowhere.
What kind of scents you like?
I like that Lemire.
What kind is that, like fresh?
It's like a French.
French? Like on the sweeter side or like
kind of like out the shower, but you took a fart, so the smell lingers, kind of smell.
Have you tried Baccarat before?
No, let me try that. Don't mind.
What do you think about that?
Got it? Stinky. Nah, wrong guy.
The hardest? It's probably gonna be her. Okay, let's see. Wow, that was explosive. That's explosive too.
Okay.
God damn. How the fuck's everybody spotting us? Is my build just that recognizable? I should have lost 20 pounds before we did this. There she is.
Wait, what happened?
Nah, wrong guy. Damn. How the fuck's everybody spotting us? Is my build just that recognizable? I should have lost 20 pounds before we did this. There she is. That's the lady. Bro, that's literally the lady that kicked us out. That's her. Here, wrap around. All right, you stay back a little bit. I was looking for security, but we found
Are they really allowed to
security.
film all this?
Excuse me. I'm trying to find the cologne store.
Which one?
Lemire. Where Lemire is? Oh.
Is you that YouTuber guy?
No, but my grandson. You kicked out my grandson, DeMarcus Cousins the third. I'm DeMarcus Cousins the first. Say cheese. That's my grandson. That's my grandson. I denounce that. All right. They're calling the cops. You stay back just in case. I'll take the fall. Oh, you gonna follow me again, ma'am? Well, here, give me my thumbnail. Thank you, though. Help! She's running after me! Help! Help! She's running after me! Help! Ma'am, that security officer over there. She's running after me. My knees aren't as good as they used to be. Can I borrow this?
No.
I promise I'll give it back. I'm in danger. No. This lady right here, she's chasing after me. And I'm scared.
Sir, are you okay?
No, I'm not.
I feel like he stumbled into like the fucking nicest mall in the world where all these people are trying to help him with all his fucking problems. Oh my God. Like, Jesus. I mean, like, it's kind of funny because, like, not to get like political, but you know, like America, white supremacist, horrible country for black people. And then there's like a video of this guy screaming, dressed up as like an old black man with like 4 old white dudes around him trying to help him work like the fucking heart machine. I just, it's just kind of funny to me. Jesus.
Officer, I'm scared. This lady.
Can we safely get him out?
Obviously fake because it's a mall and there are people there.
Can you please?
True.
Can you?
You gotta go, sir.
I identify as a 69-year-old. Officer, please protect me. That woman, she's scaring me. Can you tell her to go away? She's making my episodes go off. I'm getting flashbacks to Nam. I need help. I'm a fellow Munch. Attack. Oh. Oh. Yes, sir. What's the problem, officer? What's the problem?
Here's a question. How do you get like police to be security for your private institution? That's something I've always wondered. Like, let's say like I open a store, because you know how sometimes you go to certain malls, or if you go to certain places, there are like cops outside. Let's say like I open a store. Could I just call the police and be like, hey, can you just like station a dude outside like 24/7 so I don't have to hire security? What is like the arrangement? What's the deal there? Do you pay them? You pay police, uniformed cops in actual police cruisers? Not off duty. I'm not talking off duty cops unless they're allowed to take their cruisers out off duty.
Oh, you're gonna arrest a senior citizen? Get out of here, Vito. They didn't arrest a senior citizen. God damn it.
She's asking to leave. If you don't,
Vito, you gotta go so you don't get arrested. Get out of here.
if you don't, I'm on handcuffs.
Freedom Marcus Cousins the first.
Listen to me. You'll go to jail if you turn that camera on.
It's not on.
You understand?
I'm scared, officer. I'm just an old man.
He ain't do nothing for you.
Can I get my heart medication? I'm a loser, man. Get out of this.
Jesus Christ.
No, you going to?
No, I'm just asking where we're going.
Going to? You just not a handcuff, but you going to?
All right.
Yeah, both of them got a little better.
After Ahmad made a post with a site that has Mr. Girl's docs, they're theorizing in his subreddit that his fans want someone to show at his crib so he can blame Destiny. Okay.
Yo, can you record this and post it on TikTok? Hashtag Jadion on TikTok.
You real deal know that you're going to jail, right?
I don't want to go to jail, officer. I just want to go play my bingo. It's Friday night. 7:30 every Friday night.
I mean, trespassing has got to be like a class Z misdemeanor, right? What is the actual charge here?
King Bingo, you can play some bingo. I will not. Oh, Lordy. It's bigger than black and white.
Fuck Tyrone!
You can't change overnight.
No.
Get this on 4chan, on Rumble.
We're on 4chan.
We're on Rumble.
That's crazy. That's how clowns do, bro.
After
Why you call me a
Kamad made a
clown?
post
That's
on a site that
that's
has
mean.
Girls docs there theorizing
You
he
gonna bail me
discovered
out?
that his fans want
Thank you,
someone
my
to show
friends.
at his
Is it
crib
cool if I
so he
call
can
my
blame
lawyer?
Destiny.
Hey Siri. Hey Siri. FaceTime Mams Taylor. FaceTime.
Go ahead, take it.
FaceTime Mams Taylor. Oh, is it illegal to record? That's against our amendments.
After you're told to stop?
Hey, I talked to my lawyer, sir. We already went to our lawyer, so we'll definitely audit the audit. You guys already know all about him. Wade in the water. I can go to jail for YouTube, but you can't arrest somebody for filming. It's not against the law.
I think you actually can, I think, on private property. For all the videos where you're recording cops and shit, the reason why you're generally... The reason why you can record cops is because usually it's in public areas. But in private malls are private property. They can tell you to stop and leave. And if you don't, I'm pretty sure you can get busted for that.
It's not against the law. But you said filming, sir.
Just so you know.
My man, you said
He was given
filming.
a lawful order to stop filming.
That's not against the law.
Ask your
You're in a private.
Not
lawyer.
against the law.
Ask your YouTube lawyer.
Oh man, we already got it all taken care of. We already got it taken care of, my man. Yes, sir.
Cops that hate audit the audit, classic.
Hey, I need another mugshot. I can drop some mugshot merch.
Bumping me on purpose?
Did I bump into you on
The cops can make you stop filming, or the people associated with the private property. Well, the people associated with the private property, but those cops are probably there on representing the people on the private property, right? Because they had a ban on him to leave, so they're the ones that are making the request, right? But technically, no, I don't think a cop can go on private property and tell you unless the private property owner is telling the cops to tell the people that, right?
purpose? Does it look like I did? Does it look like I did? Is it gonna be a charge? You wanna fight an old man? We gotta be better than that, Sonny. They got me, chat.
Hey, take his phone away.
Chat, they got me.
Ooh.
All right, so Jadion just got arrested, so they called me to come get the footage, come get the camera and stuff. I gotta go see what I can film when I get over there. They already told me not to film, but you know, I'm still trying. How's it going?
What's the problem with recording? Isn't there a problem with trespassing? How's recording a crime? Well, my guess is recording is just another type of trespassing, right? That you're doing something on their property. They can ask you to leave, they can ask you to stop recording, I'm pretty sure, and then escort you out.
Just chilling.
Yo, Hershey, stop recording. Did you go with if you take some picture of us and then?
No, you can't do all that.
You want to keep this? I see you just taking everything, right?
Yeah, this is yours. You don't want this with you. And this is yours. Yeah.
Malls, regardless of private ownership percentage, are examples of public space. If you're talking about like a reasonable expectation of privacy, they might be considered public space. But in terms of like a private owner being able to tell you to leave or to tell you to stop recording or whatever, I'm almost positive that they can tell you to do those things in those areas. So like, for instance, like casinos are really huge spaces. That, I mean, like if you captured somebody in the background of a video, I'm pretty sure you could say there's not a reasonable expectation of privacy there. But a casino can tell you don't record, don't take pictures, don't do that. And they can kick you out for trespassing if you do. Like I'm pretty sure for most casinos, you're not allowed to, or at least in the casino I worked in, you weren't allowed to take pictures or anything like that. Although people did, I don't think they cared that much. They just don't want some creepy dude walking around recording shit, getting like a layout of the building or something.
And this is your phone. Person, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah. That's just yeah.
Don't worry about it at all. Please, Percy.
Oh,
please.
my fault.
Is there anything to be charged for recording inside the police station after being told not to and secretly recording it? For public property and everything else, it gets way more confusing for me. I don't know. I'm not sure because would a police station be considered public property because it's publicly funded? I don't know. Actually, I have no idea. And if it was a private place, then I think 100%. None of these people here are consenting. I don't think any of them signed a release. You'd be in trouble for it. But in a police station, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Percy.
And why? Yeah.
This yours?
Nah, that's
Show him that you're not recording.
What?
You show him. Wait. Show him that because he thinks you're recording.
Me?
Oh, I didn't say nothing. Oh, okay.
I didn't say nothing.
I didn't say nothing. What you? I don't want to get three of us. I mean, I don't know if they are or not, but if I suspect something, we gotta get this video out soon.
Free Jadion. He's been arrested before. You know, he didn't snitch last time. He ain't gonna snitch this time. He saw him.
This is a collect call from
DeMarcus Cousins Sr.
an incarcerated individual at Harris County Jail. You may start the conversation now.
Yo.
Guess who's going to jail tonight? Guess who's going to jail tonight? God's gonna post my bill tonight. After the kid her seat.
Hey, just like last time, bro. You can't bitch up. You already know what you gotta do, bro.
There's so many big people in here. And they're black.
Bro, you gotta run that shit, bro. You already know what they do to people like you in there, bro.
Hey, nigga, get off the phone, nigga. Yes, sir. I gotta get off the phone, Hersey.
Hey, bro. Just make sure you fight. Don't let them beat you up, bro.
Yes, sir. I love your boy. DeMarcus Cousins Sr. gonna put on in this bitch. See y'all on the other side. Say DeMarcus to his backwards.
What if he actually got like killed in jail for this YouTube video? Wait, is this part supposed to be?
You don't know what the fuck we had to do. We had to suck a bunch of dicks in there, man.
Hey, man, he was sucking out the dick. I
look like a burn victim from the makeup.
You niggas praying on my downfall? Hold on. You niggas praying on my downfall? On TV, man, I took off.
Eating on some hot fries. Goddamn, my boy is hot outside. Please don't try to diss me. I think that boy done lost his mind. Smoking on some good gas. I know I say that all the time. I'm fucking on this skinny bitch. I'm not.
Was he in the right?
Guy pulls up to his Bumble date, leaves immediately, and unmatches after being catfished? Hold up.
I was supposed to have a first date tonight, and he just unmatched me on Bumble, so I guess we're not going to get drinks anymore. But I thought I would show you guys my outfit, so somebody saw it.
Oh no. She's gonna be real big, isn't she?
Because I know I'll get questions. My dress is from Eloquy, but I got it from Dia & Co.
These angles are mystical.
My jacket is from ASOS, and my boots are Topshop.
Oh! No, this is a fake video.
Guy pulls up.
Nah, this is a fake video. No shot is this real. This was not real. No shot.
I was supposed to have a first.
She wasn't catfishing. Abba made a video about it. Is this one of the people we saw or whatever? I was like, when she started to pull back, I was like, oh yeah, I knew she was like kind of fat. And then I was like, what? It's real, but there's more to it. Whose fucking head did she steal? This is some fucking Wolfenstein shit. How did she... Jesus. Okay, sorry, no bullying. H3 Ethan debates red pill dude who called his wife a hoe.
Here's one about what girls can't wear. So let's see. Let's take a look at
if you're
this.
dating a girl, is there things she can and cannot wear? Well, it depends. I mean, fashion is so broad. So I'll have to see. But if she's dressed provocatively and I'm not with her, there's absolutely no reason why she should be dressing that way. Whose attention are you trying to get if I'm not there? If I go out with her, that's another thing. You should only care about my attention. If you're my wife, there should be no other attention from a
I think we're like probably 12 months is my guess from this red pill shit finally dying out. This cringe fucking shit. I think it's had enough time to run its course for everybody to realize it's bullshit. It doesn't work. None of it helps anybody. Like, Jesus, please. Let's move on to the next thing.
Care about other than mine at all, except for your father and your brother. That's it.
So your stance is you can look pretty when you're with me, but if you're not with me, you need to not look pretty.
No.
Okay.
Wrong. My stance is you shouldn't dress provocatively unless you're with me.
What's provocative?
Like showing a ton of cleavage or wearing as little clothing as possible.
Wearing as little clothing as possible. Okay, so it's cool when they're with you, but if they go out looking like that, it's not okay.
And I mean, no, I would say even when they're with me, I wouldn't want them to do that in public.
Okay. Okay.
What's the problem?
Oh no. I hope he found something better to fight on. That's not really that ridiculous of a stance, is it? Is it that crazy? I don't think there's anything wrong with girls like going out to hang out at like bars or whatever, even if they're dating or whatever. I think that's fine. But if a girl goes out and she's like ultra fucking slutted out, we know what I'm talking about, and she's dating a guy and he's not with her, that is a little bit weird. I think that's totally okay. I think that's an okay stance to have. No? Yo, our boy Tabor is getting crushed here. I don't know who this Casey Grifter is, okay? But he's botting hard. Oh, wait. No, Tabor's fine. He's winning by 0.4 percentage points. It's over. Oh, he won. Yeah, you're good, Tabor. Fuck you. They caught Do Kwon. Wait, who is this? Wait, who's this guy again? He's the Luna guy. Oh. I thought, dude, I can't even keep track of all these failing crypto businesses. Oh no, is this the one? I'm sorry, it's not funny. Is that the one where the boat tests were like, yeah, like a lot of these crypto schemes are coming and dying immediately, but not Luna. And then it died like 1 week later? I'm sorry, it's not funny, but it's a little funny. Oh no.
I wonder how many of these companies you think are entering the space just because it's hot and there's a lot of funding versus the ones that will still be here, you know, like 2 to 5 years later.
95% are going to die.
Yeah.
95% are going to die. Yeah. But yeah, there's also entertainment in watching companies die too.
There's entertainment. Oh man.
That's the guy we just watched get arrested.
And that's so evil. At least you get to learn from it, right?
He's gonna have a lot of learning to do. Yeah, make that 96%. Damn. Damn. What is this? Dumb shit. Aaron the mom. Every time I see a tweet from her, I know it's going to be pain. Let's be real fucking clear about a TikTok ban. It's all about the fact that there was a large quantity of trans youth, LGBTQ plus youth, finding themselves in people like them there. Republicans want this. The Heritage Foundation wants this. As part of the same stupid... Wait, what the fuck? What? Okay. Okay. I knew it was all about trans people. I knew it was. I knew it was going to be about trans people again. It always is.
Hello, my true American patriots. This is Donald Trump. I would like to start off by saying we are a nation of Aryan trap stars. We stormed Afghanistan and her poppy fields. And we churned these poppy fields into Percocet, nigga. Straight Burke, the Spicy's Burke. But we are in fact in trying times. China will decimate Taiwan, and Russia will surely turn Ukraine into an Islamic state at the rate we are heading. It's so over. In fact, it's never been more over. I'm fucking pissing and shitting myself.
I've shot my nigga. I was just at the Indo-Scythian trap back in Indo-Aryan India, and after getting some big brown milkers,
Fucking pissing and shitting myself.
I've shot my nigga. I was just at the Indo-Scythian trap.
What is this fucking picture?
Back in Indo-Aryan India, and after getting some big brown milkers, Barbarno Slavic niggas linked me up with some straight gas, nigga, straight wizard weed. Ayo, on gang, on slime, then you gotta try this shit.
Oh my god, we are so back. In fact, we've never been more back. Shadow was a money gang shit, nigga. Hey, yo, KGB clan, nigga, pass me that shit. Let me smoke it up. I want to smoke it right now. I want to open that portal to a Garfield.
Holy shit, that is perp. That's straight sticky icky. Hey, yo, Donald, you ready to chief this bitch up?
Oh my god, that hits so different, Joe. Shit, nigga, I'm higher than a motherfucking shit right now.
Oh, shit. Oh, god damn, bro. That's strong. Send my bitch ass straight to Shambhala. Yo, Trump, you good, bro?
Honestly, this shit got me bugging, but we need to pop some perks and get our hands on the Hanbu Mop Black Saucer so we can defend the American people, Joe.
Yeah, it was good, nigga. I was hoping I could maybe get an opioid-fueled Hanbu Mop Black Saucer. Get your link nigga up. Drop run, I just gave that nigga $6, bro.
Okay, this is... Okay. What is the hold on, just real quick. What is the max data you can stream on Kick? That's my only question. Because I have to switch over to there. Whatever IVS supports? Oh. Oh. Oh no. Wait, what does that mean? Like whatever Twitch supports? $8,500. All right, well. Would you consider having a discussion with
your law bidders about incitement and whether Trump's latest comments fit the bill?
I don't think so. He just says protest, right? I don't know. Okay. I love you all very much. We're gonna try to
search Biden Vaporeon. Warning it's sexual about Pokemon.
Thanks. We're gonna try a Kick stream today. Okay. Kick.com/destiny. Good luck, guys. I'm switching over there. Okay. Be careful. Say hi to Chief Keef. Damn, dude, I got like the mothership over here. Does the embed work? Hopefully. Wait, this is not working. Hold on.
What did I get banned for? He literally did lose the poll.
He didn't lose the poll. What are you talking about? Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, wait, it just updated. Oh, I don't know why you got banned. Wait, how did this guy pull 4,000 votes out in like fucking 1 hour? Wait, what? There's not like a reward for winning this shit, right? Oh, then head to your creator dashboard and click start. The dude botted the poll? Yeah, maybe. Okay. Wait, I'm trying to get this stream started over here. Alright, Rumble guys, I love you. I'll be on kick.com/destiny. I'll be back tomorrow for you guys. Be careful. Do you think the data is too high and it auto like kills the connection? There's no way, right? I've never seen that behavior before. Let's try 6K. No. Ooh. You have to start the stream on the Kick dashboard first. I don't even see where that's at. Edit stream info? Is there a start stream button? Am I retarded? You must set your stream info before going live on OBS. Once you start streaming OBS, your channel will be live on Kick, and your recording will start once you stop. Yeah,
Steven.
Does Kick have an app?
What?
You have to have the specific settings that are in their PDF.
Oh god. Can you link me that? Wait, where is that at? Oh wait, click here to go live. Okay. You have to have...
Yeah.
What specific settings?
Like the output settings. I don't know why that is, but if I edited it at all, I couldn't go live, and they don't have the button anymore.
You have to... Wait, so like what? Like just the data rate has to be exactly 5,000 or what?
I think so. Every time I've adjusted anything from here, it hasn't worked. So
no shot would this be the case. Let's try it. No, this didn't help either. Do you have to have all those encoding settings copied 100%?
Yeah, that's what I had to do. Whenever I had a different, it wouldn't let me. It would just show up a blank screen.
No shot.
When I talked to Train about it, but everyone else has like relatively the same style of stream, the same look. So I'm assuming it's the same thing. But when I tried to go live with just my basic Twitch stuff, it wasn't working, and then I switched it just to copy verbatim. It was under PDF, and it worked.
Wait, like you have to use like the NVIDIA encoder? You can use like H.264, right?
I'm just gonna say no. I because I was using I wasn't using whatever the HT264 thing was before, and then I switched it up, and then I switched everything, and it worked just fine. I don't know why that would be at all, but Dirt.
This can't be it. When you're ready to start streaming, click start streaming OBS, and then head to your creator dashboard and click start. Are you sure there's not a start thing on the creator dashboard anywhere?
There used to be. I don't see it. I don't have it there either anymore. There used to be a thing that would say start stream, but I haven't seen it since like they updated the website like a week ago. Dude, everyone got something to fucking say. Shut the fuck up.
True, you tell him, dude. You tell him, Dario.
I'm about to. I just took a Ritalin. I'm feeling like I'm on cloud 9 right now.
Yeah. You have to edit stream info on the bottom right. Yeah, I already did that. Why? Okay. All right. I love you, YouTubers. I'm moving over to Kick. Be careful, guys. Kick.com/Destiny. Although I don't. Yeah, because I gotta shut this off. Be careful, guys. It's gonna be one of those days, isn't it? Huh. It's gonna be one of those days, guys. But that's okay. I'm ready for those types of days. I don't give a fuck. Boom.
I want to talk about how to be a hard man. Step 1.
I'm sorry.
Hindu proverb. True nobility is in being superior to one's previous self, which is to say that you needn't measure yourself against anyone else. Just measure against the man you were yesterday. Asking, are you a greater man today? That's step 1. I tell you, to me, there's nothing more satisfying than being hardcore. There's nothing more satisfying than going out every day like there's no tomorrow. Don't do things that are meaningless. And when you do something that has meaning, do it like it's the last time you get to do it, like there's no tomorrow. In fact, when I was in the gym, Kat asked me, he said, hey, is it leg day? I say, it's everything day. I'm doing everything today. And I'm doing everything tomorrow. It's everything day. I'm working my shoulders, my back, my arms, my legs.
Do you think he actually did anything, or do you think he just like poured some water on himself?
All the muscular exercises and the cardiovascular exercises. I'm going for a run. I'm jump roping. It's everything day today and tomorrow and the day after. Yeah, to me, that feels good. That feels real good. I mean, I love competing against the man.
Wait. Did little bro steal the 5-pound dumbbells from the gym?
And tomorrow and the day after. Yeah, to me, that feels good. That feels real good.
The 2-pound dumbbells? What is he doing? Wait, did he take these? Wait, what the fuck is this?
I mean, I love competing against the man I was yesterday. And you know that you've really set a high standard by the way the people around you react to you and engage you. For example, I just did a video with Bridget. She was driving along while I was running uphill with these hand weights for a significant amount of time. And once we finished doing the
Why wouldn't he take them if there's no tomorrow? True.
Video recording, I got back in the car, which was parked, and then she said she wanted to grab.
I don't usually jog with dumbbells. I get a vest, and then I put a 45 in front, and I put a 55 in the back, and I run that way. I live my life that way, one plate at a time.
Have some food. I was like, all right, cool. Then she says, are you gonna run back home or? And then it dawned on me that it's not normal when I just finished going for a run with hand weights for her to turn and ask me, am I gonna run back home? And we're several miles away from my home. But she asked me that because she knows that I'm one who's often doing savage things like that. And to her, it wasn't a second thought to ask me if I was running back home because she thought I was probably thinking that. At the moment, I wasn't. But as soon as she said that, I said, yeah, that's what I'll have for dessert. A couple more miles with these weights. So I got out and started running. And it feels good to see the standard that I've set reflected in her. To see that she has that kind of respect to ask me if I'm gonna run home. When most people would assume you ain't got nothing left in the tank. She knows I don't get tired. Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. I say, go out there to die. Whatever you're doing, go out there to die. My last boxing match, I lost so much weight and I had to work out the night before, the morning of to make weight. And then before the fight, my trainers were warming me up. I didn't have anything left, but I didn't even say anything.
Wait, what did he just say? I'm sorry. I'm like half paying attention to this dumb shit.
My last boxing match, I lost so much weight and I had to work out the night before, the morning of to make weight. And
what is this? What? I don't even know what this means. I'm sorry. I'm fucking retarded. What does it mean to work out to make weight? Are you gaining weight in the gym now? Is he eating the plates? What?
And then before the fight, my trainers were warming me up. I didn't have anything left, but I didn't even say anything.
He's gaining weight through muscle. True. I need to put on 5 more pounds of muscle tonight. Ugh.
Hit the mitts anyway.
Well, losing weight. Maybe he needed to lose weight?
And then before the fight, and I had to work out my last boxing match. I lost so much weight and I had to work out the night before, the morning of to make weight.
I lost so much weight. Oh, I thought he meant I lost so much weight I wanted to gain some for the fight. Never mind. But he means he was trying to lose weight. Oh, never mind.
Fight,
wouldn't the goal just be to fucking dehydrate the fuck out of yourself? Do you actually work out before a fight? I feel like you would just try to starve or dehydrate yourself.
My trainers were warming me up. I didn't have anything left, but I didn't even say anything. I just hit the mitts anyways. Went into the ring exhausted.
And he still won.
And
he still won.
Halfway into round 2, I felt like lead.
You work out so that you dehydrate, you have to work up a sweat to lose it? Sure, maybe. I don't know.
And then I said to myself, Mark,
I feel like you just go sit in a fucking sauna and just die for an hour, but...
You gotta die. You gotta die in here. It's homicide or suicide. If you ain't got it in you to commit homicide anymore, you don't have the strength, power, speed, energy to commit homicide, well, then you gotta commit suicide. You gotta do everything you can do, throw as many punches as you can until you die of exhaustion. No tomorrow. Homicide or suicide. Do it to the fullest. If I fall out dead doing it, at least let them say, damn, he went hard. Yeah, that's how you become a hard man, by going hard. Like there's no tomorrow. You think you've reached your limit.
That's preferred, but you can also work out to build a sweat, obviously. I feel like working out really hard the day before a fight would be the worst idea in the world. I feel like that would just be the worst. It feels like you're wasting 40% of your training by doing that. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
Limits, you're nowhere even near your limits. Most people in our society are not getting injured from exceeding their limits. They're getting injured from doing repetitive activities. They're getting carpal tunnel, not doing new exciting things. They're getting injured from not doing activities, from being a couch potato. Because you got to take inspiration anywhere you can get it in this weak, soft society. I love when, it's Saturday night tonight. I'm running uphill at high elevation. I love to see some of these suckers driving by in their luxury cars with their cute little dog, grown men. And I look at them yeah, you're a clown. And I'm feeding off of your weakness. And I love looking at them and their girlfriend in their car. And both of them are looking at me. The guy wants to be a real man, so he's taking a good look so he can remember what it looks like, because it's so rare now. One of the things I love about boxing, especially those old veterans who have been in the fight game for so long, is that they have no mercy. They don't care anything about your feelings. First round, I got my contact punched out. I was telling this chick the story. She said, why didn't you ask your trainer to put the contact back in when you got back to the corner? I said, you gotta imagine, these are people who repair cuts on your face, who shove enormous Q-tips up your nose to pull out the blood and snot so that you can breathe. If I tell them, oh, my contact is out, can you take the other one out? I'm gonna give it. These are men who reach into your mouth and pull out your mouthpiece and have no regard for germs or COVID-19. These are men who deal in blood and sweat as a core part of their work. These are men without mercy. These are men who, when you come back to the corner, They're coaching you on how to tear down and destroy and decimate another human being. These are men who are telling you to hit them in the ribs so you can break the ribs. These are men who are telling you to punch them in the kidney to disable them. They don't have any
Peace to the
mercy.
Saints.
Yeah. Those are beautiful men to be around. Those are men of war. You need to increase your investment into the war men. I encourage you to do the same thing. We're gonna end this the right way.
I like how these
We're
last
gonna
like 4
always-
minutes are just labeled inspiration. Jesus Christ. I know. I now understand why this guy was obsessed with you being gay. Look at his sparring footage. Bro, I don't know shit about, like, I'm not gonna be able to tell you if this is good or bad. I have no fucking idea. Ukrainian kickboxer and Marquette spontaneously end up sparring in Las Vegas when the fight gyms in Las Vegas were closed. Spontaneously end up sparring. They just happen to have all the gear with them? Is that... I don't know what I'm watching right now. This is war. The gear is auto-equipped when you attack an enemy. Damn, look at how hard he is. He doesn't have headgear on. That's how hard he is. Do you think this is around like 7 or 8 or?
Marquette, you're breathing.
I'm sorry. What did you say? It sounded like you said, I caught your breathing. I don't know, I'm sorry. Everything about this guy is just fucking it's just fucking hilarious to me. I'm so sorry. Are they sparring for 39 minutes? Bro, you don't spar for at least 30 minutes every single time you fight? That's because you don't know what it's like to homicide or suicide, my friend.
Use your legs. Use your legs to get there.
Oh, he's coaching him. Oh, he's helping the pro kickboxer.
Use your legs to get there. You good on air? You want to take a break or you good? Okay. Use your legs to get there.
There are these kids in the background who are like...
See? Your legs. Legs Get there.
I just want to play.
There you go. Very good. Perfect. Good. Perfect.
No way, the other guy's a pro? He's pro and Ukrainian, dude. Guy's dangerous. Guy's a killer. We get it? I'm watching Creed 3 over here, okay?
Why did we go back to this dumb fuck?
I don't know, somebody linked me. Marquette is just built different. True inspiration for the assassin. I don't know what that means. Oh, Saint and Sinner Network, probably. Annie Boxer. Wait, is this our friend? Wait, no. It's just a similarish name, right? The Suleiman guy or whatever? It's a different one? Okay, never mind. Any boxer can look at the Saint and see he's official. I'm very impressed. The man is a beast. He has Floyd Mayweather type of style too. Wow. BBC. Hold on, I'm sorry. Just in case you guys don't know who this guy is, okay?
Oh, it doesn't really do me.
Fuck, find me the...
We're live.
Peace to the Saints.
Dude, this guy is a scam artist. He is. I'm sorry. He is a scammer. He is 100% a fucking scammer.
I like that little extra effort that you'll see, which is typical of a spa. And this is actually a spa suite. So the nice thing is you have your private quarters over there, and you can, and it's always good when you have doors. It's like you feel like you're revealing.
Find me this video. Find me the BBC video. The fake BBC video.
What's going on?
Watch Saint fucking Tips.
Hold on. Then you get in there, and you start getting in that thing.
Moral of the story, kids. Why even try?
side
This
note-
dude can scam himself to be seen as a legit kickboxer. You can too.
Wait, fuck. I need to find this. Saint and Sinner, fake BBC. I need to find this, guys.
Welcome of the original title through Google. They still have the original title when I put that in, and I screenshotted that. So
Did he take it off YouTube? No, fuck. It's gone. Why are you linking me this random shit while I'm looking for something else?
Notice.
Yeah, you get a ban, okay? Here's a video of you watching it. Who is the Saint and the Sinner? I thought about putting together a whole dossier on this, but I'm too lazy and I don't care that much about this guy. Just enough to watch the videos. Okay, it's on Facebook. Thank God.
Marquette.
So initially he had titled this BBC because he was lying about it. Fuck, this is so fucking funny. It's so funny to know that he wrote all of this, okay?
As we leave Jomo Kenyatta Airport, Marquette's mobile rings. The chief of police is phoning to welcome Mr. Burton to Nairobi. sharing that an armed guard will be waiting in the morning to escort Marquette wherever he wishes to go. It's a mystery as to how such a young man has so many extraordinary connections around the planet. Marquette Devon is the real-life James Bond. Of all the leaders I've documented, I've never witnessed an armed guard so taken with the person they are charged with protecting. Marquette is a man you share your secrets with and laugh with, even if you have an AK-47 strapped over your shoulder. It's just that Marquette Devon Burton is enchanting and bold and kind. A Kenyan public school teacher reached out asking if he would be willing to surprise her students on their field trip to Nairobi. Despite other plans, with a smile, he agreed. The Kenyans literally rolled out the red carpet for Mr. Burton's arrival. He is an enigmatic figure, a businessman and a boxer, an author, a stoic, and a poet, and above all, a philosopher, a leader in reforming global human culture. He's written a 3-sentence Bible. Be yourself. Be good to yourself. Be good to good people. And here he is living that. Marquette's assistant allocated 30 minutes in his schedule for this meet and greet, but Marquette stayed to take a photo with every kid who wanted one, and to listen to each boy rap and give every child the attentiveness that he teaches parents to give their children. He is Mr. Rogers of the modern era.
He forgot to include autistic to that list of adjectives.
There are many who say there is much that is wrong in the world today, but there is only one who is doing something to make change around the world, to ensure that boys grow into strong men and leaders, and that girls grow into ladies, great mothers, excellent wives, and productive citizens. Marquette Devon Burton.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you for hosting me. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
This is the guy who when we did our last stream with him, like 2 conversations ago.
As we leave,
he said his friend was dying, but trying to sell like watches from the hospital. And apparently his friend died, so I guess they can't fulfill the orders. He's like a classic scammer. He is like a classic scammer. Oh, necklaces, chains? I don't know. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Some good ass fucking memes. Hold on, let me grab a... I need a Red Bull.
You've said repeatedly that there is no threat, that this is a platform for entertainment and for fun. You can't answer that question. Mr. Show, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen for a short video, if you don't mind.
This is... this is fucking photoshopped. Wait, is this real? No shot.
For a short video, if you don't mind.
Okay guys, pretty good job with the Nintendo Mario costume that you did here. I just have a few small critiques. First of all, Mario from Nintendo and his brother Luigi, they never wear shorts. They always wear long overalls. They also have a long sleeve shirt. And
the real video was a death threat. Okay, gotcha. So this is just dumb edited shit. What kind of person can charge another person, in this case, a former president of the United States, who got more votes than any sitting president in history and leading candidate by far for the Republican Party nomination with a crime when it is known by all that no crime has been committed, and also known that potential death and destruction in such a false charge could be catastrophic for our country? Why and who would do such a thing? Only a degenerate psychopath that truly hates the USA. That's a really fucked up tweet. God, I hate Trump. Actually, I hate him as a horrible person. He is. He really, truly is a horrible person. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Why would you tweet something like this? It's just like he's like got negative decorum.
Notice that the keyboard is split into two distinct color keys, white and black. And you'll notice that they are split into a pattern, very distinct. For every 5 white keys, there are only 3 black ones. Now, this hasn't stopped many musicians from mixing these keys together to create music, but I will say, I tend to prefer the ones that are made solely with white keys. For instance, I miss the days in the land of cotton. Old times, they are not forgotten. Oh, there's music in...
Jesus. Christ. Fuck it, let's listen to this guy for a bit. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay, sorry. Oh wait, somebody linked me that TikTok congressional hearing. We'll probably listen to that.
Money was so...
Oh, he's got exclusive Patreon posts. Exclusive. Destiny racist gamer and Twitch streamer Destiny refused to debate. 7 hours.
The blackout. In the future, look at it. Identify. How does this? Because I'm going to go back. In the pronoun.
Oh, good. You forgot the most important Saint clip.
Like to get her down to that G string.
We already.
And then I start getting undressed. You
Saw
dig?
this.
And then I'll get down butt ass. And once I get butt ass and I'm in there, you know, getting that grind on, getting that grind on, you know, just getting her warmed up. Then, you know, when you kissing her and you real low key, you go ahead, reach for the strap, you pull the strap out and you kissing her. You can't slow the flow. Don't slow the flow. Keep going. Throw it on. As soon as you throw it on, then you get in there. Ah! Like.
Okay, just stop.
Okay.
What's the problem?
Well, it's a little insecure.
No, it's not.
It is a little bit.
It's a preference.
Well, no,
it's
a
not.
preference.
It's a preference.
Well, in this video, because you're kind of walking it back, so we can move on if you want. But in this video, you say, dress sexy when you're with me, but not when you're not with me.
If you laugh at this, you're going to hell.
Admire you, man, and you're a legend. I wanna go ahead and bless you today, bro. Do you have by any chance, are you streaming on Kick or Twitch?
Yeah, I stream on both.
Oh shoot, okay. Well, what have you been streaming on mainly? What have you been mainly streaming on lately?
On Kick.
Here, let me go ahead and plug your Kick. Everyone go follow Jake. You're not live right now, right?
No.
All right, everyone go to Jake's Kick, man, and everyone drop a follow for my boy Jake, man. Please.
Damn. Well, it's just a guy with there's some kind of disability. Obviously, it's not funny. Jeez.
Like seriously.
Oh my god. Do you know what the hardest thing in the world to watch? I don't know if this is like my dad genes now. Have you ever heard of the still face experiment? So I don't. If you've ever spent time around babies, babies they're very, very, very reflective. So like if you're ever in an airplane and a baby looks at you, if you ever make like a big face, the baby will laugh. They do that shit all the time. They're very, very, very reflective. there's I can't watch this. It hurts to watch. They do an experiment but they show how like desperate like babies are for like affection basically. And they do an experiment where you have like a baby and it's like looking at the mom and they do things, and obviously mothers, people in general, any parent is gonna have like really big, huge expressions in response to the baby. And then they'll do a thing where the mother just has like a still face, and the baby will spend like so much time like trying so desperately to evoke a reaction out of the parrot. They'll range from doing the normal reflective things to pointing at things to throwing their head around to eventually crying and getting upset. But but the baby gets very upset like very quickly if they're not getting the response that they're supposed to. Oh, that's so sad. It's so sad. Okay. And the baby gets so upset, and like it takes like 30 seconds for the baby to like lose its fucking mind because this is what you guys are like when you tell me to react harder. Okay. Most people around here are insane. Normal adults don't need to be babied so much. Whether Brit, Sneeko, they're all insecure plus vindictive. Whether your intention or not, they all screw you over. You choose these people. I do. I like these people. Okay. Oh, the next backstabber is in chat. YourMovieSucks.org. Who the fuck just left my room? Who the fuck was in my room? Wait, hello? Oh, was it Darius? It might have been Darius. Me and Adam are gonna get into it over furries or something. And that'll be the end. Oh, sorry, we were watching this video. Wait, what was this?
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
Only if most people around you are insane. Normal adults do not need to be babied so much. Whether Brit/Sneeko, they're all.
Okay, I read your dono. Okay, it doesn't need to be read twice.
Turns on the Wi-Fi. I'm sorry, I may not understand the.
So if I have TikTok app on my phone and my phone is on my home Wi-Fi network, does TikTok access that network?
It will have to access the network to get connections to the internet, if that's the question.
Is it possible then that it could access other devices on that home Wi-Fi network?
Congressman, we do not do anything that is beyond any industry norms. I believe the answer to your question is no. It could be technical. Let me get back to you.
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
What is the what is the point of these questions? That's a reasonable question. Well, no, not really. The question needs to be way more specific. It sounds like what he's trying to get into is like in a non-normal way, or in some what would the question be? Does TikTok access other things on your Wi-Fi network in a way that wouldn't be expected, or I guess I'm not even sure. This is a very, very, very technical question. If TikTok can override control of other devices to use them to spy on users. Yeah, but even that question is very technical, right? Like, how do you cast to device in your house? Is it Bluetooth or is it over Wi-Fi? Because like if you have the potential to broadcast over Wi-Fi, and you broadcast to a TV, I don't know what the communication back and forth is happening between the TV and the phone. So how would you answer that question? Like, it does communicate with other devices in your network. It might even harvest information from them. There's going to be some information collected. I imagine necessarily there's going to be some handshakes on different layers of the stack or whatever for these things to even communicate with each other, right? That'd be my guess, right? So I mean, I don't know how you would meaningfully answer this question. It would need to be more, it feels like it would need to be more specific. It's lawyer speak, start simple, then extrapolate? Sure. Yeah, I actually, the more I think about it, I don't really like the hearing memes. I don't like them in the United States. I don't think it's a good format for anything. I don't know what the purpose is. I don't even know how many Americans actually watch them. It feels like, I guess you just do them to farm clips for media, and then those go viral maybe, but...
Yeah, no, I would say I prefer if she never dressed.
It was very quiet, so you couldn't hear it, but this was playing in the background of the Marquette video. Okay.
Don't dress.
I'm not saying dress sexy. Women can dress sexy and not provocatively. You can dress sexy and look tastefully good without showing like your tits and your butt and whatever. But
it's a preference.
Yeah, I would say I would.
It's a preference based
I don't like
on
it.
your.
I don't like it.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
It's not.
No, that's fair. If you have that understanding with your partner, I think that's totally fair. But this
It's not insecurity either. It's not insecurity. It's just I don't like that. I don't want.
It is. Like, let's follow the thread.
No, it's not.
Because you're basically.
No, it's not.
You're
Would you want your wife out there?
Okay,
Would you want your wife out there dressed like a hoe?
Well, the definition of a hoe, I guess, is I'm not quite sure what that means. But you're
okay. I feel like this is one of those examples where it's like, can we just meaningfully engage with the question? Like, we all know what it means to look like a hoe. Can we not pretend that like we don't? Can we just like, let's engage with the question, right? I feel like it makes you look kind of silly, right? Like, engage with the question.
Just answer my question. Would you want her out there dressing or wearing as minimal clothing as possible out in a club?
Would I want my hold on.
No, answer the question.
Okay, well, let me show you this.
Like, it's a yes or no.
Okay, well, hold on.
Yes or no.
Is my wife dressed like a hoe here? Because I just want to get your.
Jesus.
She posted this to social media.
Would you go out to dinner with your wife dressed like that?
Of course, she wouldn't go like that. I mean, why? But do you?
I don't know why she's posting. I mean, that's you and your wife, your relationship.
No, but
I wouldn't be okay with her posting
Say
on
what you
Instagram.
want. I'm trying to understand your point. Do you think she's dressed like a hoe right now? And you can say yes, it's fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't want her posting. I wouldn't want my girlfriend posting pictures.
Why not just say yes? Say yes, she's dressed like a hoe. Why doesn't the other guy own a position? It's like two fucking people dancing with each other. Just say, yeah, she looks like a hoe. Say it. That's the whole point of your fucking videos, isn't it?
Like
okay, because
on
that's a
Instagram.
preference from insecurity, right? Because
no, it's not.
Because
I don't want that.
Yeah, because it makes you feel insecure.
It doesn't make me feel insecure.
How does it make you feel?
Secure.
How does it make you feel?
I don't like the hold on. How that girl's portraying herself, like how she's basically advertising and like saying like, look how nice my body looks for the entire world to see, for the entire public to see. I don't like that. I want her to just save that for me.
Why don't you like
what
it?
I like.
But
I
why?
just don't want other people seeing it. It's mine.
Are you not?
It's mine.
It's yours. It's yours.
It's my wife. I don't want everyone to see her body.
She's
It's my
yours.
wife. Yes, and I'm hers.
Okay, and so, well, to me, I don't want to
100%,
control.
yeah.
I want my wife, Hila, to be as powerful and confident as she wants to be. I'm not threatened by other women looking at her in a way that they think maybe she's attractive or maybe she looks hot or whatever, because I trust her, right? She knows. Well, hold on. I know that there's no one else out there who's going to tempt her away from me, and I want her to feel powerful and confident. Okay.
Not insecure is what you're saying. That's all
I don't think I'm insecure,
Well,
right?
That's what you just said. I'm not insecure.
yeah.
I'm the same with my wife.
Yeah.
What
She's
the
with me
fuck?
and-
Are these guys in the same studio?
Exactly.
He's not going to do anything.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I just want you to dig a little deeper and explain why you don't like it, because it's yours, because she's yours, and nobody else can
she's
see
my
her
wife.
body. Nobody else can see her body but you.
Yes.
Even if she.
How old is this kid? The kid has no good answers either. The answer for the question is supposed to be the same as the sex question, right? That me and my wife have special things about us, like sex or our bodies, that we share with only each other. Because within the commitment of a monogamous relationship, one of the special things about the relationship is that we reserve those things for ourselves because they're special and they should only be explored within the confines of our monogamous relationship. That's it. So don't show off your body or have sex with other people. That's the answer. It's so I feel like a million people said this. I don't know why he doesn't just say that. That's the answer to this question. Like, but the kid looks like he's like 17. I don't know if he's ever thought of this entire life. Or how old is this guy? The kid. Seb. YouTuber, content creator, nice guy. Random hiking picture with the fucking contrast jack the fuck up. Douchebag car, sunglasses. It's like every fucking trope. And the hair. Douchebag hair.
wants to show
100%.
it. Even if she wants to show it because she wants to feel
She
sexy.
doesn't want to. She doesn't want to.
I know, but you're a role model and you're putting this out on your TikTok. This is what you're putting out. I know you guys have a preference, but I'm talking about your influence on men. So if she wants to go out and dress sexy and look good, you're against that.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm against her dressing provocatively. She can look nice.
Yeah, but he doesn't know why. He can't even explain
putting on
why.
makeup and dressing sexy and going out, it makes them feel powerful. It makes them feel good. It makes them feel confident. It's not necessarily about wanting to fuck other dudes.
It's what it is what makes them feel powerful about it is when they go out and they dress really nice. What gives them the power is the attention that they get. It doesn't have to be a guy walking up to them. It could be a guy looking at them. And that's what gives them the power. It's the attention from other men. And if that weren't true, then they could dress up and look amazing and just, and they could stay in home, or they could look in the mirror and without anyone around.
So they can dress hot, but stay at home.
I don't think that if I have a girlfriend, she should have a desire to go out there and even seek the attention from other men, because the attention she gets from me is enough to fulfill her.
Don't we all
That's
crave
where I'm standing.
validation? Like, don't we all crave validation in some way?
You should get enough validation from your wife, and your wife should get enough from you. She should be inspired by you, and maybe if you had a six-pack, she would be more inspired by you, and she wouldn't post thirst traps on Instagram. But you should be inspired by your significant other.
Okay, so me not having a six-pack is promoting my wife to seek male attention because I'm not hot enough, because my attention is not working.
Maybe if you took care of yourself, Ethan, and you were in better shape, maybe she wouldn't. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying maybe.
No,
she
it's a good
wouldn't. Who knows?
hypothesis. It's a good hypothesis. So if I was hotter,
maybe not.
If I was hotter, she wouldn't feel the need.
Not hotter. If you took care of yourself.
Yeah.
You don't have to be hotter.
Okay, if I was skinny and I had a six-pack.
If she saw you and you're like, wow, he really cares and respects himself, and I like his attention.
This kid is really insecure. Ethan did stumble into that correctly. That is true.
See, don't you see you're insecure? Because I know
it's
she's
not insecurity.
Yes, it is. You are insecure, dude.
Okay.
You are threatened by the other attention that people give to your significant other. You're threatened.
I'm not threatened by it at all. I know that there's not going to be other guys out there that can compete with me for my girl. My girl loves
I don't
me.
even need to compete.
I just don't
I'm
like
not even
it.
thinking
It's
about
not-
competition.
I'm not threatened. I just don't like it. It doesn't threaten me. If she wanted, look, Ethan, if she wanted to post a picture and I said, look, I'm not comfortable, I don't like it, and she did it anyway, that's fine. She can do it anyway. And then I would just be like, hey, this breaks the boundary of the relationship. This breaks the sanctity of the intimate relationship I want to have with my wife.
Right.
I'm going to just split here. I'm going to go find a girl that respects me. It's not about insecurity. It's just, this is my preference. This is how I want to conduct my life. I like to take control of my life and live my life the way I think
That's
is best
fine.
for me.
But you're putting
And you don't
out
like to do that.
messages to
You don't
young
like-
men as a role model, self-proclaimed role model.
Yes.
You refer to your girlfriend as she's yours. I mean, she's a human being, right, with her own desires. She's not an object.
Yes, absolutely. She is mine, and I'm hers. We are to die for each other.
Don't you feel a little slutty when you walk around with your big biceps out and shit?
I only
Were
put
they
on this
big
shirt
biceps?
so that I could show you guys that I work out.
That's a
And
little
most of the time
fucking
I'm wearing a hoodie.
slutty, bro. Are you looking for validation from
Jesus
people in
Christ.
chat? Because you're cross.
I'm just trying to show you guys. I'm just trying to flex on you guys.
But
I'm trying
why?
to show you guys what's up.
No, but like you think
That's
that
not
it's
even
funny.
big biceps.
You think you're being funny, but you actually just totally undermined everything you said. You're putting out your biceps. Why are you doing it? For validation.
I'm not doing it for validation.
You just said you
No,
wanted
I'm
to show
not.
it off. You just said you wanted
Ethan,
to show
it was
it
a
off.
joke. Ethan, I just put on a shirt and I'm
Okay,
I'm
so
talking
it's
to
a
you right
joke,
now.
but your
I'm
arms-
sorry that my biceps are big and you're looking
We'll
at them.
cover up. I'm sorry that my wife has big, beautiful titties.
I'm gonna
The question is like, I'm curious how long he's been dating the girl, because like, this is a thirst trap, right? I don't know which one he is. Like, if his girlfriend posted anything equivalent to this, he'd probably lose his fucking mind. Now, this is 24 weeks ago. Maybe he was single. Do you think he'd make his girlfriends like go back and like delete? Oh, wait, is he dating a girl while posting pictures like this? Like, how are you posting stuff like this and you're fucking mad if your girl posts like a picture with cleavage? The real answer is going to be well, he probably doesn't know because this kid's like 14. But the real answer is somewhere between like, well, men and women are different. So, you know, we get to live by different standards that we invent in whatever moment makes us feel the best. What?
You're just not mellow enough today.
I always smell.
Did you actually?
Yeah, be mellow. Read the Insta, go back. What?
Mel.
No. Respect required? Oh, hey bro, you shouldn't post this because you look like a hoe. This is provocative. Well, this is probably an Ethan fan because it was 23 hours ago. Is that what you're talking about? God, it's just disgusting. Oh, don't.
I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. Can you guys give me like 2 minutes?
Please, please go ahead.
I feel Dan more normal now. You better like me now, Dan. Where'd you find this guy?
On TikTok. He's just one of these characters. You know what I mean?
I feel Cam validated today. I feel cured of histrionic personality disorder.
Who is this guy?
After meeting this guy.
Yeah, Jimmy's cured.
You couldn't be from two different worlds, Ethan.
Well, we
two
are.
guys. No,
And we are.
him and you.
No, we are. I'm saying.
Would it make a difference if she doesn't mind if he does? It's fuck. I hate it when I say this because me and Alex are like always going to disagree on this. And I don't know if he thinks I hate him for it or something. I don't think so. He seems okay. I just never buy I just don't buy the different sided relationship standards. I don't buy it. I don't buy it that it won't cause resentment, that it doesn't manifest into other huge problems. I will never, ever, ever believe that. I'll never believe it. But hey, you know, other people disagree with me. So, you know, pick and choose.
Yeah, you're just...
Hey, dude, look
So
at this.
what thirst trap did I post?
Bro, this
The
is...
shirtless picture on
they
Instagram?
find it.
Yes, dude. This is unacceptable.
Really, Mel?
That's a thirst trap. That's
Yeah.
like you're...
Well,
Yeah.
that was before. That was before. So
23
that's why.
weeks? How long you been with your girlfriend? Thought you...
And it was also, I mean, pretty inspiring, I would say, considering I was.
Women can't be
pretty
inspiring
overweight.
with their bodies?
I mean, there's nothing inspiring by taking off your shirt and showing men your tits. It's
That's
not
what you're
inspiring.
doing. You literally just took your
That's
shirt
exactly what
off.
you're doing in that photo.
Yeah, but the difference is I trained extremely hard
Well,
and
what
I
about the
dieted
girls
properly
who
to
train
get those.
extremely hard and then post? Like Hila is
Yes.
training right now with a trainer for a few
Yes.
months.
That's
exactly what Hila's photo was.
That she's showing off.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's great.
Oh well,
I've been fucking TRT pilled / poisoned. And today, you know how it used to be girls were all fucking all use makeup and filters and all that shit? I don't believe it. For today, I think every single motherfucking guy is on TRT. I think literally every single one is now. I don't trust any of these motherfuckers. If you see dudes out there, especially influencers or people that stream or whatever, that post gym gains, if they're not on a full-on fucking trend cycle or some shit, they're all at the very least TRT. And when I say TRT, I mean fucking big TRTs, not like I'm going from fucking little to normal, but I'm going from normal to I'm legally roiding, okay? All of them fucking do it. All of them do it now.
I think that's super inspiring that she did that.
But
Well,
don't
yeah,
you see
if
how
you're
silly you're
training
being?
and you're-
Inspires me
Sure.
actually.
Don't you see how silly you're being? You go, oh, I didn't know that. But it's like, everybody who's posting pictures, like, there's a lot of them just feel good. They want to show it off all their hard work.
There's different contexts, right? These things are a lot more nuanced. Like if you're just posting a slutty picture versus if you're like working out and you're showing your core or like your progress in the gym, like before and after, that's a different context.
Okay, so gym
You
progress
understand
pics
that?
are good.
It's a different context.
So
You
if a
can't-
girl
you can't-
When you're posting thirst traps as a guy, though, like, what is the goal? Now, at the end of the day, it really is just men admiring men. But when you're posting it, that's not what you're thinking. That's not the goal, right? Like, guys, look, like, I've been doing so much incline bench press lately, and look at you can see the development on my, like, no, of course not. You hope some girl sees it and fucking splooges herself over you. Come on, what is the, like, oh, I just really wanted people to see the new definition that I've got on my jet. Like, bro, there's a reason why it's called thirst traps, okay?
Post herself in, like, tight gym pants and, like, a bralette to show off progress. Is that cool? Or is that slutty?
Look, I still wouldn't want my girlfriend to do that. Just my personal preference.
Right.
But it's okay. I understand that if you want to show people your progress and you're proud of it, I'm all about that.
Yeah, but did you see it's a little silly? Because it kind of all qualifies as that when people want to show off and feel good.
No,
because we're all working on
I just think it's context. Yeah, sure. I just think it's context.
Yeah, because
but-
this video you're putting out as the self-proclaimed role model says women should not ever do that because that means they don't respect their man. Like, this is you as a role model talking to men.
Things she can and cannot wear.
Because now you're adding nuance and context and stuff, and you're walking stuff back, and you seem more human, right? But like when I watch
this is how I
well,
am.
hold
This is
on,
how I
though,
am.
because
Of
that's
course-
not what you're
of course
selling.
on TikTok.
That's not what
Of
you're
course,
selling.
Ethan, of course, I'm not selling anything.
Yes,
of course,
you are.
on TikTok,
You're
things
selling
are taken
yourself
out of context,
as a
and I have
self-help
no
person.
control.
Ooh, out of context.
I have
Stop
no
it! It's
control
your
over that.
people.
No, I don't. I don't have a self-help
what happened to being an
course.
alpha male, bro? You don't have control of your own social media account and the
I
people
never-
you pay.
I never said
Well, who
I
would
was.
want to be? You're
I never-
incompetent.
Uh-oh.
I have
I
control
never
over
said
my
I
shit.
was.
That's pretty hot.
I never said I was. Ethan.
You
I
say
never said I
that you
was.
pay
and
them.
You know.
You pay them.
You know.
You pay them.
Listen.
You said you
right,
pay them.
Listen. You. Okay. Are you done?
You said you pay them.
Yes, I do. Are you done?
Well, now that yes,
Can I
I'm
speak?
done. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. I never said I was an alpha male. I don't sell any self-help courses. I don't do any of
You're
that.
inspiring.
Okay. I'm just trying to inspire people. Sure.
I am
and
inspired.
I actually forgot what I was going to say, unfortunately. But
He's getting rattled by
Let's go back.
Ethan.
Let's go back. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, don't you sell courses though about like being a drop shipper and shit?
He's rattled.
So I'm glad you asked. We actually have a free course.
You have a free
and
course,
people
but
can go in. Yep. People can go and join that for free. We just launched our first paid course yesterday.
so you do sell stuff
And yes, as of yesterday, I sell paid.
because you just said
And
you don't sell
I
stuff.
I said I don't sell self-help stuff. God, Ethan, you are so annoying to argue with. You just
Because
you just like
your ideas
you're
are
picking
inconsistent.
you're picking at like the tiniest
not.
little details like that. You're just
That's what-
arguing like such a child.
No, but that's what it feels like to you. But I'm picking at your logical inconsistencies because your opinions, they're like.
You would have been a good lawyer, Ethan.
Well, thank you.
No, I'm listening to you.
But they're not small points, right?
Am I right, Olive? I just thought of that.
They're not. They feel annoying to you because like you don't have adequate answers because your whole identity is contradictory. You're on one hand selling this image, and you're not selling it right. People don't have to buy to watch your TikTok, but you're branding yourself as a self-help guy, and you put out videos like this about what women shouldn't, can, and cannot wear, and then
What is this fucking music?
This
H3H. Okay, Jesus. Hold on. Did Eddie email me yet? Fuck! My cake account is not working today, Mel.
You what?
I'm gonna be grumpy tonight
What?
because my cake account's not working. I don't know why.
Is it not?
No.
Okay, that's weird.
Yeah, it is weird, and I'm triggered. So today, you're gonna get it.
Are we?
Yeah.
Finally, I'm getting it.
Yeah. Not what you want though. What I want.
Like that?
No. Like, stop! Like that.
You gonna stop?
No, you're gonna wish I'm stopping though.
How's the kids doing?
These guys?
Mm-hmm.
They're chilling.
Are they melon? Are they melon? Wait, was Rent? Was it Ayla Rent?
I don't know. She's mad about some shit, but I haven't read it yet, so.
Why? Read it.
Because I'm waiting for more viewers.
How many views you have?
Like 6,000 or 7,000.
How many do you need?
9,000 or 10,000. That's what I get out of bed
You're
for.
just waiting. You're just stalling them.
Yeah.
Hello, kid.
Hey.
My baby. You're such a little baby.
Thanks.
I look like an 80s queen. I guess I actually do. It's kind of weird. My hair is too fluffy, so it just makes me look like an 80s queen.
Think so?
Yeah. I don't mind it. Mommy Mel. Say it.
Mommy Mel. Where the fuck did I put these fucking graphics? Bro, I'm losing my fucking mind.
You're losing your mouse.
Finally, a Breaking Bad take you share.
I just finished watching Breaking Bad, and in all these shows, you know the real antagonist? It's the wife.
Huh?
The aspirational hero is like the white guy that's done taking everybody's shit. He makes decisions. He's a cool guy. He's alpha. He's cashing checks. He's killing people. The antagonist is never the
What?
Cap.
Cap?
Yeah, cap.
Like a hat?
Yeah.
Are you asking if I have one, or what do you? I need a sentence.
Wait, you must have. Do you not have a DGG cap?
Yes,
Can I have one?
it's in my closet.
Literally just answered my question.
But you can't. You cap. I don't speak one-word sentences, Mel. I'm an online communicator.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought you could figure things out what people mean. Do I really have to say more than one word?
Listen, I can already barely understand you in your Scandinavian fucking accent, okay? And now you're not even speaking full sentences,
Yeah.
all right? You got to work with me here, okay?
I'm capping.
Yeah, true.
You're being racist.
And?
Yeah.
We're allowed to be
Tell
racist
them.
to white
Tell
people.
them.
No one
Tell them
cares.
you're racist.
I am.
Say it.
I'm racist. We already know it. We don't care.
He's racist.
Might as well go live on Kick again. Jesus. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Nope, not there. Modify. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Run.
adversary, it's the wife! The number one enemy is the enemy within. It's the enemy at home. Turnover in bed. She's right there. That's the enemy. The guy would be way better off without the wife. And in many cases, the kids too. In Sopranos, if there was no wife, how much better would the show be? How much better would his life be? If he was just having sex with the Russian prostitutes instead of the wife, how much better would it be? Same thing with Breaking Bad. How much better would the meth empire be without the wife and the disabled kid?
Huh?
I just finished watching.
Okay.
So freaking cheap for so money was so freaking cheap for so long that we have to pay a price for it. And now you're looking at the economy. It looked like everything was good, but a big part of it was fake, Sam. We had a lot of fake success the last few years.
Well, I mean, look, I'm just measuring on, again, the way I view things is what's going to make things better for the most amount of people. And in terms of like, you know, it being in favor of the capitalists, I would also change our tax policy. So, I mean, I would claw some of that back, quite a bit of it back.
What would you do?
I would return to the tax policy when we had the greatest, sort of the widest economic expansion shared by more people as a percentage of our population than any other time in this country, which was in the 50s and the 60s. And I would return to the tax rates more or less there. So your top tax rate at that time
92%.
was 90% top marginal rate for every dollar over $470,000 you would earn. So that would be equivalent to around $3 million today.
Just as a heads up, I'm pretty sure like almost nobody paid those posted rates. That marginal rate was incredibly rare. There was an interesting graph. Let's see. Tax collected as percentage of GDP versus marginal rates. It's a very interesting graph. Oh, I should be able to know where this comes from, where this data is. But it's like, what is this called? Oh, Hauser's Law. Oh, there's a name for it. I believe, so top marginal rate means what is your highest, like, past this dollar amount of income, what is the tax on it? Even if you look at the top marginal rates, it doesn't really change like the percentage of GDP that you raise in taxes. That rate is always around, I think it's around like 15 to 20%. Basically, no matter how high the taxes go, no matter how low the taxes go, people find ways to move their money in different areas. They find ways to avoid tax different ways, to reinvest in business. You never really can raise that much more, even with these really high tax brackets. So I don't know if there's a strong argument for these for these ideas like, oh, the marginal rates need to go up to like 90%. Like, I don't know if you're going to raise that much more money doing it. Federal receipts as percentage of gross domestic product. Oh, yeah, here you go. So it's around like what, like 19% average, 17.5% average maybe? Isn't that called the Laffer curve? No, the Laffer curve is a theoretical curve that says that if you tax too much, you raise too little. If you tax too little, you raise too little. But there's like an ideal amount of taxation that incentivizes and encourages economic activity while still scooping money away from revenues, or profits, I should say, sorry. Is there a causal analysis of that argument? Because technically the graph is not enough, right? Technically that's true, yeah. I don't know what the causal... Empirical observation in the U.S. federal tax revenue since World War II have always been approximately equal to 19.5%, regardless of wide fluctuations in the marginal tax rate. Daniel J. Mitchell, who's this fucking loser, libertarian, has argued that Hauser's law has been observed due to the fact that the U.S. does not have a national sales tax and instead collects taxes as in a federalist system in contrast to many Western nations. He also argued the U.S. is an inherently more progressive system as well, thus concluded the law represents a socio-political policy trend rather than a true economic law, and that the trend could change rapidly. Value-added taxes are imposed at the federal level. That might be true. Economist Mike Kimmel, he doesn't even have his own Wikipedia page, so can we take anything he says seriously? He said that Hauser's law is misleading as it sweeps large differences under the table. No. Define the time periods, tax hike eras, points that the tax revenues increasing, failing to adequately separate social insurance, tax, and other taxes. I don't know why it happens. Who knows?
I think we should return to that type of tax.
Yeah, I don't know how much money people make on the top end. I don't know if people are making that much more than like $300,000 or $400,000 when it comes to like W-2 earnings. At that point, it seems like the majority of your money is going to be like in stock options and equity and investments, in these things that aren't being taxed under your ordinary income tax tables. That'd be my guess, but I'm not 100% sure on that. That'd be my guess.
You want it to go as high as 90% at the top marginal tax rate?
At the top marginal tax rate. So understand, like, that only kicks in with every dollar above $3 million.
I hear you. And yeah, I mean, that's the famous Reagan situation where I think it was anything over $200,000 at that point. This might have been in the 40s, that he would only do 2 movies a year because he'd get paid $100,000 per movie, and then he wouldn't even do a third movie because he.
Do you support taxing capital gains with income brackets? Yeah, I don't really know why. I never understood. I'd have to think about it more. I feel like capital gains should be higher. That seems like some wild shit to me. That if you've got $4 million in investments, that you could be collecting $400,000 a year at a top tax rate of, isn't it like 15% under like $500K or something? What is the capital gains tax brackets? Ooh, up to 450K, you get a 15% tax rate, and then past that it's only 20. That's kind of wild, in my opinion. But fuck it, it is legit necessary. Is it really legit necessary? Is it? What are the reasons that capital gains aren't just counted as normal income? I don't know. I'm sure that it's to encourage investment. What do you mean, though? I would invest anyway. You would invest anyway. If you got $4 million sitting around, it's not like a 30% capital gains rate. It's like, oh, well, I'm just going to go ahead and eat my money now. I'm going to go ahead and set it on fucking fire.
It's not like you mel either.
Actually, I mel a lot. Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Well, last night, I can't even tell you. You're going to get mad.
What?
Oh, I can?
Yeah.
Oh, last night I was hanging out with this girl called Katerina. And I melled her. Oh. I love you.
You scared?
Of what?
No.
Not as long as I've got your mom to protect me. Oh, yes.
But you're gonna get mel.
He would only get 10% of the revenue because he's like, fuck it, I'm not doing another movie.
Yeah.
So wouldn't that curb growth?
When Reagan started telling that story.
No shot. I don't believe that for a microsecond. Even if Reagan himself said it, I don't believe that. I'm not going to make more movies because of the tax rates. No shot.
Story. Yep. You know who he was working for when he started telling that story, right? He was going around, I think it was for working for GE, trying to convince people not to get Medicare for all. I mean, If Reagan could have gotten 3 movies or 5 movies, he would have done it. He was working with chimps. He would have been happy to do that for his career. Believe me. Believe me.
What's the top marginal tax rate right now? 39%? What is it
I think
right
it's
now?
37, 39%.
So you're in favor?
I will say this, though, just to finish up.
Looking at this map, why do you think the USA public services are so shit if you don't spend much less on government spending as a percentage of GDP? Bro, I don't know. Americans are just fucking retarded when it comes to services. What, Mel? Well, wait, but this is government expenditure. This isn't necessarily government expenditure. Government expenditure is a percentage of GDP. Does this include non-discretionary spending, or is this only discretionary spending? Or, I'm sorry, does this include discretionary spending or only non-discretionary spending? Because you have to figure out what's being included in here. Are we including things like entitlements, like Social Security and Medicare and shit, or because we spend a lot of money on things like Medicare and Social Security. That's like 3x our entire discretionary spending. That's military too. Dude, our military budget is nothing compared to what we, well, I shouldn't say nothing, but I think it's like 20 or 30%. Non-discretionary versus discretionary. When we fight about doing the budget in the United States, we fight over the discretionary. Discretionary meaning with discretion. We can choose what we want to spend money on. But in the United States, we have non-discretionary spending, which is, this is shit we have to spend money on. There's no option. There's no choice. And our non-discretionary spending isn't it to the tune of like $3 or $4 trillion, and our discretionary is like 1 to 1.5, it depends. I don't know. I'm going to go like this on time. Is it really that outrageous that people might want to work less if the marginal tax rate is 90%? Marginal tax rate of 90% is stupid. At that point, you're not going to make money in those tax brackets. You're going to be doing stock options and shit. That's way too much. Realistically, tax in the United States should probably never be above 50%. That's a lot of money, bro. That feels like shit. I don't want to earn money and I'm getting taxed at 50%. Fuck that. Invest in education and shit like that. Help people earn more money. Don't take all of my money.
That Reagan story, I will say this to you. I remember being in LA and taxes top line had hit whatever the all-in was, 57.5. I don't know what the number was, around 57.5. You live in Brooklyn. So 57.5%. People are like, what the hell is going on here? There was this girl who was a top realtor in the San Fernando Valley area, one of the top realtors.
This is the issue that I have. I'll say this. This is the issue that I have with taxes in America, okay? If you want to tax me a lot, that's fine, but I need to feel like I'm fucking getting something for it. That was my issue with living in California, okay? In California, holy fuck, the taxes there were fucking wild, okay? I'm cutting fat 5-figure checks to the state government, okay? What the fuck am I getting for that money? I don't have shit when I live in California, it's not like I'm getting anything more than when I live in Florida for no fucking state tax. Like, what am I giving you $40,000, $50,000 for? For what? I don't have buses. I don't have trains. The streets suck. I'm scraping my bumper, pulling it at every gas station. Everything is fucking AIDS. What am I getting for my money? This is the only issue that if I live in a place like fucking Sweden or fucking any Western European country ever, because they've got buses in fucking Poland, okay? If I live in any of those places, like, okay, fine, fucking tax me, but hey, I don't even need a car in this guy. I don't need a car in like 95% of cities that I've been in fucking Europe, right? Because at least there's public transport, right? Or if I get sick or I need to go to the hospital, they're not gonna charge me $40,000 per fucking bill, right? Okay, cool. But I feel like in the United States, I don't get anything for my taxes. I get the opportunity to be here, I guess. Like that's my issue. I feel like I just don't get anything in the United States. I don't get anything for my money. My mom used to call it California all the time.
Picture was on all the benches. Everywhere you would go, you would see her. And she was one of the realtors making very good money. She's making $500,000 a year income, doing good for herself, whatever the number was, $400,000, $500,000. One day, I stopped seeing her pictures on the seats. And I'm at Wood Ranch with my wife, and I said, hey, you're the girl, right? She says, yeah, I am. She's with her husband and her 2 kids. I said, what happened? We haven't seen you lately. She says, it's so funny you ask. My husband and I made a decision that the moment taxes got so high, it was more important for me to stay home. It wasn't worth me working to pay this much in taxes. So there's a part
that's
of
probably not true.
Yeah, whatever, whether he's going to do the movie.
I think that's great.
And all that stuff. But there's a part of it that kind of incentive needs to be there.
America would not have suffered by the lack of Ronald Reagan movies. And I would
Okay, you're
also
trying to be
argue,
funny.
I would
I
also,
got you.
but I would
Yeah.
also argue that, like, I guarantee you, there was no less houses that sold because that one particular broker stopped selling houses at a certain point.
So go to it. So right now,
I don't think that's a problem. I really don't. I mean, I think
to raise it to 90%.
Yeah, no, I think
Top line,
you know
3
what you're
million
talking
plus.
about is sort of the Laffer curve, actually, right?
Yeah.
You know the
You
Laffer.
love the Laffer curve. You're
Well,
a big fan of it, apparently. 'cause-
Well, but the Laffer curve isn't going to defend Cedar's take here because the Laffer curve is going to tell you when the marginal rate of taxation is too high, total tax receipts will decrease. The Laffer curve says you aim for something in the middle, and there's no fucking shot a 90% marginal tax rate is going to be is going to land you on good. Also, this curve is theoretical, like all simple lines and curves you see in economics. But the Laffer curve basically says that like when your tax rate is set to 0, you're collecting no revenue. When your tax rate is set to 100%, you're collecting no revenue because nobody's working at 100% taxes. So the ideal rate of taxation is going to be somewhere between 0 and 100, whereas there's going to be an ideal number where if you tax a little bit more, people are going to work less, or if you tax a little bit less, you're going to collect a little bit less. So you're looking for that ideal point in the middle, basically. Yeah, anytime you see anything in econ like this is a highly theoretical graph. And in real life, it's going to look way crazy.
Tell you what I love about the Laffer curve is that we had a perfect example of, almost like a perfect model of what happens with the Laffer curve, right? Like the Laffer curve argues that the higher the tax rate goes, the less inclined people are going to be to generate income. And then because they're generating less money,
not true, depending on how
there's going
taxes
to
are
be less
done,
tax receipts collected by the government. Art Laffer was Sam Brownback's #1 advisor in Kansas. Do you remember this when Brownback became governor? He basically gave over his entire tax structure to Art Laffer. They had it destroyed the tax base in Kansas. It ended up destroying their entire education system. They had an amazing Kansas university. Brownback gets plucked out of Kansas and literally sent to be ambassador to Ether. You know what? They made him ambassador to faith because they didn't want this guy around at all. The Republican-controlled Kansas legislature raised taxes back up because it had destroyed their tax receipts. The theory may sound good, but it doesn't work in practice.
So are you on?
Well, the Laffer curve obviously works in practice. It's obviously true. If tax rates are 100%, then you're not gonna collect any tax revenue. And if they're 0%, right? It's just a matter of like, well, how do you actually figure out what it is, right? It's a highly simplified model, and you can't just like, oh, we need to find the exact point, right? Because it's gonna be multivariate. There's gonna be a ton of things that influence it. It's gonna be different curves for different types of taxes. Your capital gains rate, your ordinary income rate, your sales tax rates are all gonna be set differently. But I mean, like to say that it's not true is kind of weird. But I don't know.
YouTube and Rumble or just YouTube?
I'm on YouTube. I think we put it on Rumble. I think we're also on Twitch, and
all over the place. Okay, so
yeah.
Let me ask you this question: if YouTube took their AdSense from 55 to 15, would you continue creating content?
Yeah.
You sure?
Sure.
You'd continue creating content.
I wasn't doing YouTube for a long time.
How do you make a living today?
I have membership. That people pay. I get ad revenue from different places.
Okay, so let's just say the membership that you get from Patreon or whoever it is. Okay, what if their fees went from them keeping 5% to 60% to 90%? Would you continue creating content?
I mean, I would probably have to cut back if there was that.
Exactly.
Well, but that's only because it's such a big change.
No, because that's the part about incentive, Sam. So your audience gets to enjoy you.
I'm not saying we'll cut the revenue for these businesses. I'm saying that the amount of
you
money...
have no choice though because you're paying these guys. You need the revenue.
No. I'm not suggesting we cut revenue for businesses. What I am suggesting is after that revenue comes in. Mm-hmm. And we divvy up, and I have my net profits. Then
Sam. Oh, for as much as I don't like Cedar sometimes for being partisan, the fact that he's like one of the only people I've ever heard talk about taxes, and he understands the difference between revenue and profit is so nice. Jesus Christ, nobody ever, and I'm sure Paul PBD. What does his name stand for? PBD something? Is it Paul? I'm sure he understands too. I would hope, but. It's so nice to hear somebody get into differences on this.
My taxes would go up. But I will say this, like if, let's say, The taxes went up on me personally. Would I stop going on YouTube? No.
So would you be able to scale it how many employees you got working for you right now?
I'm not talking about cutting revenue.
I get that. How many employees are you working for you right now?
We have payroll, I think, like 6 or 7.
Okay, you got 6 or that's a small business you got there, right?
Sure.
6 or 7 people. Okay. If all of a sudden AdSense went up, the fees for your Patreon, I don't want to offend you when I say Patreon. I don't know who you use. Whoever you use that's got your membership stuff that you got.
We use Fans FM.
Okay, there you go. That's a shout out to them. So Fans FM,
Right
Fans
here.
FM?
Fans.fm. It's actually a great
Fans.fm. Okay,
service.
fantastic. So if they raise
They take
it,
less than Patreon.
if they take 50%, all of a sudden, and they say YouTube says AdSense goes to 15%, would you be able to employ those 6 people?
Yes.
No, well, I don't know, but probably
Maybe that's because you're rich.
No.
Or no. Oh, if the payroll people start taking a hard cut, no. But if taxes went up, yes, because taxes are based on profit, not on revenue. Theoretically, wait, isn't profit just revenue minus cost? Because theoretically, I'm trying to run through to see if I don't think I'm incorrect here. Theoretically, taxes can go to 100% and it wouldn't affect how many employees that you have, because employees are paid. An employee is a cost of doing business. Employees are not paid out of your profits. Employees are paid out of your revenue. The taxes that we're talking about increasing will be taxed on profits, not taxed on revenue. So increased tax on your profit shouldn't affect your ability to maintain a certain number of employees. I don't believe so. I'm trying to think of. I don't think there would be an exception there, but
probably not. But I'm not suggesting that we cut revenue for business.
You're suggesting cutting profits.
I'm suggesting that what is left over from revenue, if it's over $3 million that goes into the pocket of the owner of this enterprise, that $300 million and $1 gets taxed
Let's
at
have fun with it.
90 cents.
Let's have fun with this. So here's a question for you. And I kind of know what your answer is.
And I want to be clear on something.
Yeah.
I'm doing this. I subscribe to this not because I think that we need the money or that this is going to, be a panacea in terms of like how we would spend this money.
Yeah.
But I see in this country a massive problem with wealth inequality and the commensurate political inequality that comes with it. We have wealth inequality in this country like we've never had before.
I don't disagree. So there's not a disagreement there. But the solution is where we're going to disagree. So let's kind of process that together. Okay. So the whole thing, like I remember when I first got out of the military and I went into the financial industry, it's 1999. I know nothing. It's 2000. I know nothing about it. The speaker gets up. Wow, have you been noticing that the rich keep getting richer and the poor keep getting poor? I'm like, okay, my dad's at a cashier at a 99-cent store 15 years. My parents got divorced twice.
Don't even remember what I was
saying. You ain't seen nothing yet. Wait till 20 years
but you're
from now.
right,
It's going to be completely out of control.
But you're right, though. But why is the question? So here's a question for you. So you're saying above $3 million, that money that the owner is going to keep, we got to tax them 90%. Fine. Okay. So you believe the money, like when I was in the military, you would buy.
Yes, Destiny, paying more money will mean you have less money to pay staff. No, because I don't know if I want to write this out. You're paying staff out of your revenue, not out of your profits. Staff don't get paid out of your profits, they're paid out of your revenue. Now, if you're trying to think, well, Destiny, but if you're paying out of their revenue, well, if you cut the payment for your employee there, aren't you going to have more revenue that rolls over into your profits? Not necessarily, because ideally in a business, you're hiring employees because they're helping you raise more revenue. An employee should be a net profit center for a business, right? If you're paying an employee $30,000, hopefully it's because they're generating $40,000 or $50,000 in revenue for you, right?
Destiny,
so you could cut the
just read
employee.
the tax code.
You can cut the employee, but now you're losing like more revenue than the employee costs. Ideally, that's how employees are supposed to work. You're making more money off of them than you're making employing them, right?
Buy a product for the Humvees, and they would say, yeah, we pay $600 for this piece. We're like, dude, this piece is $40.
Right.
Why the hell are we paying $600 for? Well, the contracts. You know how they are, man. The government always pays a lot because they're dumb. They always pay more than it's usually worth. A $40 piece for a Hummer, they're paying $600. I'm like, that's an awesome business for the other guy.
Yeah, we have horrible oversight in the military.
But this is the point, though. This is the point. And I want to actually sincerely get your thoughts on this, on how we address this. So if somebody overpays for a product, that person's either got to be fired or they're an overspender or a terrible negotiator. But it's one of the three, right? Okay. So you feel money going to the government we do more good with, or money staying in the free market for people to produce more value? Where do you feel values produce more?
Well, I'm not. I mean, I'm not sure I fully get what you're saying, but let me put it in this way.
It's a very serious, simple question.
Well,
I want it to be clear.
Let me make it a little bit more concrete.
Yeah.
So, you guys know that the biggest part of the budget, more or less, is
Social Security and entitlements.
Medicare, right?
Yeah, Medicare.
I mean,
Medicaid, yeah.
And Medicaid.
Non-discretionary
Entitlement
spending.
programs. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can call them entitlement programs.
They are,
I call them social insurance programs because
Tomato.
that's what they really are.
That's
I mean,
90% of the budget, I want to say.
No, the military is about $850 billion. Social Security is like $1.7 trillion. I think Medicare is probably
Can you
close
pull
to
up
like
the chart?
$700 billion.
It's about
And then there's
60%.
other. But
It's a high number. It's a big number. You're right. It's a high number.
You'll find that it's. I think our annual budget is somewhere around like 2.7 trillion, and the military is like 800 billion, 900 billion. You know that you can see anyways that they show us.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, Social Security, Medicare, the two biggest things that the government does are wildly popular. Medicare, you come from the insurance business, you probably know this. To administer health insurance, there's like 13-15% cost in the administration of that health insurance. For Medicare,
It's 3%. 3%. This is a little bit disingenuous, but it's for very, very, very complicated reasons, but it's kind of sort of true. But I don't know if I want to dive into all that.
Far more efficient. Far more efficient. And copays are less. I mean, and the whatever you want to call it, consumer satisfaction. I don't like to think of citizens as consumers, but the satisfaction's huge, through the roof, particularly when people use it. It's people appreciate it who don't.
I'd be interested to hear why. Hold on. Wait, first. Destiny, econ major here. Tax rate applies to the overall profit, but companies hire according to the marginal profit that an employee makes. When you increase the tax on profit across the board, the less productive employees will become net negative profit. That less productive employees become. That might. No, I don't know if that's true. I feel like the less productive employee would get fired either way, regardless of whether or not taxes are high or low. I feel like because if it gets to the point where the revenue an employee generates doesn't surpass their cost, regardless of what you tax the difference at, well, I guess theoretically, maybe theoretically what you're saying is there might be some zone where the employee is earning more than the cost of hiring the employee, but there's like a red zone where it's not worth it to employ the person. That could be true, I guess, where there's some employment that's threatened there, maybe. Like if I could hire an employee for $10 an hour and I'm making $13 an hour, it's worth it. But if I tax it more, now I'm only making $11 an hour, maybe it's not worth hiring the employee. That could be true, possibly. There's that thing. Oh, the reason why Social Security is a little bit more complicated than traditional insurance is because Social Security insures very, 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 very fucking old people. The problem is that the problem is that old people have a propensity to consume way more expensive healthcare, and the way that Sam Seder here and other people are measuring the efficiency of Social Security is what are the cost of I think it's premiums to like medical services rendered, right? And the problem is for a very young person. So for somebody like me, my efficiency on insurance is going to be horrible because I don't need a lot of healthcare because I'm young, vibrant, virile, healthy, strong, powerful heart, perfect genes. Like I'm never spending a dime at my young age of rippling 34-year-old masculinity. I'm never spending a dime on healthcare, right? So any money that I put towards insurance is like a waste, right? It's like, oh, well, what's the benefit you get out of insurance? It's like 98% of money is wasted. I don't know how many health insurance claims I've ever taken in my life, right? However, let's say that I'm like 100 years old. Well, at 100 years old, my premiums might be like, even if they're $1,000 a month, I'm on hospice, I'm on 17 different types of medication, I've had 3 rounds of fucking chemo, I've had 2 fucking hearts replaced. Like the amount of money you're spending on maintaining life in old person is way, 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 way higher. So even though the premiums might be the same or similar, they're not, but even if they were between a young person and an old person, the percentage of the premiums that they pay in versus what they spend on healthcare is going to be way lower because they're spending so much more on healthcare. That's why I don't think it's fair to compare Social Security to normal insurance. Also, Social Security has the entire government administration helping to collect data and manage people via the IRS. I think the Social Security Administration works with the IRS to collect that data, which also helps to benefit the Social Security administrative costs. But that's why I don't feel like it's 100% fair to compare Social Security to the normal population. But, okay. This is BS? What did I just say that's BS? Like if Social Security if Social Security, here's the thing that is true. If Social Security provided healthcare to the entire population, then the efficiency of Social Security, and when I say efficiency, I mean rates of premiums versus cost of medical care, it would dramatically increase. That percentage of 3% would go way, 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 way up. That's correct. Social Security is following very closely by IRS for each claim. Yeah, okay. All right. Hold on. What is this? You see, I'm talking about a higher corporate tax here. Isn't there really bad implications of higher tax rates on corporations, such as less profit for the corporation investing grows a business? Taxes shouldn't affect a profit. Taxes on profits shouldn't hurt a corporation's ability to reinvest, because I believe that reinvestment is not typically taxed. If the money is going back into your business, it's deductible as a tax expense, right? I know for an S Corp that's how it works, or LLCs that's how it works. I can't imagine that's different for a C Corp or other types of corporations. If the money is going back into the business as a business expenditure, I don't believe that it's subject to taxation. You remember, we're taxing profits, not revenue. Not always the case. Are there types of business reinvestments that are subject to taxation? No, it can be, because if it's capital investments, the tax deductions aren't immediate. When you say a capital investment, you mean like a capital reinvestment where you're, if you're investing in your company through like buying like stock and shit, or purchasing stock in other companies? Maybe then that's true, I guess. Okay, call Train doesn't answer. Good one. Paying off debt? Oh, maybe.
Don't use it. You know, if I got my parents there on Medicare, I'm pretty psyched about it because I don't have to take care of them. My mother's in a nursing.
Wait, Destiny's not on the editor's page because of the last VOD taking its place. Oh shit, wait, did I fuck my Rumble shit up? Hold on. Hold on, give me 1 second. Rumble.com/Destiny. Capital investment as in something you would depreciate. Oh, well, hold on, wait. Let's say that I buy like 10,000 carpet cleaning vans for my business. That initial purchase, oh, fuck me, dude. If I buy something that I'm gonna take depreciation on, that means that I can't deduct the initial expense. That is true, right? Let's say I make $100,000 and I invest $100,000 into vehicles, but I'm gonna depreciate those vehicles over time. That means that I would pay taxes on that $100,000, because I wouldn't be taking because I'd be doing a depreciated schedule, meaning I wouldn't be able to take the deduction up front. That's true. It would be, yeah. But, okay, hold on. Warning for the 2 people in the chat that even know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm way out of my comfort zone here, so I could be wrong. Or don't take tax advice from me. If you do, you're fucking retarded. Wait, no, I don't think my Rumble shit is fucked up at all. Don't you generally have the option? Don't you generally have the option when you're buying something whether or not you want to depreciate upfront or depreciate on a schedule? Like, I thought depreciated schedules are generally tax advantageous to the person working as a company, right? Because you want to smooth out your tax, because we tax marginally, right? We've got a progressive tax system. Don't you generally want to stretch out your depreciation and take a deduction over time on a depreciating capital asset rather than doing it all upfront? No, you do not know. Really? Why does Destiny talk like the world's about to end and he has to get each sentence out as quickly as possible? Well, when I was younger, my stream used to die randomly, so I talk real quick so you never know when each data is going to be the last one that goes out of your computer. Each byte could be the end. Usually vehicles are 7 years, but you want to smooth it out so you don't take a huge hit in 12 years. No, it's not smoothing. I can explain, but not on a phone text. How would it not be smoothing? Like, let's say I made $100,000 one year and then I bought like 10 vehicles. I could like try to take all of it up front, or I could depreciate it out over time, and I could, because if I do it over time, I'm like slicing off like that top marginal profit over time. No, are you talking about amortization? No. Depends on, but of course it's going to depend on income projections and everything too. Because if I have a really, really good year, then ideally I would want to take all the depreciation up front. But also, I don't know anything about this. I don't run a business that does shit like this, okay? We back. One watching. Okay, wait. Is my Rumble shit working? Somebody said that it wasn't showing up on the page correctly. But it should be, right? I think it is. Fuck you guys. I don't know why are you running back and forth so much, Mel? Huh? Why are you running back and forth so much? Are you okay? Pack it. Where are you guys going? Base. I'm free. You got your green card and now you're flying away. Bye, Mel. Calling the go. What? Oh, fuck. I want to go to the beach so bad, but I have to stream. Fuck. I wish I could. Oh, it'd be so much fun just swimming and tanning and being in the sand. Oh my god.
You need to go outside.
Oh,
play,
I wish I could,
know?
but I have to be here and do these horrible video games and YouTube videos, and fuck, I'm so sorry.
Look at my cap.
Yeah, your cap.
I found it.
Nice job.
You know you're jealous. DGL.
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 Bye.
Bye.
Have fun. Don't die.
They call it overboob now.
Overboob?
Yeah, someone said overboob.
Instead of cleavage, now it's
Yeah,
overboob?
they said overboob.
That's awesome.
That's funny. Guess what? Where did it go? I'm not calling it cleavage anymore. Overboobs are ugly.
Okay, have fun. Bye. If you see Mr. Girl out there, call me, okay?
Huh?
If you see Mr. Girl out there, call me, okay?
I'm gonna call you guys tomorrow.
Yeah. Be careful.
Home now. It's Medicaid that's doing that. I'm not responsible for that cost. Social Security, through the roof. In fact, I think even a majority of Republicans want to expand.
But popular is not a way to qualify something. If I went out there and I gave,
satisfaction.
if I went to high school and I said, guys, I'm giving dime bags to everybody weed, I'd be a very popular kind of high school. So that is a wrong way to qualify.
You said efficiency.
Yeah.
Medicare, 3% administrative costs versus 15%.
That's like the kid that's running.
Remember, they don't know the administrative cost. That's a real sneaky way to qualify the efficiency of Medicare. It's old people, and they spend a lot of money on healthcare compared to young people. So it's a little sneaky there, but. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Jesus. Oh. I bought Twitter Blue finally, but it hasn't showed up yet. Where's my blue check mark? Elon is fucking scamming me. Fam. Is the concept of a generation and never trag a thing in American culture? Intergenerational contract? No, we don't believe in that here. We just wait for old people to die on the streets. Social Security needs to be cut or it will be blown up, or it will blow up in 10 years when it becomes insolvent. Leftists are willfully ignorant about this. Oh shit, bro. 2010, 2000, 1990, 1980, and 1970 all want your talking point back. People have been saying Social Security is going to blow up forever. I don't think Social Security can blow up. I think it's fine, my dude.
For class president, it was like every Friday we're throwing a pizza party.
Well,
he's going to get everybody's vote. But who's paying for the pizza party?
Well, workers. In fact, I would argue that we should be actually removing the cap on Social Security taxes, because right now, it goes only up to $160,000, right? There's a cap. Traditionally, Social Security has captured or touched 91% of the country's income. You follow me? And now it's somewhere down in like the mid 80s because of wealth inequality.
But your argument on the flip side of it, the argument can be as well to say, well, at the beginning when they came out with Social Security, there's only a few thousand people in America that was actually using it. It was not meant to be for as big of a behemoth of what it is today.
No, it kept 2/3 of our elderly out of poverty. It keeps.
You'll defend what you just said against Rage Pup right now, right? Wait, defend what? What do you think about modern monetary theory? pedophiles. Everybody that even mentions that is a pedophile. Oh, about the Social Security thing? No, I'm good.
Two-thirds of our elderly.
Nobody's arguing the benefits
that's
of
not
Social
the
Security.
argument, though. That's not the argument. The argument is, originally when it came out, it wasn't for
Well,
the
they couldn't.
bigger
You
percentage.
had to wait. You had to wait until you build up the
you
fund.
didn't have to. You had to have capitalists work and overtax them to be able to fund it. That's what you had to do. But let me go back to the
I think
question.
what you are saying, just to validate your point, I think at that point, this is FDR back in the day.
we can pull up the data. That's
I think
not
there was
a-
40 workers for every retiree. I think now it's closer to like 3 workers.
Yeah, it's not
Yes, but
sustainable.
So it's not even
productivity-
close.
No, it is sustainable.
You think it's
No,
sustainable?
I don't
not
think it's sustainable. I'm looking at the Social Security Trust
letter,
Fund actuarial
with the
tables.
letter when they sent you this in the Social Security letter, they're telling you if we go this way, this is going to go bankrupt.
No,
in the letter,
no. You're misreading it. The trust fund is going to go bankrupt. In 1981, Greenspan and Reagan expanded the trust fund. We had a surge of baby boomers. There is a trust fund that exists that is essentially like a rainy day fund. That is going to be insolvent around 3033.
2033.
3033.
No, sorry. 20,
10 years. You are correct. I
Yes.
just had this conversation this
Yes.
past week.
However,
that's not a concern.
However,
that's not a concern. That's not a concern.
it is a concern. It will cause 20% in cuts to our
Right.
benefits.
Okay.
But that's it, period. Now, the way that we can get rid of that 20% in cuts in the Social Security Trust Fund is to do what I'm suggesting. Remove the cap so that
No
every
cap,
dollar
he's
you
saying.
make, even above $160,000,
Yeah,
is taxed by Social
So,
Security.
Sam-
And then your kids
Yeah.
will be long dead before that
Well,
trust fund is out.
hopefully, if I raise my kids right, my kids won't need to be supported
If
by
they
the
don't
government.
need to be,
Yeah.
if they don't
So-
need that social insurance,
Yeah.
look, I mean, how can you, as an insurance guy, how can you not understand this?
No,
I don't sit around saying like, I hope that I don't need my fire insurance. I hope I don't. If your kids don't need Social Security,
Yeah.
old age insurance, then you know what?
But I
we
also
will tax the money back.
I am better for society. I am better for society if I find ways to get people off of needing any of this stuff than to rely on it more and more and more, because I'm truly hurting those who are creating commerce. That's who I'm hurting. But let me go back to my
Hold on
question.
for one second,
Wait a minute.
we had an experiment.
Wait a minute.
For you. Let me ask a question. You still haven't answered my
401ks.
question for me. No, wait.
401ks
you
with a
still
private solution.
You still haven't answered my question. Let me go back to the question to you. So
Okay.
my question at the beginning, you have not yet answered.
Okay.
Okay. When you said, I would go back to the old tax system and I would take you to the 50s and 60s where we had a 90%. Okay. And I asked you a question. I said, who do you think produces more value? I gave the example of the Humvee, the pieces in the Army, how much we were paying, $600, but the piece was only $40. And the government tends to overspend because they're reckless spending. They're not really held accountable. Does money going in free market create more value, or money going to the government create more value for people?
Explain to me what you mean by value.
Okay, so value to me is, if I can give money to free market and lower taxes where they can go create more
Sam or
jobs,
Deepak,
more
who you got?
opportunities.
I think
is that
Sam
better
is
for us long
really
term,
good at
or
what he
is it
does.
better for us to raise taxes, to take away incentives, and give that money, tax money, goes to politicians to make decisions what to do with the money? Are politicians better at making decisions on what to do with our money, or are we?
I guess on in a broad way, I would say if
It
we're gonna
depends on
look
the
at
service.
the biggest chunk of money in the government to make this assessment, right? $1.7 trillion, Social Security. And we can compare it to the one sort of like comparable thing in the private sector, and that's a 401k. I would have to say, just based upon the way you set up this question, that obviously the government, because Social Security has been the single most effective program that we have in this country. It has kept 2/3 of our senior citizens out of poverty as a social insurance program. 401ks have been a disaster. They've
Really?
been a disaster. Just Google right there in front of you, the 401k experiment. People took the money out. And grant you, you can make an assessment that these individuals were stupid or immoral or whatever it is. I'm looking at the goal of keeping senior citizens out of poverty The government has been able to do that far more effectively. 2/3 of our seniors are in nursing homes because the government is paying for it. You can look around at anything that doesn't involve a profit motive. Like, for instance, the post office. If we didn't have a government-run post office, do you think you could live in, the most rural parts of the country and get postal service for 42 cents or 48 cents? You can send a letter? No way. What person looking to make a profit would do that? In fact, I've got a great example. This is, I was doing radio during Katrina, and there was a story that haunted me for years and years. When Bill Clinton, I'm not a huge fan of Bill Clinton's administration, frankly, but one of the things he did do well was to build up FEMA. I guess having come from Arkansas, he had a pretty good sense of what was important there. And Bush, when he came in very early on, privatized a ton of it. There was a story, it was a very small story, in New Orleans. The buses that were supposed to come to New Orleans to evacuate people before Katrina hit, there was a whole ton of buses that went through 3 different contractors, right? There was like a general contractor and then a subcontractor, and then the subcontractor was going to bring the buses. They were from like 3 or 4 hours away. And maybe it was 6 hours. I can't remember the exact details. They were going to send the buses, but the guy whose job it was, who owns the bus company, and then the contractor above that, they waited longer, because if you send the buses and they're not used, they're going to eat that cost, right? It's going to cut into their profits. They didn't send the buses. They didn't get there in time. People couldn't get evacuated. Would it have changed the trajectory of the thing? I doubt it, but it would have saved some people. And the point is that there are some jobs that the government does better because the value there is not measured in terms of actual sheer dollars. It is measured in, essentially how much immiseration are you inhibiting people from suffering? And so, yes, I agree that when it comes to auditing in the military, the worst government agency we have, because it's very easy, it's very hard to sort of like scrutinize the military. People don't like that, and it's also a huge power base of a lot of money. They make a ton of money out of it.
One thing I don't like that I think leftists need to account for more is, if you're going to say this, like, oh, they don't like to scrutinize the military. We don't like to scrutinize teachers' unions or emergency services either. The military is not unique in terms of being like a public sector thing that feels it's above scrutiny. If you're going to sit here and argue that, like, oh, no, like, the government can do better with this, and this, okay, fine, that's fine. But if you're going to say the military sucks at it, you're going to have to explain, why is the military bad at it, but your social services wouldn't be? What's unique there about the military? And it has to be more than what he just said, because I feel like that could apply to every government-run thing.
This, I agree with that.
But same with
but
insurance.
if you look at Medicare, Social Security, well, listen, the numbers don't lie. 3% administrative costs for Medicare.
Can I just make
that 3% again?
Some of the points you're making, I do think that you're kind of conflating a couple different things. I think to Pat's question, whether the government is better at spending your money or whether the private markets or private companies are better, it's not even close. If private companies
ran up spending money, like to buy like soda, or to actually like just direct it in a way that keeps less people from suffering?
Okay, we have $31 trillion in debt right now. I think that's evidence enough, Sam, that we're not so good at spending money here in America.
Bro, you can't compare the debt. Oh, fuck. Debt is different. Individual debt, company debt, and government debt are all different types of things, right? Like, every company uses debt to get ahead. Like, fucking how long did it take for a lot of tech companies to even like be in the black when it came to profits in terms of like operating profitably? Like, it's just not a good, I don't think they're saying like, oh, we got a lot of government debt is like a good own on the government.
It sounds like you're really good at spending money.
Well, we're not good at
managing is a better word, yeah.
Okay, there's a difference between being frugal and being smart with your money and just being wasteful. The government is clearly fucking wasteful. Where you are correct is that most retirees and most Americans do appreciate Social Security, do appreciate the entitlement programs that come with this country, whether it's Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, no doubt. But that doesn't mean the government is good at spending money. We're seeing that Social Security is about to go bankrupt.
The trust fund is going to be
the trust fund by 2023. And yes, I just had this conversation literally 2 days ago in D.C. where he kept using the word bankrupt. I said, what does that mean?
Who kept using that word?
This was
Which Republican used that
It wasn't
word?
even a Republican. He was sort of a Social Security financial advisor, expertise type of guy. But I said, what do you keep saying bankrupt? Is that meaning that retirees will not be receiving benefits? He goes, no, they'll probably be slashed by 25%. You use 20. So we can, cut the baby in half here. But
Jesus, cut the baby in half.
How familiar are you with the three-legged stool of retirement?
Of course, yes.
Okay, so it used to be you had 3 avenues to retire. You had pensions, which do they even exist anymore for 90% of people?
More as a defined contribution
Correct.
than defined.
They're not very
benefit.
popular these days. I don't know how many people here have pensions. You have Social Security, which was never meant to be a retirement program. It was an insurance policy if you live too long, which basically Americans are now. Or you have your personal savings, which is the 401k. We can argue the merits of 401ks and Roth IRAs, what have you. But Social Security should not be keeping Americans afloat for 30 years of their life.
Well, that's
the
failure of
problem.
the private industry, isn't it?
Why is it a failure of the private industry?
Well, I mean, Social Security is maintained. The idea that we're leaning on the government stool because the other two have failed. That's a function of the private industry.
Isn't that a function of just the average person understanding how money works and saving money, investing and doing it properly,
I don't
versus
know.
the government or institution?
60% of the country lives paycheck to paycheck. How are they supposed to save this money?
Well, how are they spending their money? I guess is the biggest question.
Yeah.
How many people have credit card debt? How many people? You just said when you took out a mortgage, you said, I'm an actor. What was the rate? You're like, I don't fucking even know. You should know.
Well, I was making so much money that
I don't give a shit how much money you're
guy,
making, Sam. You should know what your mortgage rate is.
But, I mean, I didn't remember what it was in 1998. But, I mean, I know what it is now. But, I mean, but I was making so much money, but I was making, I was in the top, I don't know if I was in the top 1% at that time, but probably pretty close.
So let me ask you a question.
And
then.
I was a single guy who had just gone from making, $22,000 a year to all of a sudden making that
How much were you
less
making
than a week.
at that point?
I mean, I was making a lot of money.
Now, how comfortable at that point would you have been?
Damn, wait, what did Sam do?
Taxes?
What acting jobs did he have?
Sure.
So you actually want to pay 90% in taxes?
No. Let's
Why
be
would you want
clear.
that?
I think it should be 90% over for every dollar you make over $3 million.
Yeah.
That would not have impacted me at that time. But I would have been happy to pay more taxes.
But why would anyone want to?
You know why I'm laughing? Because it's always
higher than what I'm
let's
making.
Tax the people a little richer
A little
than
bit,
me.
yeah.
It's always let's tax
Well, it was
the guys
a
that
lot
are
richer. But I'm just going back.
If you're saying 20,
I'm just going back
if you're
to
saying
what-
22
what-
a week, you were
I'm just
making
looking-
$1,098,000. That's a lot of money.
No.
You're making $1
Well,
million.
it wasn't 20.
You said 22 a week. That's $1 million a year.
No. That was the year before. I mean,
But you're making money. Let's just.
I was making a
Yeah.
bunch of money.
So,
But I'm just going back to when we had the Great Compression, which was when we had the least wealth inequality in this country. We had the GDP was, consistent with where, on our trajectory, but it was spread out. It wasn't like this, essentially. It was more spread out. It's called the Great Compression. And I'm just using that figure. I mean, look, if it's going to be 85% over 3 million or 85% over 4 million, I'm just basing it on what was the most successful economic era of this country.
Why not do 90% over $250,000?
I mean,
rich.
if the numbers bear it out, I'm agnostic as to that. Again, I'm just pegging it on when we had the most success in this country in terms of our economy.
I appreciate that you're pointing out the success, but right now the top marginal tax rate federally is 37, 39. Okay, you do realize how shocking it is to say, all right, rather than go from 37 to 39, how about 40?
How many?
How about 50?
How many?
You want to
people-
go to 90?
How many people do you
90.
assume? How many people do you assume would be touched by that tax? Would be implicated?
Top
by
1%.
it?
Look at this number right here. Share of total income
Less.
taxes paid.
Less.
The top 1% in this country pay 42.3%. The bottom 50% only pay 2.3%.
Okay, if you want to show a graph like this, okay? Share of total income taxes paid, you need to pair that with the share of the total income to be fair, okay? Because this graph could look two different ways. What if it was that the top 1% paid 42% of the taxes and the bottom 50% paid 2.3% of the taxes? What if the top 1% was earning 70% of the income? Well, now actually, this 42.3% actually looks kind of low. You have to pair this with income. You can't just show percentage of all taxes paid. You have to show percentage of all income earned as well, to be fair on this.
So 150 million people are paying nothing in taxes.
Right.
And you want to keep the 1% paying more and more and
I think
more
it's
and more?
actually even less than 1%, to be honest with you. I think we're talking about 0.05%.
Sure, but let's tax them even more.
I specifically want to make it illegal to be almost as wealthy as you. Not quite.
Why?
But a little bit more. Like,
Why?
I want to make it not illegal. You're not going to go to jail.
So nobody can be no billionaires. No billionaires in America.
Absolutely.
Sam,
100%.
Why? Don't you want America
I'll
to
give
be
you
known
an-
for greatness, for innovation, for capitalism, for,
for
all the amazing things that we've done in this country?
My definition of
you want to
greatness-
go to like Nordic socialism.
My definition of greatness is different from yours.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
Thanks, Paul. Do you think Paul hates himself because he shares the same name as that horrible fucking kid from that horrible fucking movie Dune?
Whole class hated me. I was walking through the door, they was all taking turns, socking me in the back, everything.
Why do I care about this? Destiny, XQC VOD, you and Hassan.
I just made my own choices and built my own business model, I guess, if I were to use a term like that. I paved it on my own. I thought, like, this is a concept.
I love this video.
Concept that I think you can marry with gaming, political commentary. I paved it on my own.
Shout out to Destiny, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to say, yeah.
Oh, you know them, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So when I watched that video, I was like, oh, that's cool. So we have like.
Why is X even watching this on stream?
That's the reason I know about Triax as well. If Destiny was my roommate, I'd get him late all the time. I was like, all right, whatever. Well, I don't have anything. Like, I don't have anything. I have no option. I'm in the next 11 days. So much so that, like, Steven was.
Trap. I met
It's Patrick, not Paul. Fuck! I'm sorry. Fuck! Patrick, not Paul.
Blackouts with Destiny, off stream. And that's what I was gonna call it. And he keeps like, that's Hassan. I thought it was Hassan.
Wait.
Blackouts.
In the next 11 days. So much so that, like, Steven was.
Trap. I met Destiny. I'm not kidding. When I was playing blackouts with Destiny, off stream. And that's what I was gonna call it. And he kept saying, that's Hassan. I thought it was Hassan from Twitch at the time. So I thought he was my boss, right? I was being nice and really chill with him. And then he was like, no, it's Hassan with one S or whatever. Just a guy, he has like 4 viewers. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, yo.
DMing me I could be wrong, on Discord and saying, hey, you know what? Women like you don't have a place to live, buddy. Like, you can come stay with me. It's okay. What a good guy. Destiny is a great guy.
Oh, yeah, wait, what was the point of that?
Here, for all of you guys, is here, Fish and Destiny playing.
Okay, wait, hey, listen, I love you.
What?
I told a friend that I would play a game with him, and then I would get ready for that podcast shit. Listen, don't worry, you're gonna get all my videos on watch it, or I'm gonna go to your screen.
Oh, okay. I mean, no, it's fine. I wanted to watch it with you, but it's cool, dude. Friendship is just dead, I guess. Oh, Speedo McGee's your fan that gave me 200 subs.
Okay, I don't need to chill. All right, what is this? What is this frog? Ooh! Oh my god.
Good one, pedophiles.
Ooh! Ooh!
Who's pinging? The fuck do you want me to do? What are you pinging for?
Destiny's scared because I made him emotional. No, anytime I cover like more than 2 I think over the past 2 weeks we mentioned Hassan like twice because it came up in this drama shit. And every time any clip of me with Hassan goes onto the fucking LSF, right now we're in the ocean of Hassan. Hassan's like up good on LSF, and all of his little fucking dick riders and everything. Destiny talking about Hassan constantly, bro. I wish I talked about Hassan constantly. Okay, all I've been doing for the past 8 months is fucking red pill dog shit content. I'm talking about body counts and that men are different than women. That's what I talk about constantly, okay? Fuck me, all right? I'd rather obsess over Hassan than the dog shit, boring fucking red pill matrix AIDS-inducing content that I've been doing, okay? Jesus. What's up, Linus?
Is me, racing out of bed for a front row seat to my life's work vanishing before my eyes. Linus Tech Tips, deleted. Tech Linked, toasted. Tech Quickie, gone. The good news is that if you're watching this, we're back online. The bad news is that this kind
Muda in chat. Oh, what's up? You're from the Some Ordinary Gamers podcast, right?
attack has become so commonplace on YouTube that when we sat down to prepare this video, it took us less than 10 seconds to find a huge channel that was dealing with exactly the same thing in that moment. Let's talk then about the motive for these attacks.
Oh, wait, did I say some ordinary gamer or gamer from Mars? I don't even know what I'm saying. Why don't you guys why don't you just put your fucking name as your fucking thing? I don't even know what I just said. I'm trying to listen to this. Why is your name Some Ordinary Gamers? Why not just name yourself Muda or Muta? Fuck you guys.
Is that we and YouTube need to make, and how we can all work together as a community to educate and protect each other from bad actors. Oh, and to tell you about our sponsor, Dbrand. Oh God, not Dbrand. Today, really? Oh, actually no, they've got something good. Stay tuned.
What? Why would they say today? Why don't they want to promote Dbrand today?
The fireworks started a little after 3 in the morning when the Linus Tech Tips account was renamed to Tesla and started streaming a podcast-style recording of the self-proclaimed techno king Elon Musk discussing cryptocurrency. This in and of itself is not a scam.
Dbrand always trolls them. They have shitposts for ads.
Ah,
gotcha.
Scam website that claimed that for every 1 Bitcoin you sent, they would return double, complete with fake transaction records showing other users definitely getting huge payouts. Over the next couple of hours then, we sparred back and forth. First, I privated the streams, revoked the
Is this
stream
oil
key, and
here?
attempted to reset the account credentials, only to realize,
Oh, I bet it's thermal
as I
for
was investigating
thermal
the
energy.
source of the breach, that I had been completely outmaneuvered. They were back in, and the streams were live again. Okay, so I logged back in, nuked the stream again, and I go to, and they're up again. And now videos are being mass deleted from the channel. Over the next couple of hours, playing login whack-a-mole, the Linus Tech Tips, TechLinked, and TechQuickie accounts were each used to host these Elon Musk crypto streams until they were ultimately nuked by YouTube altogether for violating YouTube's terms of service. And I can almost feel your thoughts through the screen right now.
Linus, truly, after all these lectures about two-factor authentication, don't you even protect your own accounts?
Of course I do, but while strong passwords and multi-factor authentication are very powerful security measures that you should use, they're not impenetrable. First up, let's talk 2FA. Not all factors or additional authentication elements are equally secure. The most common second factor, SMS, can be compromised by simple social engineering targeted at your phone carrier.
Joe.
Check out this video that we posted the last time our account was hijacked for more information about that. Another common factor, notification-based multi-factor, is susceptible to fatigue attacks, where a perpetrator will constantly try to log in, hoping that you'll assume, oh, it's probably someone from work, or even just click on the notification by accident. It's very problematic, and I'm looking at you, Google, since you can't disable this factor on Google accounts. Even time-based two-factor, like Google Authenticator or Authy, can be compromised, say if you were to accidentally set it up or access it from an infected device. In spite of all of these issues with two-factor, though, it held the line last night. Our attacker not only never gained access to our additional authentication factors, they never even had our passwords. But how can that be? Well, as it turns out, they didn't need any of that, which is a big part of why it took me so long to clue in and stop the spread. I was so focused on the potential damage that could be done by someone who had commandeered my SMS messages or gained access to my Google Authenticator somehow, that I expended valuable time battening down the wrong hatches. If I had watched Theo Joe's recent video on the subject, or at least skimmed the comments, I could have probably stopped the bleeding in a matter of minutes. Shout out Theo Joe. But I didn't, so I got to be educated the hard way about a breed of attacks that bypass trivial things like passwords and 2FA entirely.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yo.
Okay, I don't think you're going to be able to help me, because if you're just going to run through the shit in the PDF, I already did all that. Unless you've got access to stuff in the back. Well, how is that going to help you?
So I have access to stuff in the back.
Oh, okay. Well, what do you... I got a lot of stuff on this screen, Train. Tell me what you need.
Just copy and paste your. Give me your stream key and your. Just give me your stream key. Sorry.
Okay. Well, it tells me that I'm not supposed to give my stream key to anybody. So.
Shut up.
What if you stream porn to my account? Just kidding.
Well,
that's
from
a
what we've
lie.
seen so far,
True. Okay, stop,
you might get
okay.
partnered. Fuck it.
Okay.
You can always reset it.
Yeah. This is the server, and this is the key.
Okay, cool. Give me a second. Just give me like 5 minutes.
Yeah, go for it. Back to watching Linus.
Entirely by targeting what's known as a session token. Now, many of you will know this already, and if you do, give yourself a cookie. But after you log into a website and your credentials have been validated, that site will provide your web browser with a session token.
How are they getting the token?
This allows your browser, and by extension you, to stay logged in when you restart your browser and go to access that site again. This isn't a bad thing. It's a good thing because realistically, nobody wants to type
log in
password
over and over and over again.
every time they want to post Instagram.
Right when you go live, it just disconnects you.
Yeah. It like I don't even know if it's connecting actually. It looks like it's connecting, but then it disconnects you. But maybe that's just an OBS thing.
But hold on a second. That cookie is stored locally on your device.
Yeah, right?
How would someone else get it? Well, that's where we made a mistake.
Uh-oh.
Someone on our team, and I'm not saying it was Colton, downloaded what appeared to be a sponsorship offer from a potential partner.
Oh, boring, boring. One thing that I've heard is if you're dealing with somebody that's very skilled, physical access to a device means it might always be compromised depending on your level of encryption and all that, but you almost always assume that you're fucked. And then second thing is, if you're gonna download and run a program, your shit is fucked. Wipe your shit, format the fuck out of it, fucking smash the drive with a fucking sledgehammer, destroy your motherboard. I don't even know if shit can fucking bury itself into the UEFI these days. I'm not sure if it hides in your firmware chips. Fuck, but this, I thought there was gonna be some crazy session token hijacking, some insane shit going on here. But it's just going to be somebody downloaded and ran a stupid program. But I don't know. We'll see what happens.
It was an innocent enough mistake for the most part. The email came from a legitimate looking source, and it didn't raise any immediate red flags, like being full of grammatical errors. So they extracted the contents, launched what appeared to be a PDF containing the terms of the deal, then, presumably when it didn't work, went about the rest of their day. What happened in the background took place over the course of just 30 seconds. The malware accessed all user data from both of their installed browsers, Chrome and Edge, including everything.
Can you launch malicious programs from a PDF? Is that possible? Do those exploits exist, or is that a functionality of PDFs? Can PDFs launch programs? I have no idea. I'm not sure. I was unaware of that, if that's true. PDF payloads? PDF supports JavaScript? It wasn't a PDF. It probably wasn't a PDF. Yeah, I wonder if it was like pdf.exe or something. People keep saying that PDFs can execute like executable code. I don't know if that's true. Everybody in chat is saying it. I don't know if that's actually true. If a PDF can launch an executable. PDF itself is an executable format, is it? I'm trying to think for the Windows UAE, I think I've turned mine off. I probably shouldn't. But like when you go to open a PDF, it doesn't normally block up and ask you if you want to open it, right? But for a program, it should, no? Destiny, there are occasionally exploits for PDF whether they can contain the exe. Well, that's what I was asking. Are there like 0 days out there with PDF that allows them to run like malicious code on a computer? Can PDFs contain viruses? Yes, they can, because PDFs are one of the most universally used file type. Hackers and bad actors can find ways to use these normally harmless files.
You can delete that information you sent me.
Yeah.
Just delete it from the Discord just in case.
Okay.
And then for your OBS for now, just since we're in beta, we had to put certain like things in. So, are you trying to stream 4K?
Oh shit! Could that be it?
Yeah, turn 4K off, and then for now, until the full site is done, cap your bitrate at 6K for now.
I capped the bitrate before, but you're saying that it might have been rejecting the resolution.
Yeah, just do 6,000 and do 1080p.
Modify. Let's see, 6.
Just for now, while the beta's out, there's just some safeguards we had to go through.
1920.
then you should be good.
Oh my god, that was it. It was probably just the resolution. It probably kicks out anything over than 1080. Well, okay.
Are you live?
It looks like it is.
Take a look.
I love you. Be careful, babe.
All right. How long are you gonna be live for?
I was planning to be live until 10, but I might go a little bit later now since I...
10 p.m.?
Yeah, EST though, so just when you wake up, you
cocksucker.
fucking loser. But maybe I'll stay awake later. We'll see.
No, I just woke up.
Of course you did. Oh wait, actually, it's not even that bad for you. It's like noon where you're at.
Yeah. I've been waking up like at 6, 7 a.m. these days. I mean, I went to sleep like at 5 a.m. yesterday, so obviously I woke up at noon today. But all right, well I might go live and can hang out. That was fun as hell.
Okay, have fun. Be careful, babe.
All right, later, bro. Love you too. Peace.
Okay, for real now, I'm going over to Kick. Kick.com/Destiny. I'm sorry. I love you guys. Be careful. Malware Fox states that PDF files can include the ability to execute code on your device. It's apparently the part of the code that makes the document signable that is a problem. As a cybersecurity pro, MFA is a blessing. It occurs, makes people feel safe when most of the time... What's up?
I'm gonna put you on the front page. Do you mind?
Go for it, I guess. Okay, have fun. Bye.
All right, bye. Love you, bro. Peace.
Yeah, okay, fuck. What somebody just linked, this seems more like what's going on. But what the fuck do I know? You know? YouTubers are emailed a file labeled to resemble something legitimate, like a business proposal, invoice, or some other document, but instead of it being a .pdf or other legitimate file type for what it is trying to pretend to be, it is a .scr file. Now, screensaver files do contain executable code that somebody can use to access everything in your machine. I think it's basically like if you run an exe on your machine and you give it authorization to run, everything is fucked. They basically own your ass at that point. As I say, are normal screensaver files, but they're just executable files with a different extension. So the goal is to get somebody to open the SCR file, which infects the computer with malware, then steals a bunch of information, including a website. Yeah, at that point, you're fucked. I think that feels like what's probably happening. That'd be my guess, but what do I know? But I think that is what's happening, given that he's not specifying that it was actually a real PDF that ran malicious code somehow or whatever. But... PDF can contain malicious payload. JavaScript is a programming language that supports functionality on the web. Most websites and web browsers have some kind of JavaScript element that's used to execute code. No, hold on. Wait, okay, I'm not a programmer, but this is... Hold on. JavaScript elements could execute code. I don't think a local JavaScript thing can just download and run a full program on your computer. No? Like, yeah, I think it should be sandboxed to the individual application. I don't think you could just use... But I don't know. Never mind. Everybody in chat always has these links to these things like, oh, well, theoretically this, blah, 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 blah. But every single time any of these attacks happen, it's always like a src file. It's always like something. Destiny, you can embed a .exe in the PDF and then execute it with JavaScript. PDF embedding attack. Has this ever been used? I feel like I never, ever, ever heard. Like, I feel like I always get linked these exotic things. It's like how you can use magnets to read zeros and ones off of drives that have been wiped 32 times and theoretically the FBI. And it's like it's one of these, like, in theory it could work, but I feel like I feel like it's always just like social engineering or spear phishing or these like PDFs that are actually like SRC or EXEs or whatever. But I don't know. Embedding files, it's very easy to embed the kind of file in a PDF. Every document includes the embedded files name tree along with support from most PDF libraries. Provide something for this. We'll examine PDF. Opening files PDFs. Actually, open it. But a script in the PDF. In our case, we want to add a document level script. The script will execute as soon as PDF is open. Fortunately, PDF supports, so we simply add a JavaScript object with our JavaScript payload is pretty simple. We must add a single call to export that object, a function provided in the PDF reader. The function is an object with two parameters. run as soon as PDF is open, right? Well, not quite. Unfortunately, there's a bit more to it. Adobe Reader and most other readers will prevent the launch of common executable files, for example, exe, JS, VBA, while evading the blacklist. There are many ways to evade the blacklist, such as Microsoft Word documents with malicious macros embedded in them. But recently, researchers discovered that another kind of file could be used. Settings-ms explained in the spec. XML documents pointing to specific places in the Windows 10 settings GUI. However, they contain a field called deep link, which can contain any arbitrary executable, which will be run when this is. Okay, so it sounds like in order for this to happen, there does need to be some kind of exploit available, right? It's not like natively built that PDFs should be able to arbitrarily execute executables, right? That it's relying on some sort of exploit at some point, that something that's not patched correctly, something that's probably not working as intended, I'm guessing, right? Kick is lagging too much? Wait, is Kick actually lagging, or? Kick is coxing. 5. Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back, guys. I'm shutting everything else down. We're going over to Kick. Be careful.
You're good. You're good. There's no lag at all.
Oh, it's just fucking.
There's absolutely zero lag.
Oh, okay. Fuck these guys then. Peace out.
And if you want to update to 7 or 8K, if 6K is not enough, then that's I put it in so you can do that. But
okay, I'm good. This will be fine.
And then for now, like obviously mod tools and stuff are coming, but to make it easier, you can like just put like /mod if you wanted to do that. And then have you set up your sub button, or you're not going to do that?
I don't even know how to set it up, but we'll figure it out.
Oh, you just go to revenue. It takes like 5 minutes. You just attach your bank account to Stripe.
Okay.
And it goes live in like 2 minutes.
Sounds good. Bye.
I was going to gift you some subs so you can see that sexy ass rev sleeve, even though you have your own on your website. But
gotcha. I'll probably set up tonight. Fuck it.
All right, peace.
Bye. Jesus. Okay, goodbye Rumble, I love you. And goodbye YouTube, I love you. Come out where it's kicking over on Kick. That's... Damn. Okay, is the chat's kind of laggy, right? Or am I crazy? I gotta see what's on my end versus what's on their end. What's on my end versus what's on their end. Yes, the chat is laggy.
It's a Muds and Kick Chat Domer. My Kick Chat experience is going down the toilet.
The latency is so low. Ban Hamster Hawk and it'll get better. What?
Yo.
Why do you keep calling me? Hi, what's up?
Sorry, chat is laggy. I'm fixing it right now.
Okay.
Like, and just keep this mic. Just talk out your complaints live. I'm gonna be watching. I'm just gonna fix everything while you're live. So anything that you see issue-wise, just say out loud, and I'll fix live.
Okay.
Okay. So the chat I'm working on right now. So anything else, just like say out loud or just message me on Discord.
Okay. Have fun.
All right. Last time. All right. Peace.
Okay, hopefully they're doing their shit. Okay, Jesus. Okay, where were we? Back to this.
Everything from locally saved passwords to cookies to browser preferences, giving them effectively an exact copy of those browsers on the target machine that they could export, including, that's right, session tokens for every logged in website. Now, no one should unzip an email attachment. File extensions should always be double checked when you're executing anything.
Yeah, so it was not a
Trade, you
PDF.
hear this? I love you.
It was not a PDF. It was it was an SRC file, I bet. This is the one that I've heard of the most, are people downloading these like screensaver attachment things and that getting fucked up. That's almost for sure what happened.
And any file that doesn't do what you expect should raise immediate red flags. But then, on the flip side...
It is lagging now? Oh shit, wait, is it? Wait, is it lagging for everybody or lagging for some people? Train is coding in real time. Not for me. It's fine for me. Fine for me. Not lagging. It's lagging so bad. Yeah, the page is pretty laggy. Can't close Vim. You're a mod now. Ban the spammers, okay? Ban the spammers. It's a Chrome issue. It works on Firefox, but not. Mod Knut. Knut, you're a mod too. Good luck.
I can hardly blame a sales rep or a video editor or someone in accounting for not being up on the latest in cybercrime. And I also believe that in a healthy organization, actually rolls up the hill rather than down. So there's not going to be any disciplinary actions because the simple truth is that if we had more rigorous training for our newcomers and better processes for following up notifications from our site-wide anti-malware, this could have been easily avoided.
Dick Rider.
As for why it took so long for us to lock down the account once we knew what was going on, that's another training issue, but this time it was my training. We use a system for our YouTube channels called Content Manager, which theoretically improves security by allowing us to dole out specific channel access roles to our various team members, rather than just sharing the main account credentials with everyone who needs to access it. This made the process of determining the attack vector way more complicated. You could think of it kind of like replacing your one giant vault door with 20 smaller doors, any one of which realistically still gets you into the vault. Now, in a perfect world, these smaller doors should have been restricted with less access than we configured, but
everybody had full
hindsight
access?
is 2020. I hope it is. The bottom line is that
True, bro. No amount of fucking technology will ever get you over a user. Okay, I don't want to just be. I don't want to have an insecure. It sounds like I could be wrong, by the way. So ignore everything I'm saying if I'm a dumb fuck. But it sounds like they basically have a system that's like, okay, we can dole out limited access to different people across our enterprise, so that we've got like more security. But instead, they just gave basically like fucking like admin to every single member that they dole out access to, so that every single account, like nothing was sandboxed and everybody had access to everything. That's what it sounds like. Dazed.
our disaster response processes need to improve, because I realized at 3 whatever in the morning, shout out Steve from Gamers Nexus for the wake up call, by the way, that I actually
Okay,
didn't know-
last thing, Dest. I'm so sorry, dude.
What do you need, bud?
Is your dashboard open?
Yeah.
Just turn on slow mode real quick. It'll help out for now.
Oh, for chat?
Yeah, just turn the slow mode option on. It'll help your mods too, until I can fix certain things.
Got him. Boom. I'm turning on followers only chat too. There you go. Fuck them.
All right, thanks, bro. Peace.
Okay, be careful. Guys, every time you link these tweets, I can't even click because the people are not real. Are they? I'm sorry, not the people aren't real. They have me fucking blocked reading chat messages. What is this? They're probably not even real people, too.
You're still fucking doing this? You're still fucking doing this? I'm trans now. That's how much fucking time has passed since I last ratioed you. Shut the fuck up. You're still fucking doing this? I'm trans now.
Duetting this until this woman permanently destroys her lungs with toxic gas. So first we got ammonia-based toilet cleaner, okay? And that's bleach better. Okay, you've made mustard gas. Duetting this until this woman permanently destroys.
Oh, okay. I think I got it. Okay.
know how to reset the passwords and the access control across all of these channels in Channel Manager. And that is not the sort of thing that you want to be troubleshooting
At 3
butt
a.m.
naked in
Jesus.
the wee hours of the morning in the middle of a crisis.
My God.
In fairness to me, the way that Google handles the intermingling of all their services is not the most intuitive, and both Yvonne and I experienced numerous glitches and timeouts that prevented us from effectively using these tools even once we did figure out how to use them. Which leads us nicely then into the next part of our discussion. I've owned what I did wrong, and now it's time to talk about Google. To their credit, I heard back that someone was aware and working on it at the highest levels within about half an hour of reaching out to my YouTube rep. And they have seemingly improved their internal tools for managing this sort of thing a lot since the last time around. They've got forms you can fill out, and the partner reps that we've worked with seem to genuinely care. Shout out MC, I'm so sorry this spoiled your spa day. However, this entire process has been pretty opaque. Other than we're aware and working on it, the internal team doesn't seem to even be allowed to communicate with creators directly. I mean, I get it. Security aside, idiot users probably won't have anything to contribute to their investigation.
Okay, last thing before I go to breakfast, I put you in the #1 spot. Okay,
Wow.
obviously, you know, later on it's gonna be like, you know, randomized, you know, so everyone has like a even chance and shit like that.
Uh-huh.
Right now, it's, you know, your first stream and it's you, so obviously put you #1. So hey, good luck.
Thanks, babe.
All right, love you, bro. Peace.
Bye.
They figured out that the attack came from one of our non-video production teams pretty quickly, and then actually banned that Google Workspace account almost immediately. I mean, realistically, idiot users could just slow them down, but even a quick, hey, I know you're stressed, here's what's going on, and here's how we can keep this from spreading, would almost certainly have calmed my nerves and saved all of us some work by keeping TechLinked and TechQuickie in our hands. And another big problem is that this approach, you know, one-on-one, only benefits larger channels like ours. I've seen quite a few people, rightly, express some resentment that we were able to get this resolved so quickly when their favorite niche creator X or Y struggled with it for an extended period of time, or even never got it fully resolved. So it's clear that there are some changes that need to be made, and here are a few of them in no particular order. We need greater security options for key channel attributes. I mean, how can you change the name of a channel without having to re-enter your password and your two-factor? What about resetting a stream key? Same deal in my opinion. And this is just one of the ways that the impact of a session hijacking can be limited. Rate limiting is also widely used in API access to services like YouTube. For example, Google will only process a certain number of comment moderation actions per day through their API. Well, I could see implementing something similar, even if you are directly accessing the service, but then rather than limit it outright, it could prompt for authentication. To be clear, I'm not saying every time you delete a video, it should ask for your password, but say if you were trying to delete 10 or 100 or 1,000 videos at a time, a little, "Are you sure about that? Are you actually you?" would probably be in order. The funny thing is that none of that stuff would even be necessary with proper security policies on session tokens. The bare minimum would be time-based expiry. You know how when you boot up an old smartphone, all your accounts are usually logged out? Session expiry. But many sites also factor in other attributes, like location. So if you were to suddenly try to access a site or service from Antarctica,
Hong Kong,
you should be prompted to log in again. These measures are very common on high-risk websites, like online banking. I'm not saying banks are model citizens when it comes to login security, but they do usually invalidate sessions in a matter of minutes. But can you remember the last time Instagram or Snapchat asked you to log in again? Social media platforms, YouTube, excuse me, tend to be a lot less aggressive since they want to make using their platforms as frictionless as possible. Now, in fairness, Google does usually require re-authentication when you're changing a password or other security options, or, I don't know, when a session token gets reused by a new IP address on the other side of the freaking planet. But we've heard from multiple people that this isn't always the case. So the big question is that with Google owning the whole chain here, like start to finish, really, including the bloody web browser, how is this crap not only still possible, but so prevalent? It's time for them to not just ask these questions internally, but come up with real answers for them.
Ooh.
I think the only group whose response here was perfect was our community. And no, this is not like standing on stage, yeah, I love you guys. And what
It is.
You guys were amazing. Prominent members of our forum, whom I've interacted with over the years, reached out to my team directly. Upstanding citizens were paying real money out of their own pockets to send super chats warning stream viewers that the channel was hijacked. And over 5,000 of you in the last 12 hours alone subscribed to floatplane.com to show your support and to ensure that you wouldn't miss any of our uploads. I have had a pretty rough day, a pretty long day, but you know what? It's also been amazing to see how fast we can bounce back thanks to your unwavering support, the incredible team we have here. Like everyone, we got Artie over there. Is Colton still there? No? All right, well, whatever. Andrew's there. James is working on guidance for this. Luke was up half the night with me and Yvonne trying to help us figure things out, driving to the office. Really appreciate you all. Our partners at YouTube. And of course,
you.
D-Brand.
Oh.
Something, D-Brand with me a lot. Yes, it's true. But the thing about D-Brand is, as much as they love to poke fun, having partners like them makes losing a full day of YouTube revenue a lot less of a concern. Not a lot of companies are gonna step up and sponsor a video talking about how our account got hacked. That's the kind of subject nobody wants to get close to at all. But D-Brand jumped at the chance to help us out. And not just help us out by sponsoring the video today, making it so we don't gotta worry about how to pay all these guys their overtime, but help us out by setting you guys up with an unprecedented deal. For the first time ever, D-Brand is offering a site-wide deal for LTT viewers.
What?
Just go to, really guys? Shortlinus.com and you will save 15% on any order using code 5foot1. That's one word, all one word, FIVEFOOTOWNE. We really couldn't do it without all of you. Thanks to you, my team, and yes, even D-Brand. We'll have them linked down below.
I'm crying because of how beautiful everything is.
Okay, should we do another topic?
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about AI for a bit? Let's talk about AI and machine learning for a little bit.
Okay, this was a massive, somewhat historical week in the area of generative AI and...
I'm good. We got this. Oh my God! We're knocking it out! What else did I have? Hold on. There was a hack where legit Microsoft Docs had viruses in them. They were running through a macro system. Nice. Oh, I had a we had physics questions. Somebody linked me 2 videos about this. These might be boring, sorry, heads up.
If you follow news about particle physics, then you know that it comes in 3 types. It's either that they haven't found that thing they were looking for, or they've come up with something new to look for, which they'll later report not having found, or it's something so boring you don't even finish reading the headline. How come that particle physicists
How about
constantly
something
make wrong
special for the
predictions?
extreme
And
Minecraft
what'll happen
speedrun?
next?
Yeah.
Do it now,
That's what
pussy.
we'll talk about
Stop
today.
dodging moot.
The list of things that particle physicists said should exist, but that no one's ever seen, is very long. No supersymmetric particles, no proton decay, no dark matter particles, no WIMPs, no axions, no sterile neutrinos. There's about as much evidence for any of those as for Bigfoot, though Bigfoot would probably have got me more views. Some particle physicists even predicted unparticles, and those weren't found either. It's been going like this for 50 years, ever since the 1970s.
Wow,
In
she's
the
a hater.
1970s, particle physicists completed what's now called the Standard Model. The Standard Model of particle physics collects all the fundamental particles that matter is made of and their interactions. When the model was completed, not all these particles had yet been measured, but one after another, they were experimentally confirmed. The W and Z bosons were discovered in 1983 at CERN. The top quark was discovered in 1995 at Fermilab, and the last one was the Higgs boson, which was found at CERN in 2012. It was the final nail in the coffin of the Standard Model. There are no more particles left to look for. But particle physicists believe there'd be more to find. Indeed, I'd guess most of them still believe this today. Or at least they tell you they believe it. Already in the 1970s, they said that the Standard Model wasn't good enough because it collects 3 different fundamental forces. That's the electromagnetic, the strong, and the weak nuclear force. Particle physicists wanted those to be unified to one force. Why? Because that'd be nicer. Theories which combine these 3 forces are called grand unified theories. You get them by postulating a bigger symmetry than that of the Standard Model. Grand unified theories, GUTS for short, reproduced the Standard Model in the range that it had been tested already, but led to deviations in untested ranges. I'd say at the time, grand unification was a reasonable thing to try.
Collab with
symmetry
Mira?
principles had worked well in physics
At
in
least
the
tell
past.
us why we were watching
The
this.
Standard Model itself.
Name one thing she said in this video. What do you think that we don't understand? We're physics geniuses here. She said 56 years ago, we finished the Standard Model, and right now we're having trouble because it feels like physicists are too lazy to come to terms with the fact they're not doing the work that they need to figure out new shit. They're either positing that some particles exist that don't, they haven't found them, they've confirmed the existence of other parts of the Standard Model, and they're making up a whole bunch of fucking gobbledygook, no slur intended, that doesn't seem to be getting them any further in their knowledge. And now they're looking for some grand unifying theory just because it'd be simpler or neater, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's real. And yeah, these videos were sent to me because I think I posited to a fan a few days ago that it feels like physics is a little done. It feels like physics is kind of done. That's the feeling that I have as a totally uneducated person. And it's kind of spooky to think that we might have figured out like most of what there is to know physically about the universe. And now we're spending our time searching for exotic things like dark matter that is like, posited to exist, but we have no reason to, and there's no proof of it, and we're just trying to do it to like fill holes in our Standard Model that doesn't seem to be explaining all the phenomena that we have around the universe. But anyway, yeah.
Was born out of...
You have no idea how controversial this is in physics. Most people I know who work in physics disagree with her. Well, there we go. One chatter says, fuck this lady. Destiny, we still haven't found neutrinos and gravitrons. We have proved that gravity like propels in waves at the speed of causality and impacts things though, right? I don't know if we found like a gravitron or a gravity particle or something, right? But I thought we do things with neutrinos. Am I making that up? Is a neutrino still a theoretical particle? Einstein said he hated this lady. Neutrinos are among the most abundant subatomic particles in the universe, second only to photons, but they have no electric charge. Their mass is almost zero, and they have hundreds of millions of neutrinos streaming through your body right now. Scientists finally detect neutrinos and particle colliders. Wait, who said that? Why did that guy say that? A lot of physicists hate this lady. Oh, well, we'll see what she says. She's got a lot of subs on YouTube, so...
Symmetry principles. And even though Einstein himself, yes, that guy again, didn't use symmetry arguments, we today understand his theories as realizations of certain symmetries. But this time, more symmetries didn't work. Grand unified theories made
Your
a
boy
prediction,
Weinstein
which
went
is
on a
that
huge
one
rant on
of
this
the
on Rogan. He wants to focus on a post-Einstein model.
Okay.
Constituents of atomic nuclei, the proton is unstable. Starting in the 1980s, experiments looked for proton decay. They didn't see it. This ruled out several models for grand unification, but you can make those models more complicated so that they remain compatible with observations. That's what particle physicists did, and that's where the problems began. Next, there was the axion. The Standard Model contains about 24 numbers that must be determined by experiment. One of them is known as the theta parameter. Experimentally, it's been found to be 0 or so small it's indistinguishable from 0. If it was non-zero, then the strong nuclear force would violate a symmetry known as CP symmetry. That the theta parameter is 0 or very small is known as the strong CP problem. It isn't really a problem because the Standard Model works just fine with simply setting the theta parameter to 0. But particle physicists don't like small numbers. It's a feeling that I'm sure most of us have experienced when looking at our bank statements, but particle physicists are somewhat more accepting. They accept small numbers if there's a mechanism keeping it small. The Standard Model has no such mechanism. This is why, to make the small theta parameter acceptable, particle physicists added a mechanism to the Standard Model that it forced the parameter to be small. But a consequence of this modification was the existence of a new particle, which Frank Wilczek called the axion in 1978. The name is a pun on the symmetry axis of the mechanism and the name of an American laundry detergent, because the axion particle was a particularly clean solution. Unfortunately, the axion turned out to not exist. If the axion existed, neutron stars would cool very quickly, which we don't observe. With this argument, the axion was experimentally ruled out almost as quickly as it was introduced in 1980. But physicists didn't give up on the axion. Like with grand unification, they changed the theory so that it'd evade the experimental constraints. The new type of axion was introduced in 1981 and was originally called the harmless axion. It was then for some while called the invisible axion, but today it's often just called the axion. Lots of experiments have looked and continue to look for these invisible axions. None was ever detected, but physicists still look for their invisible friends. Wilczek, by the way, invented another particle in 1982, which he called the femmelon. No one's found that either. Yet another flawed idea that particle physicists came up with in the 1970s is supersymmetry. Supersymmetry postulates that all particles in the Standard Model have a partner particle. This idea was dead on arrival because those partner particles have the same masses as the Standard Model particles that they belong to. If they existed, they'd have shown up in the first particle colliders.
Wait, was there any point in building this foundry right now?
Supersymmetry was therefore amended immediately so that the supersymmetric partner particles would have much higher masses. It takes high energies to produce heavy particles, so it'd take big particle colliders to see those heavy supersymmetric particles. The first supersymmetric models made predictions that were tested in the 1990s at the Large Electron-Positron Collider at CERN. Those predictions were falsified. Supersymmetry was then amended again to prevent the falsified processes from happening. The next bigger collider, the Tevatron, was supposed to find them. That didn't happen. Then they were supposed to show up at the Large Hadron Collider, and that didn't happen either. Particle physicists continued to change and amend those supersymmetric models so that they don't run into conflict with new data. The reason particle physicists liked supersymmetry, besides that it neatly abbreviates to SUSY, was that they claimed it'd solve what's known as the hierarchy problem. That's the question of why the mass of the Higgs boson is so much smaller than the Planck mass. You may say, well, why not? And indeed, there's no reason why not. The mass of the Higgs boson is a constant of nature. It's one of those free parameters in the Standard Model. This means you can't predict it, you just go and measure it. Supersymmetry doesn't change anything about this. The Higgs boson mass is still a free parameter in supersymmetric extensions of the Standard Model, and you still can't predict it. Supersymmetry therefore does not explain the mass of the Higgs boson. You measure it, and that's that. Then there are all kinds of dark matter particles. A type that's particularly popular is called weakly interacting massive particles, WIMPs for short. Experiments have looked for WIMPs since the 1980s. They haven't found them. Each time an experiment came back empty-handed, particle physicists claimed the particles were a little bit more weakly interacting and said they needed a better detector. There are more experiments that have looked for all kinds of other particles, which
Yo, Dest.
It's
one last thing. You never answered how it feels to have a big, juicy, fat,
nice,
thick, girthy, heavy, uncut. I need the answer, bro. I'm down bad.
It sounds like she's basically just like molding that like somebody hasn't like done like a whole like fucking paradigm shift in like physics. But I mean, like, is that? I mean, like, all we can do is amend our models until the paradigm shift happens, right? Like, what? I mean, like, what do we? I don't understand. Does she think there's like some foul play going on, or does she think that like people are just stupid, or does she just want another Einstein, or I don't understand exactly what she's like advocating for, or like what are?
Continue to not find them. There are headlines about this.
Hello?
Hey, Dest, you still haven't answered that how it feels to have a big, juicy dick. Thick, big one. I'm down bad.
Literally every couple of weeks. The Panda X4T experiment looked for light fermionic dark matter. They didn't find it. The Stereo experiment looked for sterile neutrinos. They didn't find them. CDX didn't find light WIMPs. Hess didn't find any evidence for WIMP annihilation. The microscope experiment didn't find a fifth force. An experiment called Sensei didn't find sub-GeV dark matter, and so on. The pattern is this. Particle physicists invent particles, make predictions for those invented particles, and when these predictions are falsified, they change the model and make new predictions. They say it's good science because these hypotheses are falsifiable. I'm afraid most of them believe this. But just because a hypothesis is falsifiable doesn't mean it's good science. And no, Popper didn't say that a hypothesis which is falsifiable is also scientific. He said that a hypothesis which is scientific is also falsifiable. In case you're a particle physicist, here's a diagram that should help. Example, tomorrow you'll receive $1,000 from my friend the Prince of Nigeria. Falsifiable, but not scientific. The best way to see that what particle physicists are doing isn't good science is by noting that it's not working. Good scientists should learn from their failures, but particle physicists have been making the same mistake for 50 years. But why is it not working?
Yes.
I try to illustrate this with a simple sketch. If you understand the following 2 minutes, you can outsmart most particle physicists, and you don't want to miss that opportunity, do you? Suppose you have a bunch of data and you fit a model to it. The model is this curve. You can think of the model as an algorithm with input parameters if you like, or just a set of equations that you work out by hand. Either way, it's a bunch of mathematical assumptions. If you make a model more complicated by adding more assumptions, you can fit the data better, but the more complicated the model becomes, the less useful it'll be. Eventually, the model is more complicated than the data. At this point, you can fit anything, and the model is entirely useless. This is called overfitting. The best model is one that reaches a balance between simplicity of the model and accuracy of the fit. Let's suppose it's this one. If you get new data and the data do not agree with what was previously your best model, then you improve the model. This is normal scientific practice, and this is probably what particle physicists think they are doing, but it's not what they are doing. The currently best model is the standard model, and all the data agree with it, so there's no reason to amend it. Here's what they are doing instead. Let's imagine that this curve is the standard model, and this is all the existing data. And imagine we have a particle physicist, let's call him Bob. Bob says, "That's nice, but we haven't checked the model over here." And he says, "I could make this model more complicated so that the curve goes instead this way, or that way, or any other way. I'll pick this one, call this my prediction, and hey, I'll publish it in PRL." Why do I predict it? Because I can. Because you see, my model agrees with all the data, so this prediction could be correct, right? Right? And it's falsifiable. Therefore, I'm a good scientist. And all of Bob's friends with all their different predictions say the same. They are all good scientists, every single one of them. And as a result of all that good science, we get any possible prediction. Then they do an experiment and the data come in, and would you know it, they agree with the standard model. And Bob and all his friends say, oh well, no worries, we'll update our prediction. Now the deviations are in this range where we still haven't measured it. We need bigger experiments. And also, I'll write a new paper about it. What's the problem with that procedure? The problem is that those models, with all their different predictions, are unnecessarily complicated. They should never have been put forward. They are not scientific hypotheses.
I don't understand. Like, it sounds like she's just saying, like, somebody just needs to, like, invent the next, like, space-time. Like, we just need another, like, theory of relativity. We just need, like, somebody to just figure out, like, what is the next huge paradigm shift. I mean, I imagine, is she saying that people, maybe, is the ultimate argument that people aren't spending any time thinking about this? Because if a physicist would have figured it out, you'd be the next Einstein, right? But I mean, like, is it really for lack of trying, or is it just that we've reached like a pretty mature understanding of physics right now, and to figure out just like, well, what is the next thing is probably quite difficult. Assuming there even is a next thing, right?
Stories like my friend, the Prince of Nigeria.
Like the standard model is like letting us make huge predictions about the entire universe and send like probes like out of our fucking solar system, and it seems to be like experimentally validated like 50 million different ways. Like, who's to say that the standard model is not correct? Well, no, I guess that's not necessarily true, because there's some things that need like refining. So maybe the standard model isn't like, because it's not unifying, it has to be unifying. I don't know. I would have to be more into physics to know the answer if you need to unify all the forces and shit into one thing to make it. I don't know.
Who'd send you money tomorrow? Though if you send me $100 today, I'll have another word with him. There are only two justifications for making a model more complicated. The first is if you already have data that requires it. We can call this an inconsistency with data. The second is if the model isn't working properly. It makes several predictions that contradict each other.
Yeah, because here's the real question, I guess. This is the question. Is there something that our current understanding of physics like doesn't let us solve? That's the real question. Like, we had a problem where it's like, fuck, we just don't know the physics, so we can't do this thing. Is that a thing right now?
Or no predictions at all. We can call this an internal inconsistency. And that's what's going wrong in particle physics. They have no justification for making...
We don't know how to incorporate gravity into quantum field theory. Yeah, sure, but I mean, like, I feel like... I could be wrong, but I feel like she'd probably have a lot of criticisms for people working in quantum mechanics, right? Because I think quantum mechanics is a lot of fidgeting with models and creating new things and working with math to do physics. That it's like quantum mechanics is I don't want to say largely done on chalkboards, because there's a lot of experimental stuff relating to it, but I think even Sean Carroll had, somebody in chat pointed out that Carroll has like issues with the way that a lot of QM people approach the field, and that a lot of it is just like numbers on chalkboards and crazy things. But I mean, I don't know, again, we're like deeper levels of physics that I'm not going to have a good.
The standard model more complicated. When they do it, nevertheless, it isn't working. Because that's...
Yeah, she doesn't like QM people. To be fair, I'm pretty sure Einstein hated quantum mechanics too. I think he went to the grave hating quantum mechanics, so I don't know. Fuck him.
It's just not how science works. If you change a good model, then that change should be an improvement, not a complication. I believe the reason they don't notice what they're doing is that they have invented all these pseudo-problems that the complicated models are supposed to fix, like the absence of unification, or some parameters being small. These aren't real problems because they don't prevent them from making predictions with the standard model. They are just aesthetic misgivings. In fact, if you look at the list of unsolved problems in the Foundations of Physics on Wikipedia, most problems on the list are pseudo-problems. I have a list in which I distinguish real from pseudo-problems, to which I'll leave you a link in the...
The real versus pseudo-problem. That's my question of like, is there some problem in physics where we're like, fuck, the standard model is just sucks dick here, like we can't do it, we need something, or is it just like, you know, like I can't explain like the expansion of the universe, right? Because I feel like these are two fundamentally different types of problems you're trying to solve, right? Or like my equations don't look pretty enough, you know?
Info below. And there are a few real problems in the Foundations of Physics, but they are difficult to solve, and particle physicists don't seem to like working on them. But then I repeat myself. I've been giving many talks about this. It hasn't made me friends among particle physicists, But it's not like I'm against particle physics. I like particle physics. That's why I talk about those problems. It bothers me that they're not making progress. There are some common replies that I get from particle physicists. The first is to just deny that anything is wrong. Because, hey, they are writing so many papers and holding so many conferences. Or they'll argue that it sometimes just takes a long time to find evidence for a new prediction. For example, it took more than 30 years from the hypothesis of the neutrino to its confirmation. It took half a century to directly detect gravitational waves, and so on. But both of those objections are beside the point. The issue isn't that it's taking a long time. The issue is that particle physicists make all these wrong predictions, and that they think that's business as usual. The next objection they bring up is normally that, yes, there are all those wrong predictions, but they don't matter. The only thing that matters is that we haven't tested the standard model in this or that range, and we should. The problem with this argument is that there are thousands of possible tests we could do in physics, and all of them cost money, sometimes a lot of money. We must decide which tests are the most promising ones and the ones most likely to lead to progress. This is why we need good predictions for where something new can be found, and that's why all those wrong predictions are a problem. Particle physicists know, of course, that predictions are important because that's why they always claim that some new experiment would be able to rule out this or that particle, though they usually don't mention that there wasn't any reason to think those particles existed in the first place. Besides, in which other discipline of science do we excuse thousands of wrong predictions with saying it doesn't matter? Another common reply I get from particle physicists is that it doesn't matter that those models are all wrong, because while they're working on it, they might stumble over something else that's interesting. And that's possible. But it's not a good strategy for knowledge discovery. As I've already said a few times, it does, as a matter of fact, not work. Also, if that's really the motivation for their work, then I think they should put this into their project proposals. Hey, I don't actually think that those particles I'm going on about here exist, but please give me money anyway because I'm smart, and maybe while I write useless papers, I'll have a good idea about something else entirely. I'm sure that'll fly. Another objection that particle physicists often bring up is that this guessing worked in the past. But if you look at past predictions in the foundations of physics, which turned out to be correct, and that did not just confirm an existing theory, then it was those which made a necessary change to the theory. The Higgs boson, for example, is necessary to make the standard model work. Antiparticles, predicted by Dirac, are necessary to make quantum mechanics compatible with special relativity. Neutrinos were necessary to explain observations. 3 generations of quarks are necessary to explain CP violation, and so on. That the physicists who made those predictions didn't always know that doesn't matter. The point is that we can learn from this. It tells us that a good strategy is to focus on necessary changes to a model, those that resolve an inconsistency with data or an internal inconsistency. One final objection I want to mention usually doesn't come from particle physicists, but from people in other fields who think that we need all these models to explain dark matter. But that's mixing up 2 different things. We need either dark matter or a modification of gravity to explain observations in astrophysics and cosmology. But if it's dark matter, then the only thing we need to explain observations is how the mass is distributed. Details about the particles, if they exist, are unnecessary. What particle physicists do is guess these unnecessary details. They guess, for example, that those particles will be produced at some particle collider, which then doesn't happen. So what will happen to particle physicists? Well, if you extrapolate from their past behavior to the future, then the best prediction for what will happen is nothing. They'll continue doing the same thing they've been doing for the past 50 years. It'll continue to not work. Governments realize that particle physics is eating up a lot of money for nothing in return. Funding will collapse, people will leave, the end. A lot of people are intimidated by physics. Don't be. It isn't magic, and if you didn't understand it at school, maybe the way they teach it in school wasn't the right approach for you. If you want to try a new approach to learning, have a look at the courses at Brilliant, who have been sponsoring this video.
Watch
Brilliant
this wave.
has a large variety of...
Okay, we don't need this. I dominate this game, okay? Watch these guys. Watch these guys try to break in. Look at this. It's pathetic. It's actually a new theory by recent Nobel laureate Roger Penrose. Shankar spoke to him and looks up to him. There are videos on YouTube of them talking. Okay, I'll think about it, okay. See if anyone made a response video to this. We don't have reply guys anymore on Kick, unfortunately. Or not on Kick, I'm sorry, on YouTube. Not even 900% difficult. 800% is as high as it goes, okay? Hold on. Sorry. I got 2 videos linked by her. This one is shorter, I think.
My book, Lost in Math.
Wait, this is 2 years old. How old was the other video? The other video was 1 month old. Oh.
Was published 2 years ago, and this week the paperback edition will appear. I want to use this occasion to tell you why I wrote the book and what has happened since. In Lost in Math, I explain why I have become very worried about what is happening in the foundations of physics. What is happening, you ask? Well, nothing. We have not made progress for 40 years.
Damn.
The problems we're trying to solve today are the same problems we were trying to solve half a century ago.
Wait, that's just going to be a retread
This
of what we
worries me
just
because
watched.
if we do not make progress understanding nature on the most fundamental level, then scientific progress will eventually be reduced to working out details of applications of what we already know. This means that overall societal progress depends crucially on progress in the foundations of physics, more so than on any other discipline. I know that a lot of scientists in other disciplines find that tremendously offensive, but if they object, all I have to do is remind them that without breakthroughs in the foundations of physics, there would be no transistors, no microchips, no hard disks, no computers, no Wi-Fi, no internet. There would be no artificial intelligence, no lasers, no magnetic resonance imaging, no electron microscopes, no digital cameras. Computer science would not exist. Modern medicine would not exist either because the imaging methods and tools for data analysis would never have been invented. In brief, without the work that physicists did 100 years ago, modern civilization as we know it today would not exist. I find it somewhat perplexing that so few people seem to realize how big of a problem it is that progress in the foundations of physics has stalled. Part of the reason I think is that physicists in the foundations themselves have been talking so much rubbish that people have come to believe foundational work is just philosophical speculation and has lost any relevance for technological progress. Indeed, I'm afraid most of my colleagues now believe that themselves. It's wrong, needless to say. A better understanding of the theories that we currently use to make all these fancy devices will almost certainly lead to practical applications. Maybe not in 5 years or 10 years, but more in 100 or 500 years, but eventually it will. So my book Lost in Math is an examination of what has gone wrong. As the subtitle says, the problem is that physicists rely on unscientific methods to develop new theories.
Okay, this is just a... Okay. There's another swarm on day 48? Bruv. I hit everything else, didn't I? Destroy all infected, resist all swarms. Okay, fuck it. We're just waiting for the time to pass on. Alright, what is Ayla molding about? Writing is for the purpose of communication. Things like grammar should be in service of it. We forget the intention of language rules is to help convey things. If warping a rule makes your intention more clear, break the damn rule. I feel this so much about science. Science is just a process to help us develop more accurate models about the world. There's lots of science rules to help us do this, all the way from best practices to conventions and academic papers. But if science is best done by breaking the rule, then friggin' break it. In my opinion, in every step of our scientific process, we should keep our eyes laser focused on the goal. Does this help develop a more accurate model of the world? That is the one and only question. Everything else is secondary, and so much of current scientific practice is secondary. Coming into awareness about academic science as an outsider, it feels like entering a field where people went to school to learn how to use grammar really, really well, and that you're technically supposed to say, I'm nauseated instead of nauseous, and use the semicolons right. Academia feels like a world where the eye of focus has slipped off of science and onto something that looks like science. In the same way, you might go to school to learn to communicate, learn grammatical rules, and become convinced that grammar is the communication. And you're like, no, I really don't think I need to put the semicolon right here in my essay. It reads better, you feel it more, and they're like, you're not a writer, you're feeling a communication. If you'd gone to school, you would know. This is why we need credentials. Oh, fuck my eyeball. And sure, I get that lots of people are in fact failing at communication because they have failed at learning how to do grammar right. You do have a point, but you're incapable of noticing that the rule is not the goal, and you should drop the rule as soon as it fails the goal. This is kind of true, but this is... this is something that I feel like this is a journey of discovery that people usually go on. Here's what I feel like is a normal journey of discovery, and I could be wrong, but this is just my feelings right now. I feel like a lot of people will step into an area, and then you look at something, and you're like, these rules are so stupid. I can think of a million ways to improve upon it. And you step into an arena, and you're like, I'm gonna do this, this, and this, and these are unconventional, and I'm gonna do it, and it's gonna be awesome. And you do like one thing, and then it works kind of well, and you're like, okay, cool. Then you do another thing, and you're like, okay, well, if I do this, this breaks a little bit, so I need to like fix this up. I need to patch this up. And you're like, okay, but it still kind of works. And then time goes on, and you try to do another thing, you're like, okay, fuck, hold on. This is really jankety, but I understand that this is like this because this has to be like this, and this has to be like this, and that has to be like this. And then eventually what you do is you go through from start to finish, and you're like, and then by the time you come out the end, you're like, oh, a lot of the convention seems like dog shit, but now I understand as I try to wiggle and change things, there's a reason why things are the way they are, as much as it might suck shit. This is probably, I'm sure like programmers probably go through this when they go to rebuild a code base, or they're like, oh, I can get rid of this or that, or like, we don't need this or this, and then you try to change things, you're like, fuck, okay, this, right? Not to say that all science convention is like that, but I'm sure there's a lot of science convention, or I'm sure there's a lot of convention in general that seems really stupid, that like once it's explained, it's like, oh, okay. Like significant figures to me is an example of something that I remember learning in chemistry that seemed like the dumbest thing in the world, and then after you learn why significant figures exist, you're like, oh, of course, this makes perfect sense, obviously, like it's necessary. I'm sure there's a lot of things like that. Now it's hard because Ayla doesn't give any examples here, so I can't say I agree with her or call her stupid because I just don't know what she's referring to in specifics. But well, apparently my subreddit molded on this. 308 comments. Reads like she just got her first paper rejected, and the reviewer said too few contributions, shit methodology. Nice. Okay, so that was a nothing comment. Okay, hold on. I need to get some farm stuff here. Yeah. Look at my beautiful stone houses. Yeah, because I said she doesn't really know what she's doing, and her science is very good. She just has insane access to data, but has no idea how to use it. There's a very good reason data science jobs are typically gated behind degrees, while things like software engineers aren't. The things that drive me crazy about comments like this is just like provide an example. That's why I always say like give an example, because like this comment could be totally true, or the comment could be total dog shit, but I have no way to evaluate it because there's like no examples given. Like, is she actually like fucking shit up on data, or is there something that she's just like incoherent on? Well, like show it, like demonstrate that. She responds, she says, I'm very open about learning as I go and not knowing a lot. That's why I publish exactly what I do, the code I use, and the raw data. I ask people to double check my work. I've noticed that here is something that's very frustrating, and I have this issue as a confident person. And I've noticed this. I'm trying to think if it matters at all. I don't know if it matters at all. When I enter into any field, okay, I say a billion times, and I qualify the fuck out of this. I always say, I don't know. I could be wrong. I just did it in a physics video. Like, oh, I'm not super deep into physics. I'm not really. This is what it seems like. This is what it seems like. Despite the fact that I say that over and 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 over again, I'll still have. There are retards in my chat right now. You fucking retards will go and post later on my subreddit. Oh, this is just Destiny's problem. He pretends that he knows everything. Oh, Destiny's really arrogant. He thinks he can figure it out. That's not true at all. I don't think I can figure out anything ever. Like I'm usually like super forthcoming. Like, oh, I don't know about this area. Like I said, but even though I qualify that over and over again, I think it's just because I have a really confident demeanor. People just assume because of my intonation about, oh, he thinks he knows everything, despite the fact that me saying otherwise over and over and over and over and over again. This happens like every fucking day of my life. And I feel like, and I could be wrong, I might be biased, just because I haven't seen all of her shit. It feels like Ayla is generally pretty forthcoming about the shortcomings of her analysis, that she might be missing things, that she said she's like, oh, I'm learning new tools, I don't know how this works. Or there might be posts she's made, I'm even qualifying now and it's not gonna matter. People are gonna come out later and say I blindly defended her. But I'll even qualify now. It might be the case that she does have posts where she's like, oh, I actually think most data scientists are retards, and I figured out like a better way to do statistical analysis of this that other people haven't figured out. She might say that shit, and if she does, then fuck her, right? But I don't know, I haven't seen it, right? But people will just assume It happened with that Megan lady in comments there, where people were typing underneath. They were like, "Oh yeah, like Ayla thinks she's better than like every other researcher," and I haven't seen her make those comments, and they didn't link any of those comments. But once that like impression is given and set, and people say just because you seem confident or because you're exploring some area, like everybody runs with it. It's like, oh okay, well this is fucking stupid. That's awesome, and I'm glad you're doing that. It's important to know that presenting scientific evidence is a lot like translating a foreign language to the audience's language. The data is saying so many things, and leaving out what the data is saying or misrepresenting makes the whole document questionable. Looking at this like proper grammar is vital. A mistranslation would bring the whole document into question. I don't know what her fucking mentality is. I feel like if I read a comment like this, I'm trying to think if I would permaban a person for saying this to me. If I read that, let's say that I make a statement and somebody comes in and they go, it's really important that you present your knowledge in a way that translates this. Because I feel like, yeah, no fucking shit, Sherlock, obviously. No shit. Why the fuck are you explaining this? I feel like I would ban a person for saying this because it's so fucking obvious that like the only way that you're saying this to me is if you think I'm fucking retarded and you're here to like, thank God, translate this to me. I feel like I think it depends on when I wake up. If I just woken up, if I'd woken up and only gotten like 5 hours of sleep when I read this comment, I think I would ban this person. I'd be like, fuck you. I think I'm probably better than average compared to published social science papers at accurately conveying my data and its limitations, as in stuff like, I feel pretty nervous about doing things like presenting only positive results and not negative. If I ever list out, here's the things that correlated, I try to emphasize all the other things I tested for that didn't correlate, and here's what they are. I do think that trying to misinterpret data is hard. I don't claim to be an expert, and I'm paying careful focus on this area. Again, I publish all my raw data so people can tell me if I'm misinterpreting my results, but so far people tend to level very general criticism at me instead of specific ones. For here, I think I would agree with her here actually, but it would be so helpful if she just had like 3 or 4 examples. Like you should just have like 3 or 4 examples. You could do this with a lot of the trans papers that have been published recently for social science papers or whatever. Actually, those are technically medical, right? Or epidemiological, maybe you'd say, where people are saying things like, oh my God, like this particular trans surgery is like so helpful. But then when you actually dig into the data, like the scientists, the researchers themselves are dramatically, a swarm of infected is heading to the colony. Wait, is this like from all sides? The researchers themselves seem to be misrepresenting their own findings. It would be good to have examples like that on hand. It's always good to have examples. Guys, holy shit. Always have examples on hand. I'm an expert, but I'm paying careful focus on that. I'm talking about your tweets in the screenshot. You're comparing the rigor of grammar in written text to the rigor of the scientific method, but I don't think that's a fair comparison. I think data can be misrepresented or poorly obtained if you circumvent the rules in order to achieve your goal. I think it's already really easy to do that, and it must be actively resisted. Your last sentence in the screenshot makes me particularly worried. Wait, is the kick stream lagging right now? Oh, he did quote it here. Totally fine. Oh, okay. You're comparing the rigor of grammar and written text to the rigor of the scientific method. I don't know what the point of comparing the two was, that grammar only exists to help convey convey better ideas in language, but like the grammar is not the content. The grammar helps express the content. Same thing with the scientific method. The scientific method in and of itself is only in service to the results you produce, right? We have a method because we think it produces the best results. We don't have the method for the sake of having the method. I'm not going to do this all 300 comments. If this sounds like a person that sets a goal and works backwards until a narrative is effectively established, what kind of goal are you picturing here? Oh, fuck. So like this is what would trigger me. So this is a comment that is just not true, but it's somebody that's like, I am a great proponent of open science, and I think we could do a lot to include more people in the scientific conversation. In that sense, you're doing an admirable job of getting more people interested, but some of the rules do actually have a meaningful purpose. For example, the way you find participants for your surveys makes it basically impossible to draw any conclusions about the general population. That's not necessarily true. You can always adjust for oversampling when you start to do your analysis of your results. People that complete your surveys are statistically speaking almost certainly not representative of the general population. I mean, like, true, but again, you can adjust for that. Now, you can say that there might be certain adjustments that are impossible. For instance, people that take her survey are almost all probably oversampling for people with access to the internet or social media. That might be true, but I mean, like, to escape that level of sampling, that's going to be really, really hard for a lot of stuff, especially considering so much of psych research is built on like white college students, right? That's just a really difficult thing to escape from. In an ideal world, you would be able to survey, 100,000 people that represent an accurate cross-section of the entirety of the United States. But realistically, like, we're dramatically oversampling in almost all scientific research, except for, say, like, maybe like medical trials or something, right? People that complete your surveys, statistically speaking, almost certainly never. So any conclusions you take from them are only valid if your survey takers. A representative sample of just 30 people would probably be better than a systematically biased sample of 10,000. That's almost certainly not true. At numbers, when you're talking 10,000 people, that's a lot of people. What's up? Go.
It depends on if you're able to get statistical power. So, like, if you are able to come to a conclusion, a very representative sample that is smaller is probably better than a non-representative sample that's really big.
It depends on the numbers of people that you have in your non-representative samples. You can always control for or adjust or weight results differently, right? I think I'd rather have a dramatically skewed sample size of 100,000 people than a perfect cross-section of 50 people, because on the dramatically skewed larger sample, within that sample, you're probably going to have your like cross-section you look for your small sample. You can just weight the results appropriately, right? If you really needed to. The problem, when you start getting into
familiar with how it's being skewed, there's like a number of things you can do, but I don't exactly know how she's getting her surveys done.
I understand. Wait, this is always the problem, and I think this is the problem that she runs into, is that sentence that you're saying. I don't know what she's doing. It seems like everybody is really keen. Fuck, Ayla, you need to come here and defend, because I'm not going to sound like a simp.
To be clear, I'm not attacking Ayla.
No, I understand, but everything you're saying is essentially that, whether you want it to be or not. Right? Because it's always, because I think her issue, and I'm only saying this because she links me shit and then I look at it and I'm like, oh, it's always people that come and like, well, I don't know what she does, but I really hope that she remembers to breathe, knows that she needs to pee once a day, and then remembers that she needs to eat food or she's going to die. Like, that's every single criticism, and it's happening on my subreddit. Every single criticism that gets levied at her is like, no shit, Sherlock.
I think the criticism is deeper than that. So, like, you're talking about these rules and why we have rules in place, and it's this very, like, results forward thinking first, which is good, right? Because, like, we do care ultimately about the results, but I think that the reason why a lot of people get really anxious when people are willing to break rules, it's because that it's very easy to like choose to break rules in like service of bias.
Let's accelerate past all the really obvious stuff. Okay. Yes. If somebody is like, I'm going to go and sample, fucking O-Block in Chicago to find out what percentage of Americans like hip hop, okay, then sure, obviously. But I think that if we're going to levy a criticism like this, like, oh, well, you're tossing a rule to get a certain effect, well, okay, well, what's an example of them doing that? Because if we don't have examples, like, everything you're saying is so painfully obvious. I would imagine, I could be wrong, I'm not wrong, I would imagine Ayla would, like, agree with it instantly. She'd say, like, of course. You can't just toss certain rules because you're, like, hunting for certain results. I would imagine, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, no one thinks they're doing that. So, like, here's what I'll say, like, Ayla. I like Ayla. I, like, follow her. I participate in her surveys. I think she's great. I also think that, like, her...
Oh, my God, here it
her
comes.
Posting her raw data is really good. But I do think that, like, the methodology is important. And so, like, I understand...
Well, sure. So what is the criticism you would have, I guess, of some of her methodology?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't have any specific...
Oh, come on! You're doing the thing!
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, yes. Like, I'm not levying a specific criticism at Ayla here.
Okay, so but then you're just like speaking these generalities where I would assume that she would probably like, yes, the methodology is important, indeed, right?
Well, no, she's not saying that. She's saying that like it's important to work first from like a results-oriented approach and then develop the methodology second.
No, what she's saying is that it's important that we understand that methodologies only exist in service of getting good results, not thinking of a result we want first and then going after that. I think those are meaningfully different things. Does that make sense?
No, well, explain the meaningful difference.
Okay. This is a big swarm. Hold on. No shot. I'm about to fucking lose this dog shit fucking mission. Hold on, let me pause this. Okay, I'm sorry. So, okay, so let's try to think of a, I'm trying to think of a sign. Let's say that we like have this, I'm gonna do a super hyperbolic example, okay? Let's say that we have like an ethics rule that says that you can't like torture a human as part of like a study unless you get a psych board and the person to consent and all this shit, right? Okay? But then like, let's say that it's like The Last of Us. Have you seen that show and played the game, right?
I've seen the show.
Okay, let's say that it's like The Last of Us, where we find out that like if we kidnap one kid and cut their brain open, we can cure the whole population of some disease, right? Now, we have these ethics guidelines in place that say that we don't do things like this, like non-consensual, like medical research or whatever, right? However, if this was in service of saving the entire human population, we'd probably make like we'd probably make an exception here, right? Because this ethics rule that's like causing the whole human population to go extinct probably isn't making very much sense in this case. It's not serving our end goal of like creating happier, healthier humans or whatever, or doing things that are protecting the majority of like human well-being.
Yeah, I think
right?
you can find exceptions to rules. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's all she's saying. So like, if you've got, so like, let's say that you have like a certain way of sampling data where you're like, oh, like it's important to keep this particular thing in mind. Like, if your ways of sampling data are so restrictive, or if you're engaged in a practice that's preventing you from doing any research at all, then that particular goal is probably not working well in service to you, like doing research, I would imagine.
So earlier you brought up like representative samples
Mm-hmm.
and the ability to account for issues of representation. That is something that like does exist in academia. And like you brought up the trans issue. Trans issue is a great example of this because people do end up with studies, with surveys that are not exactly like representative, but then they proceed to apply all sorts of statistical manipulation to make it more in line with the actual population. So I think that that is like correctly following rules. I wouldn't consider that breaking the rules necessarily. And I think that if you're like being transparent with that, there's a way you can do that to follow the procedure. So like when I see these people who are getting a little bit nervous with Ayla's studies, I think that bit of nervousness is like accurate. I don't
because not without an example.
Yeah, it is though.
But you need an example, because if you don't have an example, you're just saying like, remember to breathe.
Well, I think if someone says that like they're okay with breaking rules, like perhaps only the rules that they're breaking are rules that are like completely ridiculous and they give like very good reasons for it. There's a lot of like criticisms of academics. For example, like the peer review process is sometimes held up as this like unshakable thing that if it's not peer reviewed, like it doesn't count. I don't think that that's probably totally appropriate because you can have things that are peer reviewed that are, turn out to be totally false. And really, that's been criticized a lot. Like sometimes citations are a better example, and there's all sorts of, discourse on that. So I wouldn't necessarily criticize Ayla for like not having peer reviewed data. I think if she's presenting her surveys and the raw data and her analysis, I think that's great. So that could be like an example of a rule.
Sure, that could be an example, but then I feel like we just need one. I need one. Otherwise, it's like, what is the point of this whole conversation, right? I think that's the issue, because the issue that she runs into is it's always people like bringing stuff up like this. We're like, well, it could be this, or it could be that, or it could be. It's like, okay, well, is it? Like, is there something that is there an example? So for instance, this would be like really powerful. Is there an example of a rule that she's broken that she shouldn't have broken? Or is there an example of her saying like, I don't like to follow this particular standard that she should be following? That would be like, and then once you say that, it's like, okay, cool. Like that's a good example of something. But
I think it's the representativeness is the big one, right? That everyone talks about.
Yeah, but we all know you don't necessarily need a representative sample, right? You can control you can control away, or you can weight or adjust results based on that. And also,
there are ways for her to get a representative sample. For example, if
How?
she conducted her surveys differently. I know that there have been
conducting
some studies.
them how?
So there's been some studies that have had success using like targeted advertisement. So they actually like have a lot more data from where they're putting out the survey to, and it's not just like on a Twitter or something, but you'll actually put it through like Facebook ads. You can get like a much bigger net that way that is not necessarily tailored to your followers. So that would be like one example of like a small thing she could do that might make her studies a lot more robust. Now, I'm not saying that like she can't have any interesting findings if she doesn't do that, but if she were to, try different survey methods, that could be an option that creates more representative samples.
I guess it could, but I feel like, again, you can run into like all of these issues in terms of like where your ads are drawing from, because she already cross-posts to places like Facebook and shit anyway, no?
Well, is she cross-posting on like her account, or is it actually like?
I think she asks other people to post for her.
Yeah, that's also an issue. Because the kind of people who post it are going to be a certain type of person. I know that.
I don't
specifically with
necessarily
trans
disagree with
studies-
this, but like the kind of person that does anything is gonna always. It's like none of this is gonna be perfect. Like all of this could be like fucked, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're never going to have a perfectly representative sample, but there are methods that get you, closer or less close.
You should argue with her over it. You should debate her on it.
Okay. I don't know. So like, I would love to talk to her about it, but I'm kind of coming into it like halfway through because I don't know exactly what studies people are angry about. I just know that like, yeah, rules tend to be there for a reason, and a lot of times when we have rules, they exist because it's so easy to justify breaking them.
Wait, okay, let's skip all this. We know this, obviously. Obviously. Rules exist for a reason. Convention exists for a reason. People can justify breaking any rule if they want to get a certain type of result. That's obvious. Obviously, right?
Yeah, I have this issue with like utilitarians and stuff too. It's just like results first, backward thinking that tends to result in some pretty bad stuff.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go drag Ayla into this, and it's gonna be Death Arena time.
Okay, Death Arena
I need a
time.
drink. Hold on one second. Oh, hold on. Don't yawn. Wake the fuck up. It's battle time.
Hello?
Ayla. Hello.
Hello.
Oh my god.
So Ayla, if you want to fill me in, a lot of people are having, quote unquote discourse about war studies and how valid they are scientifically. One of the criticisms that I think people bring up to you is this issue of representativeness, whether or not your surveys actually represent the general population. I know that one of the ways you can account for this is weighting, right? So if you know more or less how it's biased, you can weight it in different ways. What's your process for that?
Yeah, at the moment, I am not weighting it because I want to be very careful before I apply any manipulations to the data until I'm and I know very thoroughly what I'm doing. So in lieu of that, I'm saying exactly the populations that I'm measuring and not claiming to represent populations beyond that.
Okay, amazing, right? Because this is kind of my point. I agree with you. I think this is a good strategy because you're just being very transparent and honest about the issues. And like, if you weight things wrongly, that's very easy to do. If you, for example, don't know what direction your study is biased in. If you knew that, you could weight it in good ways. But also, like, I think that if you're not choosing to weight your survey, it is not representative, right? And you're not even claiming it to be, right?
Well, I think generally there's levels of confidence you can claim about representation, and it depends on the kind of thing that you're surveying. Like, for example, if you're surveying the correlation between height and weight, it's pretty easy to check for me whether or not this is representative. It's kind of obvious because this is very straightforward. Whereas there's other things that might be confounded, especially through the kind of people who follow me. Like, for example, I'm a sex worker, right? So anything regarding maybe sex and liberal views, are you polyamorous and are you happy? These things I think are a little bit more susceptible. I think people have done like studies to see the kind of like reliability you have on convenience samples, and it seems to like correlate support this. Like the more biased it is, or like the more it correlates with the kind of population you're sampling, then the less you can trust it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. You understand like why people are a little bit like nervous about some of your studies, right? And why people don't want to necessarily take them at face value, because of your willingness to just like present the raw data and be very, I think you're pretty careful, frankly, with the conclusions that you come to. Like you said, they're pretty limited to the scope of the survey and the limitations that come with your style of survey. However, I think that like people are also on the other side. It is legitimate then to look at those limitations and then be like, this is cool, but I'm not necessarily going to take this as having the same kind of meaning as a study that has accounted already for these limitations.
Well, if you're like, okay, I look at the data that you gave me, I see this correlation, but actually I know the kind of populations you surveyed, and I think it's likely that that kind of population is going to show a correlation that's not necessarily there when you surveyed the general population. I think this is a good critique. I'm like, okay, I think this is like legit. Maybe there are ways we can figure this out. But like a lot of people seem to like assume I'm making larger claims than I am and respond to me based on that. Like I see this very regularly. People are like, like Ayla's like, she can't say that her survey is representative. I'm like, I never say that. I never say that. But I think people like kind of view me as like overreaching when like the actual, if you look at the actual things that I say, if you look at actually my blog posts and the kinds of ways that I talk about my data, it is quite careful. And so I think people are sort of responding to like this illusory version of me, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So Ayla, what is a rule that you think that you break if it's not representativeness? Because I've read studies before that they don't have representative samples and they just make like a note of that. And as far as I'm aware, that is within the rules of even academic peer-reviewed published papers.
I don't have the correct consent form at the beginning of my surveys, which precludes me from being able to be published in major journals. I don't format things in PDFs with the correct like spacing on the sides. I use different terminology, like I say internet survey instead of convenience sample. Just like a bunch of different, like there's no way that my
like
current
literal
publication,
grammar rules in some cases.
Yeah, in some cases literal grammar rules, yeah.
I wonder if there would be less drama if it was like, if you did give these literal examples. For example, like I don't use this precise formatting. And to some extent, I think it's kind of like the representative issue, where I can think of ways that would be pretty easy to implement that would make these things therefore fit within the rules. I wouldn't necessarily give like a major critique, certainly not of you as a person, or of necessarily the study, if there's like a grammar issue. But I do think that like it would help if you did follow some of these rules, if for no other reason, just because you probably could get published if you made these small changes. And in the case of representativeness, they might actually have a pretty meaningful positive impact on the work.
I feel like a little bit mixed feelings about this. Like one, I think a lot of these rules sort of are bad for science. One example I gave in one of the comments is that I use the term internet survey, and somebody else was critiquing me doing internet surveys, and then went on to publish to cite a study that was done using an internet survey, but they didn't know it was an internet survey because they used the term convenience sample. And I think a lot of like published studies use terminology that is completely not interpretable to the general population. And in this case, so this is like one example of where I'm like, I don't want to sacrifice interpretability in order to get published. I would rather keep things like informal and direct. Like anybody can sit down and like run a survey and just publish the raw data and be like, I studied this population, this is what they said.
So
and I think that this is important
against saying there's an internet survey. Like you can say that. There are lots of studies that do make it clear that they found their data through internet surveys or through internet advertising. I think that if you use convenience sample, that's just, maybe that's like technical jargon. Personally, I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't automatically assume that that was an internet survey. So that is like a limitation of me as a layman as well. But I've also read plenty of other studies that are very clear. And I think that like, I can't imagine that you're like not being published because you're breaking the rule of like mentioning things are internet surveys.
So I'm not actually clear. Like a lot of my interpretation, like understanding of how this works, is by talking to academic friends. I have never actually tried to get published myself. It's possible that I could break a lot of like the norms of academic publishing, and they would still publish me. But like the impression I've got from talking to academics when I'm like, oh, maybe I should try and publish some of my findings, is they kind of wince and be like, I'm not sure that they would let you. Due to things like things that are kind of stupid, like you didn't use the correct verbiage in the consent form at the beginning of the survey, like stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if it's small things like that, your tweet can really just be like, there are certain grammar expectations for certain publications. But as far as I'm aware, there is nothing in academic journals that says like, it is a rule that you can't mention that you had an internet survey, or you have to refer to it as a convenience sample. That maybe there is like a very specific journal that like says that you must refer to internet surveys as a specific terminology. If that's the case, you can like read the journal's requirements and just like update your language for it. But I don't know if that is like that isn't a rule in the broader scientific community that I think is like worth really railing against. Maybe there are other rules though that you like. Some of the grammar stuff maybe.
Me. Like if it is true that like the reason a lot of studies are written the way that they are is not because you have to do that in order to get published, but rather because people are kind of just doing that because, I don't know, they suck at communicating, then I would be mistaken, and then I think I would update my view here. But I was under the impression that like you had to adhere to certain types of communication in order to get published, like based on me just reading surveys and like published studies and them having a bunch of things in common that I find to be not great.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to depend on the thing. So you mentioned like ethics and having consent forms and whatnot. I'm going to guess that the languaging there needs to be pretty precise as far as what you're doing, because there's ethical concerns about making sure people know how the survey is going to work, how the data is going to be used and whatnot. I think that those ethical concerns I think they're legitimate, quite frankly. But I also think that most people will like get what you're getting at, especially if you're using like more natural language. But you also have to understand that like these publications, they are taking on liability when they're publishing material that you've surveyed. And in order for them to be comfortable taking on that liability, there are certain like guidelines that they have to uphold by, that they have to stand by. I think that that's like pretty legitimate. I also think that that is not exactly like, to some extent, some of these issues that you're talking about, like formatting things. I don't know if you mentioned like spacing. That's something that like probably varies from journal to journal and is not the biggest deal to me. I don't know if I would phrase that as like a rule of science necessarily. So I do think that like when you go on Twitter and you phrase things a certain way, it is legitimate for people to get like a little bit nervous if you're saying like, I'm willing to break all of these rules. If the rules that you're talking about are like very minor, that's another thing. But if they're major, that is something to be a little bit concerned about.
But I specified that I'm willing to break rules that are getting in the way of truth finding. That's a very precise definition, in which I was very clear about in my tweets.
I disagree that that's a precise definition. And the reason I disagree is because different people will have different ideas about what is going to stand in the way of truth finding. And listen, you may be perfect, right? Like, and you're never going to introduce bias or issues here. But I think in general, the scientific community and the rules that people place on publications, they exist because we don't want to trust every individual to decide for themselves what is going to be in service of truth finding, because that results in some people engaging in bad behaviors. Again, I'm not going to say you're doing that. I haven't seen evidence of you doing that, but I do think it's reasonable for people to get a little bit nervous if they hear that that is your way of thinking, especially because even if nothing bad is happening now, that methodology could lead to something bad in the future.
I guess so. I'm like surprised that like my tweets resulted in this. Like in my view, people are just sort of finding like the worst possible interpretation. But also there's this thing where like I do wonder to what degree academics are biased because they went through like a very costly and time-consuming process where they had to learn a bunch of like ritualistic behaviors. And so are like a little bit biased against people doing some sort of challenging to the status quo. And to be clear, I think there's absolutely this thing where like people are like, hey, you know what, academics are biased. It's like the liberal establishment. And then they like distrust all of science and think that they can like do their own research and then are quite bad at it. Like I think that this is a real thing. And it's like makes sense to try to be guarding against this thing. But I think I'm like quite far from that. Like if you like read any one of the things that I published, I think it's pretty obvious that I'm quite far from that. Forgot where I was going.
Well, the other thing that I quite like about what you do is that you're pretty transparent, both with the data you collect and the limitations of what you have. So I think that if you're doing that, to some extent, if people are taking your surveys as gospel or as like representative of the whole population before you've even begun like the weighting process to account for any kind of bias, to some extent I think that is on them. And there is this like scientific communication thing where you're being like very transparent in your communication in a way that frankly sometimes journals are not. So like I've debated the trans stuff a lot, and sometimes they will reference like, oh, I got this from an internet survey, and then you'll go to like the survey makers, you'll read the report, and at the very end they'll say like in one paragraph like this is not representative, but that's not mentioned at all in the actual publication that is peer-reviewed and on a journal. That's a really big problem for me, and that is like arguably worse than what you're doing here, even though it exists within like general science. So I think to some extent like the rules could be stricter in some ways, and also you're not necessarily breaking rules here when you're being very clear. In fact, like you are exceeding the rules expected by some publications.
Right.
I think I have to like commend you for that.
Like my thing is that like if you actually want to pursue finding, you should probably place stricter rules in place for transparency, which journals are not doing. Like in some ways, I think like journals are failing to be actually interested in finding truth by having a lack of rules, and in other places they have an excess of rules.
That seems right to me. Is there an example you can think of where journals are like systematically failing in this way?
Oh, I can think of an example.
Yeah, go, Stephen.
Or actually, well, I don't know why. I'm sure there's a reason. Why is it that for a lot of data, or for a lot of peer-reviewed journals, why don't you ever have to make the raw data publicly available? I can understand in terms of like proprietary research maybe, but other than that, is there a reason? Is there a good reason for that? Like I would imagine for almost every social science thing, it'd probably be advantageous for us to have availability of raw data. In fact, for some of the really big ivermectin studies, availability of the raw data was how people were able to invalidate how bullshit a lot of the studies were, because you could use like pretty crude algorithms to figure out that a lot of the data entry was bogus. Like some of the copy pasted medical like fields, it made it obvious that there was like a lot of duplicated entries and shit to try to get a certain result.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that to some extent it might just be like a concision thing. I know that if you email the publishers or the actual like authors of the study, a lot of times they will give you raw data. So I follow like some people's Substacks who will like review studies. Mm-hmm. And one of the ways they do that is by like asking authors for raw data. And whenever the authors are like unwilling to provide it, that is kind of like, it's a little bit sketchy, but I don't think that like they have necessarily an obligation to. I think the expectation is that like this raw data is being already reviewed.
Yeah, as part of the peer review process, but like
right.
Realistically, like I don't know, it seems like it'd be better to make it available. Like why not?
Yeah, I think I tend to agree, especially on that one. Especially because the peer reviewed process can be so flawed. And a lot of times you will get studies that are, you know, quote unquote peer reviewed, but it turns out that the peer review was just not very rigorous at all.
So this thing where I feel like selection bias is applied as a criticism, like not super intelligently. Like I agree that it's super nuanced, it's very important, and there are lots of like very clear examples where certain subpopulations are not representative of larger ones. But there's this thing where it's like if you find like a correlation, if like, you know, for example, let's say I survey a bunch of people on TikTok and I find that people who had like this very specific childhood experience end up being really interested in foot fetishes. It feels to me that like there's kind of a like what kind of world would we be in which this correlation only exists in a subpopulation and not a larger population? Like there's like it's possible for there to be correlations that exist where it would feel stranger to me for them to be limited to a subpopulation. Does this make sense? Am I explaining myself right?
Yeah, I think you are.
I would say for stuff like that, I think this is the scary part where certain biases could creep in and obfuscate in very, very, very strange ways that would make it hard. So, for instance, like, I'm going to stretch really hard here, but like, let's say that like 65% of TikTok downloads are actually driven by like a specific subset of programs on Nickelodeon that happen to have like a lot of creators that do like a lot of beach scenes where they have their feet out, and that's like a big driver to like developing foot fetishes or whatever. You might end up showing that like, oh, well, I've got a pretty strange correlation that people with some set of childhood experiences like early access to the internet have developed like these particular things, but in reality it's because the driver to that platform that was being surveyed is actually what was causing it. Like that's like an example, and I'm sure there are a lot of like other weird like sneaky kind of like correlated things that can drive different population groups to having like different things. It maybe would be hard to just even fathom initially. Yeah.
I agree that like this is a thing that we should be pretty careful in, and like we shouldn't make strong claims based on this. But I'm saying if we have a correlation, we can lay out a bunch of hypotheses. Like maybe have like all the downloads are driven by like people who have their feet out, or like maybe we're like having this weird selection effect. But like often when it comes to like a specific correlation, and I lay out all of the possibilities that could cause this, most of them seem relatively unlikely.
Sure.
And if they were the case, that would be really fascinating. Like I'm like, oh, dude, wait, TikTok is being driven by like people who have their feet out. Like this in itself would be like a really interesting novel like conclusion. So I'm like, usually when people accuse some finding of selection bias, a lot of the times it can be obvious. Like for example, I did like, what are cheating rates among people in my followers? And I could see a pretty easy argument that, well, like, Ayla, you do porn, people who follow you are going to be less sexually satisfied in their relationships and thus more likely to cheat. This seems like kind of an obvious thing. Like we could kind of check that. But this is like a very clear, like, okay, this seems like a likely hypothesis to me. But most of the other ones, like really, I'm like, okay, if you're really scraping the bottom of the barrel hypothesis here. And I'm not saying, again, that we should come to like strong conclusions, but I'm saying that like it feels like there's at some point we hit like a common sense intuitive thing where it's like, okay, I don't know for certain that your survey is like proving this thing, but it feels like it's pointing in a really interesting direction. And maybe we should do another like representative survey just to like confirm it. But like just the fact that it's pointing in an interesting direction to me feels super valuable.
I think it is. The problem, though, is that a lot of times, like, the bias is hard to figure out beforehand. And this is something that we already talked about when we talked about weighting samples, depending on how you think it might be biased. If you know how it's biased, you can do that weighting, like, successfully. For example, if you know that you've got, like, a lot of old people in the survey, and you're not actually like, you might be like overweighting for the opinions of old people. Well, you can like adjust for that in the actual data. And that would be an example of bias that's like pretty obvious. But I think that the issue is precisely with biases that would be like novel and interesting and strange. And so like with those types of biases, that is like really the risk of having survey data that that is not representative, is all of the ways that it might be biased in which you don't know, because otherwise you could wait for it. So I think that that is really the kind of deeper criticism.
The novel and interesting and strange part is in itself awesome. Like, for example, I just did like in my kink survey, I asked people about like mental health. I said, do you have a mental health problem? And there were really high to this among non-cis females. And the one hypothesis is non-cis females have really high levels of mental illness. And another hypothesis is maybe they're more likely to self-report it, or like there's something going on in like self-identity narrative that like lends itself more towards like perceptions of this. And these are two completely different hypotheses. one would be like a biased thing, right? Like I'm like accidentally surveying a population. Like for example, like TikTok is like more likely to be, to think of yourself as like mentally ill in some way. But that in itself seems super cool. Like I don't like finding a correlation where we don't know what the answer is. It's not obvious. Like whether it's through selection bias or whether it's like indicating some sort of like straightforward thing. Like both of those seem super fascinating to me. Like that seems to be super valuable in and of itself. Like if like, oh, the selection bias might be a result of some sort of like arcane and obscure thing, like that's the whole point too, right? Like it's pointing in that as a potential direction for inquiry.
Yeah, I think you're right. And part of that is the language you use to talk about it. So if you use this kink survey to then say something about specifically the population that was surveyed, I think you can say something a little bit more meaningful. Like if you incorporate where you surveyed people from. So you might find out that like, on Twitter, there you get like certain survey results. You can say like, people who responded from Twitter have all of these views. And it might be really interesting and novel and perhaps strange that Twitter users happen to be like far different from the general population. And that is worth exploring. So I think that like if you're limiting your language to talk about Twitter people, that's legitimate. But I also think that that is not really like, I wouldn't consider that necessarily breaking like scientific rules. You're just being like transparent with the kind of people that you're surveying and saying and limiting your observations to the population that is in question instead of the broader population. I think it would only be breaking rules if then you said that like people in general, not just like the people who people who maybe on Twitter who are doing this. However, like the other problem here, and this is something that like we keep going back to, is that like even if you like know that this is just like only Twitter people, that might be like one source of bias that you know about, but again there might be like other sources of bias that you don't know about. So then when you speak about like the population being surveyed, there might be like some other explainer that I think like Destiny is talking about you haven't considered. And so that is just like always the risk here. Again, like I don't want to make this like personal.
Make it personal.
Frankly,
it's about her. The whole Twitter thread is about her.
Well, I quite like Ayla's stuff, and like I followed her for a little while, and so.
Oh, meaning you don't follow her anymore? What happened?
No, I still follow her. I still like put in little survey answers.
So weak.
I mean, so like if it were personal, I think it would be like I'd be more soft on Ayla, if anything. I don't know what I was saying. I quite like her. I don't think this is like a personal thing. And I think if anything, she does things like pretty well compared to other people. But I also understand where people are coming from, just like that little bit of nervousness if someone is willing to break rules.
What do you think about that, Ayla? She says she thinks you're breaking rules for no fucking reason.
Yeah, I think you're complete idiots. Terrible, disgusting, the worst.
What do you think if I interpreted my own Twitter thread differently, then I would be concerned.
But people are, you just think people are being a little bit unfair with their interpretations.
I mean, like at some level, it's like, how can somebody be unfair when, like we have no free will, and of course people are going to interpret it the way they do. But this is like a recurring theme with me. It's like I use language and what I feel to be is like quite precise and intentional, and then people interpret it differently than the way that I meant, and this happens all the time. And then people spread like rumors about like the things that I'm doing or think the things that I think, and then I'm like, okay, I used very specific language here and I meant exactly what I meant within the scope of that language. But this is a recurring problem with me because I guess I regularly use language differently than other people.
Well, I will say maybe I'm also just like, I will say I did not interpret the way you were talking about breaking rules as the way you meant it. I thought you were breaking more fundamental rules than, for example, like what language specifically you use to refer to like an internet survey or specific like, formatting rules. I thought you were talking about something deeper than that. Not deep as in like meaningful, just like something broader, I guess, than that. So I also was a victim of like misinterpreting what you said.
Oof. She's challenging your
ability
to communicate.
Like, dude, you're such a you're honestly such a mud fight right now.
He does. What do you think of AGP?
Autogynophilia?
Autogynophilia?
Oh yeah. What do I think of it?
Yeah, what do you think of it?
Well, some people yelled at me because I guess there's very precise definitions of AGP, and the thing that I think of it is like, you are aroused by the thought of yourself as a woman, and it could be like either sexually or non-sexually. But did you read the thing I wrote about it? I'm not sure if that's what you're referencing.
I don't think so. I'm just, if Destiny wants
She's
sex
just
mudslinging-
shit-stirring right now. She's trying to get you
I'm just
canceled by
shit-stirring.
trans Twitter. Okay.
I think the AGB theory is good and very explanatory
Which
and
AGB
interesting.
theory?
Wait, the AGBT or AGB theory of transsexuality is good?
Yeah, I think the typology is quite good. Or, well,
Jesus.
okay.
Okay.
I think, no, to be clear, I think AGP is quite good. I think HSTS is more dubious.
Okay. Do you feel like you have
I
adequately... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I found that trans people seem to report higher levels of autogynephilia than other people. My guess is that it applies pretty strongly for some trans people and not for others. Like, my guess is there's probably subtypes.
Yeah, this is my sense as well. You can kind of do like a grouping of AGB people, but there are other motivations to transition. I don't necessarily think that HSTS is like the strongest one, but there are definitely like a variety of motivations. And this is something that I think
What
that
is
even
HSTS?
oh, I'm sorry, homosexual, transsexual. So like Blanchard, way back when he was writing all of his papers, he posited that there were two types of transsexuals, two types of motivation for transitioning that differed just from merely gender dysphoria. One of them was autogynephilia, which is like erotic target location error, where you basically like are aroused at the idea of being a woman, and this motivates you to be transitioning. The alternative was that there are people who are just very, very feminine gay men, and in order to like fit in, to avoid social stigma, they transition as well. He actually said that like gender dysphoria plays a role in both of these, and it's really when you have the confluence of multiple motivating factors that people transition. So personally, like I feel that like AGP is one motivating factor in my own transition, and a lot of the trans women that I've spoken to also feel this way. I think it's a little bit frustrating that this has been like so buried scientifically, because it is a field of study that I think could be explored a lot more, and where people could learn a lot more about themselves. I also think that it's probably like less, fetishy than people think it actually is. That's something that like there's this person named Phil Lilly who like talks a lot about this. I could go very deep into it, but that is kind of the overview of what these typologies are.
Yeah, it's also my guess that like I personally don't care if it is a fetish. Like, if we did the studies and found out that in fact this is a fetishistic thing, then I don't think we should be treating trans people with respect.
I think the worry is that like if you're involving people in a fetish.
No, I think it's more than that. I think the conversation is, well, there's two parts. One is if you should have access to free medical treatment to alleviate a fetish.
Yeah.
And then the second obvious one is going to be, should kids be exploring that fetish under a surgeon's scalpel or drug therapy? I think that would be a really big deal. Like, nobody in society has an issue with somebody getting plastic surgery. Well, I mean, some people might, but like, but the question is a lot meaningfully different when it's like, should we be paying for people to have plastic surgery as part of their like mandated healthcare because it's like medically necessary? I think.
Like if you take away if we just taboo the word fetish, because I'm very into tabooing words. Like, and if the thing that happens is like, if you have a person go through surgery, puberty, and this like reliably results in a better quality of life afterwards, like shouldn't that just be the only important factor?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't think the answer to that is very clear, right?
Yes.
Let's say, for instance, we'll do the foot fetish one again. Let's say that we could find a way that you could actually attach a foot to somebody's like fucking arm surgically, and then and people were like killing themselves because they couldn't masturbate to people's feet because now everybody's wearing socks and sandals or something, right? Let's say, would we start like surgically attaching feet to people's elbows so that they could look at them when they're like 15 so that they don't kill themselves because they can't masturbate? I'm pretty far out there with an example right now, but I feel like I don't know if this is a reasonable request or if it's just like an emotional one that I need to explore more, but it feels to me like most people probably need there to be a more medically necessary cause to support trans things rather than just like this is a sexual thing that some people get off on.
To be clear, Blanchard, when he posited these studies, his opinion is that trans people also have gender dysphoria, which is like an underlying psychological issue, which makes it that is separate from their paraphilia, their sexual interests. So even if they're asexual, they're going to have an impulse or, you know, a dysphoria associated with their natural sex.
Yeah, that's true. But then here's a question that I would have about the AGP studies, and I haven't read them, so I don't know. But it would be like a methodology question. Is like, is it possible that there are things that a cis person would count as AGP, but they're not because they're cis, but trans people are more likely to do it?
Yeah. So actually, there have been studies where you give like cis women the questions to like an AJP survey, and it will be certain things like, are you aroused when you put on like stockings and lingerie, things like that. And it turns out that like when you give these studies to cis women, they indicate very highly for AGP. However, those studies, there's like an issue with them, which is that like it's probably not unusual for a cis woman to imagine that she's a woman in her fantasies. In fact, that's totally expected. So actually what we're talking about with AGP, I think, is a kind of autosexuality where AGP people would be auto-heterosexual, and cis women, they're not actually engaging in like auto-heterosexuality in the way that AGPs are. They are just like engaging in imagining themselves in the situation. And to some extent, like if you have like arousal at yourself, if anything, that might be like auto homosexuality.
Well, how do you, I'm just so curious, how do you separate that out? Like I would probably have like arousal of myself to some, like if I film a video of like me and Melina or some girl like messing around, I'm gonna like, that's hot to me, but like does that count as auto arousal? Or if I'm masturbating and I'm getting off to kind of myself, but I'm thinking of myself in another situation, is that like self arousal? Or like how do you measure? Yeah, but how do you figure that out? I'm curious, how do you tease that out?
Well, okay, so like if we imagine like most guys when they're looking at pornography, there's like a way that you can look at pornography where if you were watching the man fuck the woman and you were imagining yourself as having like these muscles and this strong masculine energy, and just that imagination is arousing you, not necessarily imagining being the kind of guy who fucks a woman, right? Because then you are like incorporating this other partner, and the arousal is stemming from like the actual sexual act and the person you are doing it to. That is different from being like aroused at the idea of yourself being a particular man. So like with my autogynephilia, I think that like part of the arousal stems from imagining that I'm like a particular woman in the scenario, regardless of like the scenario that she's in, but just because of who she is, right? So that is kind of like how I tease it out in myself. You're right that this is difficult to tease out in studies, but I do think that there is like a difference between being aroused or like imagining yourself having sex as a woman if you're a cis woman, because that is just like the default mode. It's not necessarily indicative of particular arousal at that imagination or just because you're imagining yourself. Versus if it's a trans woman doing it, there might be some indication that they are particularly aroused by this like change of perspective going from like male to female in the sexual scenario. But I also think that it's better to couch the discussion in terms of sexuality. I think this explains a lot of trans women's feelings. For example, a lot of trans women will feel more AGP at the beginning of their transition. They might like put on women's clothing and become aroused by that fact very early on, but find that that disappears quite quickly. And there's actually like this honeymoon period that goes along with it. So when you first start doing it, you're very excited, you're very, easily aroused by the idea of dressing a certain way. But a few years in, that kind of passion has dissipated, and it is more like a long-term companionship relationship. That might be like a better explanation of this. I don't know if we probably don't want to go like super deep into AGP, but
sure,
you should study it, Ayla, because it's fascinating.
Yeah, I asked a couple like AGP-ish questions in my survey. My sample size is quite big, but it was very limited because the survey was focused on other things, so did not get to dive too deep into it.
Well, where are you at right now? What do you say?
Me?
Yeah.
In the world?
Yeah, or what are you doing? Because you're on a microphone and yeah.
I'm in Edinburgh, which is apparently how you're supposed to pronounce it.
Uh-huh. What are you doing
Scotland.
out
My sister is showing me around because she really likes the city, and I'm going over to Montenegro for some shit.
Cool. Wow. Chills. I don't know what else to say.
Good question, Steven.
I'm just trying to move the conversation along, okay? Fuck you.
Oh, is that the okay? Okay, maybe I should go now because it's kind of, and I don't think I have anything more to say.
I don't think so.
If you feel like you got your points out, yeah. I don't want to keep you.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think if I wanted to just reiterate one thing, it would be just like, look what like I actually say in my surveys. Don't like assume I'm saying something that I'm not. Just to everybody, not to you guys.
Okay.
That's it.
Cool. Sounds good. Have fun.
Thanks, guys.
Be careful.
Bye.
What a bitch.
All right.
I think she's
Oh my
hiding
God,
from all
that
your real
means
criticisms,
woman.
okay?
Yeah, exactly.
I can't
all right.
believe you let her get away with saying common sense. You need to nail her to the wall for that. Unbelievable. You're
No,
simping
I didn't want to nail her
hard.
to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
What if we become best friends in the future? Okay, I gotta leave that door open.
Okay.
All right, see you, Steven.
That's it? What would you come in here to talk to me about?
Oh, I mean, I wanted to talk to you about that. I guess there's this like broader point. Have you ever heard the metaphor of the elephant and the rider?
Yeah, I know all the metaphors, but explain them for my
Okay.
chat for those who don't know about that one. in
Those of
particular.
you who don't know, there's this metaphor in kind of psychology where of the elephant and the rider. And I was talking to one of your chatters, like the guy who called and was talking about like building belief systems about this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna pull up the broader description.
Hope you give Brittany another
Um,
chance. I believe it would be good for you to acknowledge that people see you as
That
emotionally
like
Hold on, wait,
connected
wait,
and
wait,
patient.
wait,
wait.
It's
Stuff
okay.
about it.
The world isn't collapsing, and that is true to some extent. Anyway, keep up the good work.
Okay, sorry. Don't know. Okay.
Wow, based.
Yeah.
Okay, so the metaphor is something like your personality is comprised of two elements. So there's the elephant and the rider. The rider is intelligent, he's thoughtful, he's careful, he's very lucid. The elephant is lazy and temperamental and kind of just does whatever he wants. And I think that anyone who has ever thought to themselves, like, I really ought to do this thing, I really ought to get my homework done or work out or whatever, and then proceeded exactly to not do that, they've experienced this kind of like dual personality structure where the problem is that the elephant, the part of your brain that is kind of lazy and capricious and more susceptible to base desires, is much stronger than like the overriding rational part of your brain. And even though you rationally recognize that certain things are better or worse for you, it's very easy to just like go with the flow of bias. And this is like a general problem with people. Humans are
Not with me,
extremely
but I know what you
biased.
mean, yeah.
Well, yeah, mere mortals. This is a big issue where people tend to be really biased and really bad at actually doing the things that they believe in. So like, I think this is a big problem with utilitarianism, or at least like kind of vulgar utilitarianism, the utilitarianism that is like,
Oh my
practiced by
god,
people.
isn't Ayla a big effective altruism person? Oh, you should have fucked her on that.
Yeah, I should have argued with her about that. But I think that like the problem with utilitarianism is that it tells people that the essence of morality exists within a certain kind of utility calculus, and that's something that the rider, the rational part of your brain, is really good at. But it doesn't matter if the rational part of your brain can calculate all day and write pages and pages of analytical philosophy proving its point. At the end of the day, you're going to go in the direction of your elephant, of the biases within you and your laziness and your impulses. And so I think that this is connected to the idea of rules. I think that the way to overcome this is to habitually practice rules, even when they don't perfectly make sense. So even if, for example, you don't need to format something a specific way, when you format things a specific way, or when you take like a cold shower, or you force yourself to wake up at 7 a.m., you are teaching yourself discipline. You are controlling the elephant in some way, and that is going to transfer over to more important things. So what you have to do is you have to really practice like a set of ethical principles all the time, to the point where they are no longer something that you recognize merely intellectually, but something that is realized within your body. And that is something that people really struggle with, because rationally it doesn't make sense why you need this thing or that thing, because when you reason back from your end goal, the rule is actually not that important. The end goal is what's important. However, I think that in order to fully realize ethics, you have to convince yourself almost that the rules are like important in of themselves, and aim for the rules, because that will push you in the right direction, rather than starting with the direction and trying to just navigate your way through whatever maze is in between you and your goal.
Yikes, that's pretty cringe, bro.
So that was that is a broader reason to pursue rules.
Okay. Does this sound a little bit virtue-y?
Yeah, it does. A little bit like virtue ethics.
Yeah, I think I largely agree. So, like, there's, like, stupid things that, like, a lot of the Red Pill guys say they should, but it's like, I take a cold shower in the morning or something, right?
Mhm.
Which in and of itself is kind of fucking retarded and it's stupid. But the
Yeah,
idea...
there's no evidence to suggest that it's,
yeah,
like,
and
improving
it's not even about evidence. It's about, like, doing something hard. But there's actually probably some validity to being able to set up, like, a rigorous routine like that you can take even, like, a normal task, turn it into some arduous process, and then overcome it every single morning. Probably, like, shapes, like, a state of mind that's able to be more resilient in the world or something, right? So even if it's like a stupid thing like that wouldn't pass like a utilitarian check or some other type of check, maybe it ultimately is something that's kind of beneficial, you know?
Yeah, I think that you had this like great line when you were talking maybe to Sneeko way back about maybe like C.S. Lewis or something. And you said that like you have to shape yourself
with every action or whatever.
With every action into like the kind of person who is ethical. And that is like very much true, where if your goal is just, you know, a future utility calculus, you can be the kind of person who is not able to get there and believe yourself to be, you know, total master of your destiny, while meanwhile just like totally failing to achieve it.
True.
Yeah.
Ayla would like to go on record stating she is not an EA nerd. She's even worse. She's a rationalist nerd. My bad. I didn't know there was overlap.
Oh, I
there.
bet she reads Slate Star Codex and stuff.
She's like Miss Slate Star Codex, okay? Yeah, that's her. She defines her existence that way, yes.
Yeah. She has Scott Alexander tattooed on herself. To be fair, I also read it, so. Oh. Okay, that was all. I don't think there's much else.
Okay.
Good luck with Kick.
Thanks a lot. Be careful.
Dude, my fucking mic. No way, dude. Fuck. Dude, can you tell her to come back?
Come back, Taj. Okay. Where have you been? How's it going? Bro, that was quite the catch. I'm so sorry. Yesterday on your stream. I feel like I phrased that a little offensively.
My God, are you fucking kidding me? Did she actually go? Dude, you don't need to. You're irrelevant. I'm talking.
What?
Did she actually go?
Yeah, she's coming back. I think. I don't know. I messaged her.
Is she watching stream at least?
I don't know. I messaged her. Okay, maybe she'll come back. We'll see.
Fuck. God damn it. What catch did I have on my stream yesterday?
Oh,
you're being rude.
I am. I'm sorry. That's why I said I'm sorry. Never mind. I said never mind.
Hey, come on, dude. She like Legos and shit. Come on.
Was she cool?
I don't know. Relevant liked her. Listen.
What does that mean? What kind of fucking answer is that?
I don't know. For some reason, all these like autistic girls come to the place, and then like Irrelevant's like somehow just vibed with them really well.
Isn't Irrelevant kind of autistic? I'm kind of autistic. I feel like I get along with super autistic girls.
I don't even know, honestly. Fuck, dude? This is so sad. Dude, is she in the chat at least? Can someone just confirm if she's in the chat? I just need to do this like for 5 seconds.
What? Just what do you need? What do you want to say?
Dude, I got like a whole setup just for Top Charge. Once I saw her coming on stream, dude, take a gander. I got this all set up, bro. I got this all set up. I was literally getting fucking ready. I got the music ready.
Okay, I'll see if she'll come back. I don't know if she's even reading her DMs.
Doesn't matter. She knows she's in. I've been trying to message you on Twitter. You haven't been responding. That's so fucking unlucky. That's so sad.
Audible is the best place to listen for everyone.
Don't acknowledge that. Okay.
Okay. All right, we're gonna read this article because I've had this up for like 3 days. Good luck. Why do you allow retards sexually harass people in your stream? It builds them out strongly. I'm sorry, it builds them out to be strong characters. Also, Darius is like my shit test. If they can handle Darius sexually harassing them, they can definitely handle me sexually harassing them. I know that every time I say a line like that, Mr. Girl pushes back his manifesto by like 4 days, so I don't want him to lose his relevancy, so I'm trying to help keep that date pushed back as long as possible. Jesus. What is this guy's name? Mr. Girl, Sneeko, and the Cuties. What the fuck? You guys need to chill and chat.